Chapter 241. The Arrogance of Youth. Meng Hang descended slowly, and the demons below looked at him with fervent gazes. Ha ha ha, wonderful. Who would have thought that our demon realm would have such a powerful individual? If you can advance to the 7th tier, you will be another mighty figure to safeguard us. When we battle the humans, our chances of victory will be much greater. The Rakshasa Demon King clapped his hands and laughed heartily, clearly very satisfied with the strength Meng Hang had displayed. The remaining 3 demon emperors also nodded in approval. The golden-winged Pang King took a few steps forward, intending to pat Meng Hang on the shoulder like an elder might a junior, and offer some words of encouragement. But, to his surprise, Meng Hang raised an eyebrow, sidestepping easily to avoid the Pang King's outstretched hand. The Pang King's hand hung awkwardly in midair, his expression extremely embarrassed. The atmosphere among the demons below, previously filled with excitement, froze. They stared at Meng Hang in utter shock. That's too arrogant, isn't it? He hasn't even become the 5th demon emperor, and already he shows such disrespect for the golden-winged Pang King. Seeing the Pang King's face darkening as he glared at him, Meng Hang chuckled. Pang King, don't mind it. I simply don't like being touched. His words did not improve the Pang King's expression. He continued to stare intently at Meng Hang, his entire being radiating power, as if he were about to strike. In front of so many demons, Meng Hang had openly disrespected him, something the golden-winged Pang King had never endured before. Ha ha ha, young brother is just a little impetuous, understandable. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the Rakshasa Dragon King quickly stepped in to mediate. Pang King, you are a demon emperor who guards your territory. Why bother with a junior? Hearing this, the Pang King's face finally softened somewhat. He looked at Meng Hang and sneered. Striking at you now would inevitably make others accuse me of bullying the weak. I'll wait until you advance to the 7th tier, and then we'll have a spar to witness the extent of your pride. Facing the Pang King's threat, Meng Hang's expression remained unchanged as he said, If Pang King wishes to test my abilities, I cannot refuse. However, please be merciful when the time comes. Hearing this, the demons below finally lost their composure. Has this kid grown a few extra heads? How dare he speak to the Pang King like that? Heh, he's just a young calf unafraid of the tiger. The Pang King's strength is unfathomable. Even if he consumes dragon saliva and ascends to the 7th tier, he will still be no match for the Pang King. That's right, the Pang King is one of the strongest amongst the 4 demon emperors. Even if this guy does reach the 7th tier, so what? Alright, without further ado, you. Right, we still don't know your name, the Rakshasa Demon King suddenly realized. He'd been so focused on the power, he'd forgotten to ask. So he inquired. My name is Orochimaru, Meng Hang said, cupping his fist in greeting. The Rakshasa Demon King frowned, thinking, what a strange name. But he didn't dwell on it, and continued. Alright, it's getting late. We'll take you to get the dragon saliva now. With that, the 4 demon emperors moved at once, leading Meng Hang toward the enormous head of the old dragon emperor. The old dragon emperor's head alone was as large as a mountain, its scales clearly visible. Looking at the colossal creature before him, Meng Hang suddenly had a problem. How was he going to take this 1,000-jong-long corpse away? Forget whether his Kamui space could even hold such a massive body. Even if it could, how could he transport it in? If he were to utilize Kamui's spatial manipulation at his current capacity, the only way was to cut the Dragon Emperor's corpse into tens of thousands of pieces, and then teleport each piece in individually. Even if Meng Hang had the mental stamina to perform Kamui so many times, the sheer time required would be unimaginable. And besides, the 4 demon emperors in front of him were not fools. They would never simply stand by and let him do such a thing. System. Meng Hang called out to the system in his mind. Oh my, dude, you finally remembered me. It's been so many chapters since I had any screen time. I thought you had forgotten about me, the system said with a touch of annoyance. Hee, I just didn't want to interrupt your mahjong game. Meng Hang chuckled. Yeah right, what skill are you going to exchange this time? Do you have any abilities that can shrink things down? I want to take this big eel away, but its body is way too large, and my Kamui can't fit it in. Hearing this, the system pondered for a moment, and then suddenly said excitedly, Got it? I have an ability here called Substitute Tiny Feet, from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. This ability can shrink anything that your index finger pierces, but with the exception of your own body, it takes a few minutes for the effect to manifest. This ability is quite useless for your current strength, but in this situation, it's a perfect match. And this skill doesn't cost much in terms of killing points, only 1,000 points. Hearing about this ability, Meng Hang's eyes lit up. I'll take it. He didn't hesitate. He had just killed tens of thousands of demons a few days prior, so he definitely didn't lack killing points. Alright dude, welcome back anytime. Just as Meng Hang acquired the Substitute Tiny Feet ability, the 4 demon emperors had arrived near the Dragon Emperor's head and were hovering in the air. They began to form hand seals, veins bulging on their foreheads, and cried out in unison, "Rise!" The ground trembled. The Dragon Emperor's corpse, dead for who knew how long, slowly opened its jaws. A wave of foul stench wafted out, almost making Meng Hang throw up. He saw a fist-sized drop of liquid, reflecting multicolored light under the moonlight, hanging just inside the Dragon Emperor's mouth, like a dewdrop on a leaf, ready to fall. Seeing this drop, the demons below all gulped, their eyes filled with greed. Some of them even started moving forward, unconsciously. Himph, another step and you die. A cold snort echoed through the heavens, like the sound of a great bell. The 4 demon emperors' eyes were sharp, their murderous intent filling the entire space, making the demons below shudder and cease their advance. What are you waiting for? Go now. The Rakshasa Demon King yelled at Meng Hang, struggling to maintain his hand seals. The other 3 demon emperors also had sweat pouring from their foreheads, clearly indicating that prying open the Dragon Emperor's mouth was no simple task, even with all of them helping. Chapter 242, Dragon Saliva Acquired. Ignoring the foul stench emanating from the Dragon Emperor's mouth, Meng Hang flashed towards the drop of dragon saliva. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth to an exaggerated degree, and a powerful suction force was generated. The almost dripping dragon's saliva rose into the air and flew straight into Meng Hang's mouth. Immediately, Meng Hang's eyes brightened. The dragon's saliva didn't have the foul odor he expected. Instead, a sweet scent filled his mouth, and he couldn't wait to swallow it. In an instant, Meng Hang felt his body fill with strength. The river of spiritual energy in his mind was instantly transformed into a vast, surging ocean. His aura rose rapidly. The constant use of Sage Mode that day, coupled with the battle, had left his mental energy depleted. But after absorbing the dragon's saliva, he felt an inexhaustible reserve of power. He could easily maintain Sage Mode for days. After finishing, Meng Hang stretched lazily, and a wave of pressure emanated from him. The demons below felt a sudden palpitation, their gaze toward Meng Hang filled with even greater fear and wariness. All right, you've absorbed the dragon's saliva. Now get out of there. We can't hold this much longer, the Rakshasa Dragon King said with gritted teeth. Hee, all right. Meng Hang curled his lips into a mischievous smile. Though he had agreed, he moved another step into the Dragon Emperor's mouth, pointing his index finger directly at the upper part of its oral cavity. The Dragon Emperor's scales on the outside looked tough, so just in case, Meng Hang decided to start from the relatively soft mouth. Having done this, Meng Hang turned into a blur once more, flying into the air and looking down at the crowd. No one had expected Meng Hang's action, not even the 4 demon emperors, who were now glaring at him. While they didn't know the purpose of Meng Hang's actions, it was undoubtedly a great disrespect to the dead Dragon Emperor. This kid is crazy. How can he do something like that? What is he trying to do? He has become the 5th demon emperor. Why is he doing this? I knew this kid had a rebellious streak. He is absolutely not a good person. All the demons were stirred up. Their previous respect for Meng Hang had turned to anger and curses. The 4 demon emperors quickly retracted their magic. With a boom, the Dragon Emperor's wide-open jaws snapped shut once again. Kid, what are you doing? You have desecrated the Dragon Emperor's holy body. How dare you commit such an outrageous act? All the demons, including the 4 demon emperors, were furious. Especially the Rakshasa Demon King, whose eyes were bloodshot. Meng Hang stood in the sky, unfazed by the accusations. Instead, he gave a cold laugh, formed hand seals, and roared, with style, advent of a world of flowering trees. In an instant, all the demons present felt the ground trembling. The earth cracked open, and countless massive trees grew from the ground, growing rapidly, soon transforming the entire Demon Emperor's tomb into a lush, green forest. What is this ability? Isn't he a transformed flood dragon? How can he use plant-based abilities? Could he be a plant spirit? Look at him. He doesn't look like a plant at all. But that still doesn't make sense. The demons were unsteady on their feet and bewildered. At the same time, countless huge red flower buds sprouted from the trees and slowly unfurled. Numerous pale yellow pollen began to scatter and soon covered the entire forest. No, the pollen is poisonous. The weakest of the demons were still at the 5th tier, so they immediately noticed the anomaly. They held their breath and rushed towards the sky, trying to avoid the pollen. But Meng Hang would not have it. A massive fireball, the fiery lotus he'd learned while blocking off the Imperial University, appeared out of thin air in his hands. Without hesitation, he hurled the fireball towards the pollen-filled forest below. When the pollen met the fireball, a chemical reaction occurred instantly. This fireball was tiny compared to the several hundred-li expanse of the Demon Emperor's tomb, but it spread with a vengeance, igniting the entire forest in an instant. Most of the demons had managed to fly into the sky, touching their sweat-covered foreheads and feeling grateful. But some demons had been too slow and were immediately engulfed by the sea of fire. They wailed in agony, and with their last ounce of strength, tried to escape the fire, to break away from its reach. Unfortunately, the fire was already out of control. Every time a demon tried to flee, a huge tongue of flame would engulf it again, pulling it back into the inferno. Flames filled the sky. Huge fiery tongues swept upwards, illuminating the dim demon realm and turning it red. The entire demon realm looked to the direction of the Demon Emperor's tomb with fear, not understanding what was happening. "This kid is trouble," the Titan Ape King roared. His body instantly swelled hundreds of times in size, becoming a massive ape hundreds of zhang tall. He clenched his right fist, and a giant iron staff appeared in his hand. He then swung it at Meng Hang. The iron staff cut through the sky, accompanied by the sound of howling wind. The sheer power shattered the space. Meng Hang intended to use Kamui to dodge the strike, but seeing the space fracture from the blow, his heart skipped a beat. With power like this, the entire spatial order was being disturbed, and whether he could even teleport into his Kamui space was unknown. The next moment, his eyes turned purple. He activated the Rinnegan, extending his right hand toward the approaching iron staff. Almighty push. Boom. Despite Meng Hang not suffering any damage, the immense backwash force propelled him over 100 meters away before he could finally steady himself. The Titan Ape King was also shocked. His column-like iron staff had actually been deflected back. The 3 Demon Emperors watched in shock. The Titan Ape King's strike carried an incredible weight of over several million jin, but Meng Hang had deflected it back. Without any further delay, they immediately surrounded Meng Hang in a flash. The Rakshasa Demon King opened his mouth wide, and a dark black pillar of energy shot towards Meng Hang. The golden-winged Pong King threw a punch, and an enormous fist radiating golden light appeared out of thin air, similarly hurtling towards Meng Hang. The thousand-legged Centipede King's move was the strangest. A stream of deep purple poison shot out of his mouth, directly aimed at Meng Hang. Meng Hang's expression changed drastically. He used Almighty Push again, attempting to block the 3 attacks. Unfortunately, the combined attack of the 3 Demon Emperors was not so easily stopped. In the next moment, a giant mushroom cloud appeared with Meng Hang as its center. The sheer force of the energy tore apart the space, creating a massive black hole with a powerful suction force that formed a huge vortex. Chapter 243, A Clean Getaway. The enormous suction of the black hole swept across the sky, pulling the demons who had managed to escape into the air towards it. All the demons paled and immediately turned to flee, terrified of being inexplicably dragged into the spatial turbulence. After a long while, the black hole gradually shrunk, finally turning into a tiny black, before vanishing without a trace. As the black hole disappeared, Meng Hang's figure was also long gone. The demons assumed he had either been blasted to pieces by the combined attack of the 3 Demon Emperors or dragged into the spatial turbulence. Either way, Meng Hang was surely dead. With Meng Hang's demise, the vast primeval forest slowly withered and disappeared. The flames, deprived of fuel, also faded like water without a source, leaving behind only a scene of devastation. The demons, their faces streaked with dirt and sweat, wiped their foreheads and breathed a collective sigh of relief as the raging fire finally died down. At the same time, they were internally shocked by the strength of the 3 Demon Emperors. They had actually shattered the spatial barrier. What terrifying power must they wield to achieve that? Unlike the expressions of shock and awe on the demons' faces, the 4 Demon Emperors' faces were grim, their killing intent immense but with nowhere to direct it. The Wanyao gathering, which could have cultivated another demon emperor, had been ruined by that mysterious youth. Even though the young man had died in their combined attack, the precious drop of dragon saliva had been wasted, which was something they could not accept. Investigate. Find out where that kid came from. I will annihilate his entire clan. The Rakshasa demon king roared at the demons, his face twisted with rage. Pig 2, who had narrowly escaped, cowered in an inconspicuous corner, his mouth clamped shut in fear, desperate to keep his association with Meng Hang a secret. In another unremarkable corner, a demon was staring strangely at Meng Hang's main body, who was covered in white phosphorus scales. Just as the demon was about to cry out, Meng Hang's lips curved into a smile, and his Sharingan appeared in his eyes. The demon's eyes immediately glazed over, and he abandoned his plan to expose Meng Hang. Although the battle had only occurred in the blink of an eye, the entire process had lasted for several minutes. Looking at the intact corpse of the Dragon Emperor below, the 4 demon emperors' expressions finally softened somewhat. But then, right before everyone's eyes, the 1,000 zhonglong body of the Dragon Emperor suddenly shrunk by half. The demons' eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the Dragon Emperor's corpse below. Some of the demons rubbed their eyes vigorously and asked the demons next to them, "Brother, am I seeing things? Doesn't the Dragon Emperor's body seem to have shrunk?" Brother, you're not seeing things. Its body has actually shrunk." "What? How is that possible?" The 4 demon emperors were also stunned for a moment, before their expressions drastically changed as they shouted. "That kid must have played tricks when he took the dragon's saliva. Protect the Dragon Emperor's remains." They shouted and immediately rushed towards the ground. But it was too late. During their moment of distraction, the massive body, which had been 1,000 zhang long, had shrunk to the size of a palm. The golden-winged Pang King, being the fastest, was the first to arrive, reaching out his hand to seize the remains. But as his fingers were about to touch it, space suddenly twisted, teleporting the palm-sized remains away before returning to normal. Gone. The golden-winged Pang King's hand was empty, and his expression was one of disbelief. No, that kid must not be dead. His eyes suddenly widened, and he scanned his surroundings with hawk-like precision, emitting a golden light. The next moment, his gaze froze on a spot in the distance, the very spot where Meng Hang's main body stood. Meng Hang grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth, and made mocking eye contact with the golden-winged Pang King, as space began to warp behind him. He's there. The golden-winged Pang King was filled with killing intent. He transformed into a streak of light and lunged toward Meng Hang. The other 3 demon emperors also saw Meng Hang and lunged at him simultaneously. But they were still too late. Before they could get close, Meng Hang vanished from his spot. Only a faint whisper remained in the air. "Don't worry, I'll be back." No. The golden-winged Pang King, who had already arrived at the spot, was furious. He unleashed a punch at the place where Meng Hang had disappeared. The space trembled and shattered like glass. A gust of wind roared, forcing the demons in the sky back, and the weaker ones were sent flying like scarecrows. When everything returned to silence, everyone was dumbfounded and pale with fear. Had he just, in front of so many demons, including the 4 demon emperors, taken the dragon's saliva and stolen the Dragon Emperor's corpse? This was a blatant slap in the face of all the demons. Find him. Mobilize every demon and search every corner of the demon realm. Even if that kid runs to the ends of the earth, dig 3 feet into the ground and find him. The 4 demon emperors' faces were distorted with rage. They felt like their lungs would burst. Their chosen 5th demon emperor had, right before their very eyes, stolen the corpse of the Dragon Emperor. This was even more unbearable than if they had been killed. The demons obeyed and scattered. In an instant, the entire demon race was in an uproar, searching for any trace of Meng Hang. Several hours later, the culprit of the entire incident, Meng Hang, was strolling leisurely across the battlefield between the 4 cities and the demon realm, hands behind his back. "Young master, it's been so long. Have you not chosen a location yet? It's not like we're picking a graveyard. We don't need to check the feng shui." Luo, who had been following Meng Hang for who knows how long, finally lost her patience, pouting her lips as she spoke. Pa, can't you say something nice?" Meng Hang spat twice and looked at her with mock anger. "This is the site of our future base. How could we be so careless?" On the other side, Kong Weigua had been looking at Meng Hang with glittering eyes the whole time. Boy Kong, did you really bring back that old eel's corpse? Of course I did. Once we choose a spot, we'll strip its skin and make it into walls. Meng Hang glanced at Kong Weigua and said proudly, "Ha ha ha, good good. You stole the demon race's supreme dragon emperor's corpse right in front of their faces. I can just imagine how furious they must be. I haven't seen them humiliated like this in ages. I've noticed that you are truly a fearless individual. First, you killed me in front of the entire dragon nation. Now, you've stolen the dragon emperor's corpse in front of the 4 demon emperors. Both sides consider you a thorn in their side. How are you going to survive on this planet?" Kong Weigua looked at Meng Hang helplessly and shook his head. Chapter 244, Yi Lingshuan's Predicament. Hee, what's so special about that? If they were to see the dragon emperor's true form appear in front of them, completely intact, what do you think their expressions would be? Meng Hang's lips curled into a smile, his eyes filled with excitement. Hearing this, Luo and Kong Weigua stared at Meng Hang with wide eyes, saying in disbelief, "You're planning to summon his soul too?" Meng Hang smiled, not directly answering but implying the intention was there. "That's impossible. Are there no limits to such a heaven-defying forbidden technique?" Kong Weigua was shocked. No one understood the horror of this technique better than he, who had personally experienced it. At that moment, Meng Hang's serene expression froze, and a terrifying killing intent exploded from his body. His sudden action made the two beside him shiver in fear, staring at Meng Hang in shock. They didn't understand what had caused his sudden change. The story goes back to a little more than a month ago. After bidding farewell to Meng Hang, Yi Lingxian went to find the whereabouts of her maid, Shaolian. Although they were mistress and servant, they had grown up together and were closer than sisters. When she returned to the headquarters of the Wuxing sect, she had a premonition that this trip was fraught with danger, so she did not bring Shaolian with her. Instead, she placed her in a branch. But Yi Lingxian had never dreamed that, thanks to Meng Hang's actions, not only was the entire Wuxing sect destroyed, but the karmic bond between her and the Wuxing mother had also been severed, making her a free person from that moment on. It was only on her way back to find Shaolian that Yi Lingxian learned that the destruction of the Wuxing sect's leadership had led to all branches being wiped out by the Dragon Nation, and Shaolian had been arrested as well. After some investigation, she finally discovered that Shaolian had been imprisoned in a special prison in the capital, where they held cult criminals. This prison was heavily guarded and was equipped with special arrays that sealed spatial abilities. Yi Lingxian disguised herself as a Wuxing sect remnant who secretly preached her beliefs, and coincidentally, got caught and imprisoned in the same facility. The two sisters wept with joy upon being reunited in the prison, and then discussed their escape plan. After careful preparation, coupled with Yi Lingshuan's proficiency in arrays, they finally found a node in the array. As long as they destroyed this node, the sealed space would be released, and she could use her power to save Shaolian. Everything was going so smoothly that Yi Lingxian was almost in disbelief. However, at this point, there was no turning back. She and Shaolian waited for the right moment and destroyed the array node. But just as they were about to escape, a problem arose. When she used her ability, preparing to escape, she discovered that there was no response from the space at all. Yi Lingxian refused to believe it and tried again, but it was still useless. Just then, a contemptuous chuckle reached her ears. A towering figure stepped out from the shadows. As this figure came into view, Yi Lingxian felt as if the entire space had become stagnant. An invincible pressure made it hard for her to breathe. When she saw the figure's true appearance, her pupils contracted, her scalp tingled, and she exclaimed in disbelief, "How could you possibly be here?" The man had a towering figure, and his tan skin radiated masculine pheromones. His chiseled features and deep eye sockets would easily captivate countless women. Heh, the dignified Wuxing sect's holy mother, actually doing something like this. The man's lips curled into a smile as he walked towards the two women step by step. With every step he took, Yi Lingxian retreated several steps. She felt as if each step of the man's was placed directly on her heart, making it hard to breathe. In the end, unable to withstand the pressure any longer, Yi Lingxian cried out, "Zhao Shanhe, how can you be here instead of in Jinyuan City?" That's right, this man was the famed lord of Jinyuan City, Zhao Shanhe. Zhao Shanhe's eyes narrowed slightly, and he sneered. "I have been searching for that boy Meng Hang, but he is so elusive. Even with my efforts over such a long period of time, I have not been able to find him. So I turn my attention to you." As long as I capture you, I don't believe that I won't be able to lure out that monster. Hearing this, Lingxian smiled bitterly and said, no wonder everything was so smooth on my way here. It seems that Lord Zhao was working behind the scenes. It is too bad that you overestimate me. There is only a transactional relationship between us. Besides, considering Meng Hang's cold-blooded character, do you think that even though he knew this was a trap, he would still allow himself to become entangled in a dangerous situation because of me? Zhao Shanha's expression instantly turned cold, and the overwhelming killing intent made the two women feel a chill deep in their bones. You better pray that you can lure him out. Otherwise, just based on your identity as the Wuxing sect's holy mother, I can personally kill you. With that, he reached out a large hand to grab Lingxian. Although Lingxian was considered among the top of her generation, she was no match for Zhao Shanha. After only a few rounds, she was easily subdued, becoming a prisoner. Next, a shocking piece of news shook the entire Dragon Nation. The already vanquished Wuxing sect's holy mother had actually attempted a jailbreak and was personally apprehended by Zhao Shanha. Moreover, Zhao Shanha had decided that he would publicly execute Lingxian tomorrow at noon at the Old Yi family site. The news sparked a huge uproar across the Dragon Nation. Isn't Zhao Shanha at the front lines? When did he return to the country? I can't believe that even though the Wuxing sect is completely destroyed, this demoness is still not giving up and tried to rescue those remnants. She deserves death. Thankfully, Lord Zhao is wise and immediately saw through the demoness trick and arrested her himself. Someone spoke excitedly. Are you an idiot? Zhao Shanha's true intention is not as simple as that. You all know about Zhao Shanha's close relationship with Old Kong. They're practically friends. He has become what he is today thanks in large part to Kong's contributions. Now that Old Kong was killed by that monster Meng Hang, Zhao Shanha naturally wants to avenge him. Lingxian is just bait. His goal is to lure out Meng Hang. Someone with a keen eye immediately saw through Zhao Shanha's schemes and analyzed them to the crowd. Hiss, you're right. But if you can see through this plot, then the big demon Meng Hang must surely be able to too. And given his cruel nature, how could he possibly risk everything just for a woman? And Zhao Shanha is personally overseeing things. Well, who knows, even if Meng Hang doesn't come, killing the holy mother of the Wuxing sect is still a good result. Chapter 245, the second day. In just half a day, news of the incident had spread like wildfire across the Dragon Nation. Naturally, Meng Hang's clone in the country also became aware of it. Therefore, while still searching for a suitable site to build a city in the one-line sky battlefield, Meng Hang's expression suddenly changed drastically, and a terrifying killing intent emanated from his entire being. Young master, what happened? Luo asked, looking at Meng Hang with trepidation. She hadn't seen Meng Hang so angry for a long time. Meng Hang explained the situation to Luo and Kong Weigua, then suddenly withdrew his killing intent. He let out a strange laugh as he muttered to himself. Hee hee. Good for you, Zhao Shanha. I wasn't going to bother you, but you actually dared to provoke me. I'll have to see just how powerful the Lord of Jinyuan City really is. Meng Hang wasn't stupid. When he heard about the situation, he immediately understood that Zhao Shanha was targeting him. Luo's face changed dramatically, and she quickly tried to dissuade him. Young master, this is obviously a trap set by Zhao Shanha. You can't just walk right into it. Hearing Meng Hang's odd laughter, Kong Weigua's heart started racing. He muttered to himself, that little bastard, Zhao Shanha. What are you doing provoking this demon? Kong Weigua had been secretly chuckling as he watched Meng Hang turn the demon realm upside down. But now it seemed that the Dragon Nation was also about to suffer. Meng Hang, don't be impulsive. If you let me handle things, all misunderstandings can be cleared up. I guarantee that Zhao Shanha won't lay a finger on that young woman. I can even explain things on your behalf in front of the entire Dragon Nation and eliminate everyone's resentment toward you. Kong Weigua quickly said to Meng Hang, fearing that he would do something outrageous in his rage. Unfortunately, Meng Hang simply shook his head, unmoved by his words. What misunderstandings are there between them and me? Do I even care about their resentment towards me? Back in the capital, I said that I was going to make them fear me so much that they wouldn't dare to look me in the eye. But now it seems I haven't done enough. There are still people trying to plot against me and the people around me. Then I'll create another uproar and turn the heavens upside down so that they'll be completely shrouded in fear. Meng Hang spoke with a cold expression, his killing intent spreading like a tangible substance. Meng Hang, you can't. Kong Weigua's expression had changed, and he wanted to stop him, but the next second his eyes glazed over, and he couldn't speak. Meng Hang then stepped into the warped space ahead, taking him and Luo with him. The next day, the capital was bathed in bright sunlight under a clear, cloudless sky. This peaceful scene was a stark contrast to the perpetually dark and chaotic one-line sky battlefield, which was like a meat grinder. If there was one famous location in the capital right now, it was undoubtedly the old Yi family site, which was now a bottomless sinkhole. Ever since Meng Hang went berserk that day, when the 1,000-meter Buddha demon had reduced the Yi family compound to a deep hole, this place had been attracting crowds of people every day. Although Meng Hang's name was now taboo in the Dragon Nation, everyone wanted to see for themselves the spectacular sight caused by his terrifying power. And on this day, the area in front of the old Yi family site was packed with people. There must have been at least 10,000. Multiple drones hovered in the sky, broadcasting the scene live. The people gathered here today were not to see the scenery, but for the execution of the Wuxing sect's Holy Mother, which was about to take place here. In the sky, a woman in white, with a face as pale as snow, was kneeling in the air with her hands bound behind her back. Although her face was haggard, her beauty was still undeniable. Although today was the day of her execution, everyone knew that she was being used as bait to lure out Meng Hang. Tisk, TSK, TSK. So this is the Wuxing sect demoness. She really is beautiful. Someone below clicked his tongue and said excitedly, "You can say that again. I heard that this demoness and that demon are an item. They're both from the demonic sect. They're a match made in hell." Someone else said with a sneer, "I wonder if that demon will take the bait." That's hard to say. Heroes have always struggled to resist the charms of beauty. Even if Meng Hang is cold and ruthless, I don't believe that he can watch such a beautiful woman die right in front of him. I hope he doesn't come. I was near when he went berserk and wreaked havoc in the capital. That scene was like a natural disaster, incredibly terrifying. One person shivered and spoke with a hint of terror. What is there to be afraid of? Zhao Shanhe, one of the Dragon Nation's 4 strongest, is personally overseeing things. What kind of waves can that kid stir up? A man with a pointy chin said disdainfully, pointing to the 2 tall figures standing not far from Yi Lingxian in the sky. It was Zhao Shanhe and the city lord of the capital, Chu Wuyuan. Although both of them were city lords, there was a large gap between their strengths and positions. At this moment, Chu Wuyuan's expression fluctuated between excitement, hatred, and apprehension. Ever since Meng Hang killed Old Kong in front of the entire Dragon Nation, he had been losing sleep, blaming himself for Old Kong's death. If only I had stopped Old Kong from trying to persuade that beast. If I had gone instead of Old Kong. If. Countless ifs echoed in his mind, making him feel more and more guilty, and also increasing his hatred for Meng Hang. Therefore, Chu Wuyuan's mood today was extremely complicated. While he was looking forward to Meng Hang's appearance, he was also worried that Meng Hang wouldn't risk it. Brother Wuyuan, you are a dignified city lord of the capital. How can your temperament be so unstable? Zhao Shanhe stood in the air, eyes looking down, closed, and calmly cultivating. He had removed his distinctive armor and was wearing a sharp military uniform, which made him look even more impressive. Chu Wuyuan knew that he had been acting inappropriately, so he cupped his fist and said to Zhao Shanhe, "Please don't mind my behavior, Brother Shanhe. It's just that my hatred for that monster Meng Hang has reached my bones. I'm really worried that he won't risk his life, and then everything we've done will be wasted. Let's just do what we can, and leave the rest to fate." Zhao Shanhe still didn't open his eyes, and said indifferently. Another hour passed. The blazing sun was almost directly overhead. It was almost time, but there was still no sign of Meng Hang. This made people anxious. What should we do? It seems that the demon is really not coming. Yeah, I told you. That kid is cold and heartless. How could he risk his life for a woman? If he doesn't come, then killing the Wuxing sect's Holy Mother is not a total loss. Chapter 246, Meng Hang appears. The next moment, Zhao Shanhe suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze radiating a sharp light. The time has come. Begin the execution. As soon as he said that, a giant guillotine phantom appeared around Yi Lingxian. The guillotine was made up of 2 tall iron pillars, with a massive blade suspended by thick iron chains, directly above Yi Lingxian's head. The phantom gradually solidified and turned into an actual guillotine. Zhao Shanhe didn't hesitate. He waved his hand down, and the blade dropped instantly, heading directly for Yi Lingxian. Yi Lingxian gently closed her eyes. Her face showed no fear, but rather a relieved smile. Meng Hang, it's for the best that you didn't come. She had been worried these past few days, afraid that she would implicate Meng Hang. At this moment, seeing that the time had come, and there was still no sign of Meng Hang, she finally relaxed. Although there was still a hint of disappointment, there was more relief. Yes, this is how you should be. In this cruel world, you must maintain your coldness. Lingxian spoke to herself, calmly facing death. When the guillotine was only a few centimeters away from her neck, a black shadow shot out from the crowd below, coming to Lingxuan's side faster than lightning. It then punched the guillotine. Boom! With a deafening roar, the entire guillotine shattered, turning back into a phantom and disappearing into the air. Then, the figure tried to pull Lingxian back by her clothes. Zhao Shanha's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He arrived before Meng Hang and was already lunging toward his head before Meng Hang even touched Lingxian. Meng Hang didn't dare to take the hit head-on. He had already tried to use Kimuri to save Lingxian, but found that the space here was sealed by a secret technique and he couldn't use his Kimui. So he had to retreat rapidly, barely managing to dodge Zhao Shanha's powerful punch. Both of them stood their ground, revealing Meng Hang in his black robes, with a gloomy aura about him. Meng Hang, it's Meng Hang. That demon has really come. Run, run. He's going to kill us. Although everyone had been waiting for Meng Hang to appear, when he actually did, some people, recalling the terrifying scene from that day, wanted to run in fear. Run my ass. With Lord Zhao overseeing things, what's there to be afraid of? Someone spoke with disdain. Why did you come? The moment she saw Meng Hang, Lingxian, who had already given up hope, burst into tears and screamed hysterically. Meng Hang looked into her eyes and said, with a slight curve of his lips, "The people I save can't die at the hands of others." Hearing this, Lingxuan's mouth hung open, not knowing what to say. Zhao Shanha's eyes narrowed as he looked at Meng Hang, his expression filled with curiosity. Hee, it's better to meet someone than to hear about them. I've often heard of your name at One Line Sky. I have always had expectations for you. Several times I wanted to send men to tie you up and bring you to the front lines to join my troops. Unfortunately, we ended up meeting in this way. Zhao Shanha shook his head with some regret. He had initially intended not to waste any words with Meng Hang after they met, and to kill him immediately to honor old Kong's soul. But after actually meeting Meng Hang, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. It's better to hear about someone than meet them. I didn't expect the famous Lord Zhao to actually use a woman to force me to appear. Meng Hang chuckled, completely disregarding Zhao Shanha's praise, and instead directly ridiculed him. Since today was going to be a fight to the death, there was no need to put on an act. Hearing Meng Hang's words, Zhao Shanha's expression became serious. It's because your whereabouts are so mysterious. I've been searching for so long but couldn't find you. All's fair in war. Since I couldn't find you, I had to resort to unconventional methods, using this demoness from the Wuxing sect to force you to appear. Honestly, I didn't have any problem with you destroying that trash from the Yi family. They've been stirring up trouble in the Dragon Nation for so many years. If I hadn't been too busy, I would have personally wiped them out. I can even forgive you for what you did in the past. I could even protect you and bring you into the army to train. But, as he said this, Zhao Shanha's veins suddenly bulged, and his expression turned furious. But you actually committed such an outrageous act by killing Old Kong. Do you have any idea how much Old Kong contributed to the Dragon Nation in his lifetime? Most importantly, I, Zhao Shanha, don't owe anyone any favors in my life, except for him. So, you must die today. After saying that, he threw Lingxian, who had been kneeling in the air, backward, towards Chu Wuan. Then, his aura surged, and he was about to charge towards Meng Hang. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Meng Hang suddenly burst out laughing uncontrollably. This scene left everyone stunned and bewildered. Zhao Shanha paused his steps, frowned, and looked at Meng Hang with a strange expression. He had heard that Meng Hang's behavior had become bizarre after he went berserk. He hadn't expected that it would have become this bad. But Zhao Shanha only paused for a moment. His body was enveloped by lightning, and he turned into a streak of light as he continued to rush towards Meng Hang. He had killed countless people on the battlefield. There was no way he would be intimidated by Meng Hang's strange behavior. After laughing, Meng Hang looked at Zhao Shanha with a mocking expression, putting his hands behind his back, showing no intention of blocking him. Just as Zhao Shanha was about to reach Meng Hang, a figure suddenly blocked Meng Hang's path, his entire body enveloped in purple flames. He also punched Zhao Shanhe. The two punches collided, and the entire space instantly trembled. The sky was shrouded by two huge energies, one purple and the other blue. As the two clashed, nearly 100 ability users shot out from the crowd below, heading in all four cardinal directions. At the same time, they made hand seals, and a barrier that covered nearly 100 li appeared, blocking the people below from the conflict. The two terrifying energies collided and erupted with shocking power, spreading in all directions. Numerous black ripples appeared on the clear, vast sky. This was a sign that space was cracking. The energy waves surged in all directions like a tidal wave, crashing against the barrier like waves against rocks. The hundreds of ability users were instantly flushed, their teeth clenched so hard that they could hear the grinding. Fortunately, the power had come and gone quickly, and it disappeared within the barrier in the blink of an eye. In the dazzling bicolored light, both Zhao Shanhe and the figure who had suddenly appeared uncontrollably took 2 steps back. And at this moment, Zhao Shanhe's composure was gone. His pupils contracted as he stared incredulously at the blurry figure in the light. Chapter 247. Old Kong appears. The people below used their arms to shield their eyes, straining to look at the sky. They vaguely saw that a figure had appeared in front of Meng Hang amidst the blinding light, and had actually managed to block Zhao Shanhe's punch. Hiss! Someone was actually able to push Zhao Shanhe back. Who exactly is that? If someone can fight Zhao Shanhe to a standstill, it could only be one of the other 3 city lords. Could it be that one of them has sided with Meng Hang? What nonsense are you talking about? The 4 city lords are the pinnacle of the Dragon Nation. How could they possibly become that demon's lackey? The crowd strained their eyes, trying to see who had actually made a move. Almost a minute later, the dazzling light gradually faded, revealing the figure in the sky. The first thing they saw was that Zhao Shanhe's usual aura of someone who could bring peace to the world was gone, replaced by unparalleled shock and bewilderment. The crowd was even more curious. Who could have made Zhao Shanhe look so terrified? They looked more closely and saw that the person standing in front of Meng Hang was a stooped old man with thinning hair, leaning on a cane with his right hand. Could this old man have scared Zhao Shanhe, who had been guarding one-line sky for so many years, to this state? That was everyone's first thought. But the next moment, their mouths dropped open, and their eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. Indeed, this person's appearance was tantamount to seeing a ghost. Some people were so scared that they fell on their butts, their mouths already spouting gibberish. Old Kong is back. Old Kong's ghost is back. It must be because we unfilial descendants have been delaying seeking revenge for him, so his spirit is restless and he has returned to seek revenge on us. Although not everyone was terrified to this extent, their pale faces showed their inner fear. That's impossible. I personally saw Meng Hang kill Old Kong. How could he possibly be standing here perfectly fine? I know, it's dark magic. I remember that this demon Meng Hang took away Old Kong's body after he killed him. He must have used dark magic to refine Old Kong's corpse into this kind of living dead. Someone suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if a light had just come on. When the others heard this, the panic on their faces turned into indescribable rage. Not only had this monster killed the god in the hearts of the Dragon Nation, but he hadn't even spared Old Kong's corpse. His cruelty was simply outrageous. Lord Zhao, you must kill this demon. We can't let Old Kong die like this. Flay him. Tear him apart. We will never find peace until we strip this demon's skin and pull out his tendons. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot as they shouted towards the sky. At this moment, their hatred for Meng Hang reached a new level. At this time, Zhao Shanhe and Chu Wuyuan in the sky had even more terrifying expressions on their faces. The unparalleled rage in their eyes was almost turning into tangible flames. Meng Hang, you didn't even spare Old Kong's body. You truly deserve to die. Chu Wuyuan's face was contorted, and his entire body was trembling with anger. Zhao Shanhe's fists were clenched, his chest rose and fell dramatically, and he spoke through gritted teeth. Meng Hang, you are so young, yet your heart is so malicious. You are a member of the Dragon Nation. No matter how the Dragon Nation let you down, you should not have turned Old Kong, who devoted his entire life to the Dragon Nation, into a walking corpse. Don't you feel even a shred of guilt for doing that? Guilt? Why should I feel guilt? Meng Hang raised an eyebrow, a grin spreading across his face. Not only was there no guilt, but his expression was filled with pride. Not only do I not feel guilty, You should actually thank me for summoning him back from hell. Hearing this anti-human statement, Zhao Shanha's lungs were about to explode with anger. You disrespect the elderly by not leaving them to rest in peace. You turned his body into a soulless walking corpse. You deserve to die 10,000 times. Violent lightning flashed from his entire body, and then the lightning shot straight into the sky. In an instant, the sky, which had been clear, was now covered with dark clouds. The dark clouds weighed down on the city, a storm was brewing, and the oppressive feeling made it hard for people in the scene to breathe. Hee hee. Just as everyone thought that a great battle was about to begin, Meng Hang emitted an eerie laughter. Actually, I am quite curious. If the Kong Weiguo in front of you has his own thoughts, would you righteously destroy him again? Hearing this, Zhao Shanha's aura faltered, and an ominous feeling rose in his heart. What do you mean by that? Ah, little Zhao, it's been a long time since we've last seen each other. Whether it was Meng Hang's intention or not, Kong Weiguo's voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. The voice was like a thunderbolt, shaking everyone's minds and making their heads spin. How is this possible? Everyone opened their mouths wide, their eyes about to pop out of their sockets, as they stared incredulously at the old figure in the sky. They had thought that old Kong was just a soulless walking corpse, but they hadn't expected him to be able to speak. Zhao Shanha was indeed a powerful individual. He didn't become confused simply because Kong Weiguo spoke. He just snorted and said, "Imph, you underestimate me, Zhao. Don't think that you can disrupt my mind just by controlling a corpse to speak." Ah. As soon as Zhao Shanha finished speaking, another long sigh came from Kong Weiguo. Little Zhao, do you remember what you said to me when I sent you to the battlefield many years ago? You said that one day you were going to surpass me? You have finally fulfilled your promise. The light in Kong Weiguo's cloudy eyes reflected memories and admiration. This was just an ordinary sentence, but it made Zhao Shanha, who had experienced countless life and death situations, lose control over his mind. His expression changed drastically. Old Kong, is that really you? You're not dead. Brother Shanha, don't let that monster affect your mind. He's trying to mislead you. Chu Wuyuan, seeing that Zhao Shanha was about to lose control, quickly spoke to remind him. It really is old Kong. I only said that to him. No one else would know. Zhao Shanha looked at old Kong with a look of surprised joy on his face. He had always regarded the man as an elder, and this surprise was making him a little overwhelmed. But I personally witnessed him being killed by Meng Hang. Chu Wuyuan was still in disbelief, and he spoke excitedly. Wuyuan, I've watched you grow up. Can you really not tell it's me? Kong Weiguo spoke again. Old Kong, it's really you. Even Chu Wuyuan, a city lord, couldn't control his emotions, and tears streamed down his face. Chapter 248. A Soul-Crushing Dilemma. When the crowd below saw the two city lords becoming so emotional, they immediately understood that the old Kong in front of them was not a walking corpse, but a real, living person with his own thoughts. He's not dead. Old Kong really isn't dead. Many people below who looked at the old figure had their eyes immediately turn red with emotion. For so many years, the name Kong Weiguo had been deeply ingrained in their hearts, like the guardian of the Dragon Nation. Now, seeing that he was really alive, the people couldn't help but cry tears of joy. Hee hee, are you all celebrating too early? Just as everyone was immersed in this immense joy, Meng Hang let out an eerie sneer. Then, old Kong, who had been standing still, suddenly changed his expression. A fiery ball appeared in his hands, and without saying anything, he hurled it toward the crowd below. The fireball was only the size of a soccer ball, but the heat it emitted warped the surrounding air. The barrier formed by the nearly 100 ability users melted like steel in a furnace under this heat. Without the barrier, everyone felt the temperature around them suddenly increase sharply, making their skin burn. Everyone on the platform looked shocked and disbelieving. They would never have imagined that old Kong, whom they had always regarded as their guardian, would actually turn against them. Help! Run! The crowd fell into disarray, running away in fear. Zhao Shanha's expression also froze. Without thinking, he immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and flew downwards, placing himself above the crowd. Roar! Roar! Two earth-shattering dragon roars sounded, and two massive thunder dragons appeared out of thin air behind Zhao Shanha. They twisted around each other, forming a double dragon playing with a pearl, surrounding the fiery ball in the middle. One of the thunder dragons opened its jaws, swallowing the fireball whole. But the heat contained within the fireball was too terrifying. The thunder dragon, which was made of lightning, showed signs of melting. Seeing this, the other thunder dragon doubled in size, opened its jaws, swallowed the thunder dragon that was enveloping the fireball, and then shot straight into the sky. In just 1 second, the thunder dragon reached over 10,000 meters into the sky. Then, everyone saw an incredibly dazzling light in the sky, illuminating the entire sky. Lightning was scattered throughout the sky, like countless snakes writhing within it. Then, flames filled half of the sky, as if they had ignited the entire sky. Boom! After the light faded, an ear-splitting boom came from the sky, shaking the entire space. Everyone stopped and looked at the spectacular scene in the sky, their hearts still trembling with fear. If that attack had had this much power at 10,000 meters, if it had hit the ground, no one present would have survived. Everyone looked toward the one who had started the whole incident, their eyes filled with rage. Sure enough, it's just a shell controlled by that demon. How could Old Kong ever think of killing us? That's right. I think Old Kong's spirit would be heartbroken if he knew that his body was doing something like this. Lord Zhao, just destroy Old Kong's body. We believe that Old Kong wouldn't blame you. That's right. Meng Hang is still controlling Old Kong's body. We won't be able to kill Meng Hang unless Old Kong is taken down first. The people below shouted towards Zhao Shanhe. Although their words sounded reassuring, their true feelings were that they were afraid that Kong Weiguo would launch a few more of those attacks. The entire capital would be turned into a sea of fire. Zhao Shanhe remained unmoved by the crowd's shouts. He knew that the old man in front of him was Kong himself. He asked Kong Weiguo in the air, with a feeling of helplessness. Old Kong, I know it's you, but why are you doing this? I was brought back to life by Meng Hang's secret arts. Although I have my own consciousness, all my actions are controlled by Meng Hang. Hurry and find a way to kill me. Otherwise, I don't know what I might do. Kong Weiguo's expression was blank, and there wasn't a trace of emotion in his dark pupils, but his words were filled with a feeling of painful struggle. Hearing this, Zhao Shanhe's terrifying killing intent surged, and a faint white mist formed around him. A divine lightning bolt appeared in his hand, ready to strike Meng Hang. But Meng Hang didn't take the attack head-on. Instead, he shamelessly hid behind Kong Weiguo. He revealed half his face, staring at Zhao Shanhe with a sinister grin. Oh, great Lord Zhao, you always said that Old Kong was your teacher. Now that he's standing right in front of you, with his own consciousness, but his body is going to kill everyone below. What are you going to do? Are you going to protect everyone down there and kill your teacher? Or are you going to ignore them and watch your teacher turn from a god in the hearts of everyone in the Dragon Nation into a hated killer? Hearing this, Zhao Shanhe's face instantly turned deathly pale. He looked at Meng Hang as if he were looking at a demon, with no sign of underestimation left. He had been a soldier his whole life. He had been decisive and merciless, but he had never thought that a day like this would come. Meng Hang, what good does this do for you? Zhao Shanhe's teeth were grinding against each other as he furiously questioned Meng Hang. Because it's fun. Meng Hang's lips stretched to his ears as he looked at Zhao Shanhe with a crazed expression. I just want to see how hypocritical you self-proclaimed saviors of the Dragon Nation really are. Let me add a condition. If you just stand by and watch, letting Old Kong slaughter everyone below, then I will give him back his freedom, and I'll let him truly come back to life. Also, don't doubt whether I can do it or not. Since I was able to bring his soul back from hell, then I have a way to make him fully alive. Zhao Shanhe's face became even paler. His body swayed, and he almost fell out of the sky. Meng Hang's words were like the whispers of the devil. On one side were nearly 10,000 Dragon Nation citizens, and on the other side was his teacher, to whom he owed a great debt. He really didn't know what to do. Lord Zhao, you can't abandon us. Just as Zhao Shanhe was agitated and didn't know what to choose, terrified shouts came from below. Lord Zhao, Old Kong is already dead. That's just a walking corpse that Meng Hang summoned. You can't fall into his trap. That's right, and even if he was truly resurrected, so what? He's the guardian in the hearts of every citizen of the Dragon Nation. I believe that he would be willing to sacrifice himself to protect us. Lord Zhao, you have to think carefully. Don't make a mistake that will make you and Old Kong traitors to history. Everyone was shouting anxiously towards the sky, afraid that Zhao Shanhe would give up on them and choose to save Kong Weiguo. Chapter 249. Ruthless and Cold. What a hypocritical bunch. Old Kong devoted his entire life to the Dragon Nation, sacrificing everything. You could say that without Old Kong, there would be no Dragon Nation today. But look at them. One moment they're all saying that Old Kong is a god in their hearts, but now that they're facing death, is there even one person who's willing to sacrifice their own life for this hero of the Dragon Nation? Lord Zhao, are you really going to forsake the opportunity for Old Kong's resurrection for these hypocritical people below? Zhao Shanhe looked at that aged face and listened to the clamor below. His teeth were grinding so hard that blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth. All of you, shut up. He roared at the crowd below like a furious lion. The terrifying pressure instantly silenced everyone, and no one dared to make a sound. Zhao Shanhe, kill me. I don't want to be an eternal sinner. Kong Weigua, his body out of his control but his face contorted in pain, roared at Zhao Shanhe with a heart-rending voice. If you let these Dragon Nation citizens die so that you can resurrect me, then even if I am resurrected, I will kill you and then myself. Shanhe, you must remember your duty. You can't let the lives of innocent people be sacrificed for the sake of one person's life. Kong Weigua desperately tried to dissuade Zhao Shanhe, fearing that he would commit an unpardonable crime because of him. Old Kong, monster, release Old Kong, or I will kill this demoness in front of you. Just as Zhao Shanhe was suffering from unparalleled torment, Chu Wuyuan suddenly shouted at Meng Hang from behind. Meng Hang raised an eyebrow. Chu Wuyuan was holding a dagger to Yiling Xuan's neck. The dagger's cold blade was already leaving a bloody mark on Yiling Xuan's fair neck. Seeing this, Zhao Shanhe secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although threatening an opponent with a woman was not something that a true hero would do, he was facing a ruthless and cold-blooded opponent like Meng Hang. He had no choice but to fight fire with fire, even if it meant resorting to these dishonorable methods. Meng Hang, release Old Kong, or I will kill Yiling Xian. You wouldn't want to risk your life, only to watch your woman die a miserable death, would you? Let's make a deal. As long as you release Old Kong, I'll return this woman to you and lift the seal on the space so you can leave. Zhao Shanhe was focused on Meng Hang's expression. At this point, all he wanted was to bring back Old Kong. He had completely given up on the idea of capturing Meng Hang. Meng Hang, don't believe those hypocrites who say one thing and do another. If you actually release Kong Weigua, they will not only refuse to let us go, but they will also feel that they have no more reason to hold back and will try to kill us without mercy. I would rather die and drag this bunch with me to my grave. Yiling Xian smiled miserably. After speaking to Meng Hang, she tried to bite off her tongue and commit suicide. Luckily, Chu Wuyuan reacted quickly and sealed her acupuncture points, stopping her from doing something foolish. No one had expected this demoness from the Wuxing sect to be so resolute. Everyone was shocked and covered in a cold sweat. Meng Hang, what do you say? Zhao Shanhe looked at Meng Hang with a hint of anxiety. Meng Hang suddenly licked his parched lips with his tongue and said, I hate being threatened. If I have no morals, then you can't threaten me. What do you mean? Just as he finished speaking, Kong Weigua's right index finger suddenly pointed to Yiling Xuan's location. A thin beam of fire, like a laser, shot out instantly, piercing straight through Yiling Xuan's heart. As if that wasn't enough, the fire beam continued its trajectory, piercing through Chu Wuyuan's body behind her, and then at an almost imperceptible speed, slammed into a massive skyscraper hundreds of meters away. Boom! With a loud bang, flames erupted, and the skyscraper was immediately engulfed in flames, with countless burning debris falling to the ground. Yiling Xian, whose heart had been pierced by the flames, did not show any surprise. She just smiled tragically, and then the light faded from her once radiant eyes as she fell powerlessly to the ground. How dare you? Chu Wuyuan looked at Meng Hang in shock, blood gushing from his mouth. Before he could finish his sentence, he was no longer breathing and fell to the ground. Everyone in the scene suddenly became silent, staring at Meng Hang in disbelief. Wasn't Yiling Xian your woman? How could you kill her without hesitation? How could you be so cold-blooded, killing your own woman without even blinking? After a long silence that lasted several seconds, people's expressions changed from shock to terror. He's a madman. Meng Hang is a madman? Run. He's a demon. He will really kill us. Everyone became terrified again. Zhao Shanhe, who was once the symbol of invincibility in their hearts, could no longer bring them a sense of security. No. Zhao Shanhe's face was contorted, veins bulging on his forehead. The furious flames of anger were about to burst his body and pierce the sky. Anger clouded his reason. Zhao Shanhe no longer cared about anything. Several thunderclaps sounded in the air, and his figure vanished, charging toward Meng Hang. At the same moment that Zhao Shanhe moved, Kong Weigua also moved. They charged at each other like a whirlwind, clashing head-on with their fists. A deafening bang reverberated through the air as shockwaves spread outward. Both of them retreated, and then charged at each other again. Boom, 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 boom. The two figures moved too quickly. All that could be heard in the sky were sounds of thunderous explosions, but their figures could not be seen. In just a few minutes, the two sides had exchanged nearly 100 blows that seemed equally matched. The two sides separated again, and each stood on opposite sides of the sky. Zhao Shanhe's expression was still full of rage, and he glared at Meng Hang, who was standing behind Kong Weigua. In contrast, Kong Weigua's pupils were as black as ink, and his eyes showed no sign of emotion. Beast, I was truly blind. I never imagined that you would be so insane that you would kill even the people around you without any hesitation. Zhao Shanhe looked at Meng Hang, who seemed completely unaffected, with a slight smile on his face, and a chill ran down his spine. What is this madman thinking? He, what I'm doing is to show you that in this world, I am the only one who is allowed to threaten others. No one has ever been able to threaten me. So, Lord Zhao, tell me your answer. Do you want to protect the citizens of the Dragon Nation, or do you want to save your teacher? Zhao Shanhe clenched his fists tightly, hesitated for a few seconds, and then said with great difficulty, Teacher, I'm sorry. After I conquer the demon realm, I will go down and accompany you. Chapter 250. The Death of Zhao Shanhe. After saying this, the bewilderment was gone from Zhao Shanhe's eyes, replaced by intense killing intent. He had realized that for Kong Weigua right now, death was the greatest relief. A trace of relief finally appeared in Kong Weigua's emotionless eyes, which then became utterly indifferent, as if he had truly become a soulless walking corpse. Is that your decision? What a pity. Hearing Zhao Shanhe's words, Meng Hang raised an eyebrow and said with some regret, Thunder God. Zhao Shanhe ignored Meng Hang. Instead, he shouted loudly, and his entire body was engulfed in dense arcs of electricity, as if he was being turned into an element. The clouds, which had been dispersed by the aftershocks of the previous battle, formed again. A bolt of lightning shot from Zhao Shanhe's body and went straight into the clouds above. The lightning was like a spark that ignited dry grass. The entire sky was instantly filled with lightning and thunder, and a storm was raging. Old Kong, I have never shown you my true strength because I was afraid that you would think that heroes are getting old. But now, I will use my true power and let you rest assured that with me here, the Dragon Nation will be safe. Kong Weigua looked at Meng Hang, who had completely taken control of him, and mumbled to himself, All the gods of thunder, heed my call and gather. Zhao Shanhe pointed his right finger at the sky. Countless bolts of lightning in the clouds converged towards the center of the clouds. The entire capital was shrouded in dark clouds, as if the end of the world had come. Especially the tens of thousands of bolts of lightning that were gathered together in the clouds, as if they were brewing some incredibly terrifying attack. Thunder punishment of the gods. Zhao Shanhe shouted loudly. The lightning that had been gathered in the center of the clouds fell like a waterfall, heading straight for Kong Weigua below. Although this divine lightning bolt was only as thick as a bucket, the energy it contained was terrifying. The space where it passed through collapsed. Just like the name of the move, even the gods could be killed by it. The terrifying power made Meng Hang, who had been a bystander, change his expression and quickly retreat away from Kong Weigua. And while Kong Weigua still had no expression, the actions of his hands were not slow at all. An incredibly intense heat filled the entire capital. The lush green trees and grass withered instantly. A giant purple fireball formed in the sky and charged toward the divine lightning. Both of them were using their strongest attacks. The energy contained within the divine lightning and the fireball could no longer be described as simply terrifying. The next moment, the two energies collided. Boom! With a deafening roar that sounded like the collapse of the sky, the dark clouds covering the sky were immediately blasted away. Unfortunately, the capital did not see the return of light with the disappearance of the dark clouds, just like how the people of the Dragon Nation had not found hope with Zhao Shanhe's attack. A huge mushroom cloud formed in the sky. The incredibly terrifying aftershocks of the energy were blasted towards the ground below. The nearly 100 ability users below, who had formed the barrier, felt the power, and their faces immediately turned pale. They did not dare to hesitate, and at the same time, they mobilized all of their spiritual power to form a huge barrier, attempting to block the shockwave. But when the shockwave hit, the barrier was as fragile as paper, shattering immediately. The nearly 100 ability users were instantly turned into pieces of meat. The next moment, buildings collapsed, earth and rocks flew, and incredibly pitiful cries of anguish sounded from below. Zhao Shanha's eyes showed a fleeting moment of compassion at the tragic scene below, which was quickly replaced with determination. At that moment, the giant fireball was suddenly pierced by the divine lightning, hitting Kong Weigua's old body with lightning speed, instantly turning him into ashes. Old Kong, rest in peace. Zhao Shanha, who was standing not far away, had tears streaming down his face. A man's tears don't fall easily, but it was just that the time had not come. However, he quickly adjusted his emotions and glared at Meng Hang, as if looking at his mortal enemy and wishing that he could flay him alive. You monster! Without Old Kong's protection, today I will grind your bones to dust to avenge Old Kong, Chu Wuyuan, and the people of the Dragon Nation who died below. Hee hee. Hearing Zhao Shanha say this, Meng Hang couldn't help but laugh. He scratched his ear, then gently blew on it. Only then did he say calmly, "What does all this have to do with me? Old Kong was turned into dust by your divine lightning bolt. That Chu Wuyuan was killed by Old Kong with a single blow. And the Dragon Nation citizens who died below were killed by the aftershocks of your battle with Old Kong. How can you blame me for any of that? Now that Old Kong is dead, if you really want to avenge the people below, then you should kill yourself to apologize instead of demanding that you kill me." Zhao Shanha was angered by Meng Hang's extremely unreasonable words. He sneered and said, "Beast, I won't waste any more time arguing with you. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death." After speaking, he was about to rush towards Meng Hang. Meng Hang stood where he was, showing no signs of dodging. Instead, he grinned and said with a sinister smile, "I'll take your body. Kid, you're too arrogant. If you want to take my life, you should train for a few more centuries." The next moment, just as Zhao Shanha was about to take a step, he suddenly felt a gust of wind coming from behind him. His face instantly changed drastically, and without thinking, he was about to dodge to the side. But it was too late. A pair of large hands covered in flames pierced through his body from behind, and then without hesitation, the hands were pulled out, tearing a bloody hole in Zhao Shanha's body. Zhao Shanha coughed up a mouthful of blood. He looked down in disbelief at the two huge holes in his body, from which blood was flowing, then slowly turned his head to look behind him. What entered his eyes was a face covered in age spots and wrinkles, a face that he knew so well, the face of Old Kong. Looking at Old Kong's indifferent expression, Zhao Shanha said in disbelief, "How is that possible? You clearly turned to ashes. How can you be alive again?" Unfortunately, Zhao Shanha did not receive an explanation from Kong Weigua. Instead, he received another merciless punch. Pooh! Another mouthful of blood sprayed out. The bones in Zhao Shanha's entire body were crushed by the force of the blow, and he could no longer stay afloat in the air. He fell powerlessly towards the ground. Hee hee! I'll take your life. Meng Hang let out a few strange laughs. He pushed off the air with his legs, launching himself like a cannonball toward Zhao Shanha, who was falling downwards. Using this momentum, he slammed his knee into Zhao Shanha's chest and slammed him directly into the ground. Boom! Under the immense force of the impact, the ground started to crack like a spider web. Meng Hang stood on Zhao Shanha's body, looking at Zhao Shanha, who was no longer breathing, and said calmly, "Don't worry, you'll be back soon." Chapter 251. The Evil of Human Nature. The former Yi family residence was now a scene of utter devastation. The trees surrounding the sinkhole had been uprooted, and the ground was shattered and cracked. Zhao Shanha's presence had drawn nearly 10,000 spectators, eager to witness the spectacle. In their minds, Zhao Shanha's personal intervention meant that even if Meng Hang, the demon, truly appeared, he would be easily subdued. However, the unfolding events completely defied their expectations. When Kong Weigua ruthlessly killed Yiling Xian along with Chu Wuyuan, it became clear that Meng Hang had lost all sanity, willing to kill them all without hesitation. The crowd abandoned any hope that Zhao Shanha could turn the tide. They scrambled to escape, pushing and shoving their way outwards. But with nearly 10,000 people fleeing at once, escape was far from easy. The dense crowd surged forward, a cacophony of noise, curses, and hurried pleas filling the air. Some lost their footing and fell, only to be trampled underfoot by those behind them. When the shockwaves of Zhao Shanha's battle with Kong Weiguo rippled outwards, the sheer power instantly turned countless individuals into pulpy remains, while the survivors were left in shock, collapsing to their knees, horrified by the carnage. They had never imagined that instead of dying at the hands of Meng Hang, they might perish from the clash between Zhao Shanha and Kong Weiguo, two of the Dragon Kingdom's revered heroes. Their fears soon morphed into boundless rage. Yet, their inherent cowardice prevented them from directing their anger towards Meng Hang, the madman who saw them as ants. Instead, they unleashed their fury on Zhao Shanha, the man meant to protect them. In their twisted logic, Zhao Shanha, as the Dragon Kingdom's protector, should have protected everyone, regardless of the cost. With faces contorted in rage, they screamed at him. "You call yourself the strongest of the Dragon Kingdom? You can't even kill a fiend like Meng Hang. You're supposed to protect us. What good are you if you can't? Waste. You can't protect us, and your actions have killed so many. Just die. Use all your power and take that devil Meng Hang down with you. That's the only way you can make a contribution to the Dragon Kingdom, and we will remember you." As the crowd hurled their anger at Zhao Shanha, they were suddenly silenced by a bolt of divine lightning that reduced Kong Weiguo to ashes. Their shouts of rage abruptly ceased. "Old Kong, he's been defeated? Kong Weiguo is finally defeated." Not one person felt sorrow for the hero who had given everything for the Dragon Kingdom. Instead, there was only boundless relief. He was finally dead. With his death, they believed, Zhao Shanha would be unconstrained, making taking down Meng Hang a simple task, and they could finally escape this catastrophe. Immediately their tune changed. One moment they were cursing and blaming Zhao Shanha. The next, they were hailing him as a savior. "City Lord Zhao, kill that demon, Meng Hang. Good will always triumph over evil. We always believed you could defeat that devil." But their words once again died in their throats as they stared in stunned disbelief at Zhao Shanha's back. Behind him, countless paper fragments swirled, then coalesced into the aged form of Kong Weiguo. What followed was something they would never forget. It was like a nightmare. Kong Weiguo, without hesitation, pierced Zhao Shanha's mighty body with his bare hand. Then Meng Hang slammed his body from the sky into the ground, leaving him motionless. Everyone's eyes were wide, fixed on the giant crater where Zhao Shanha's body lay. Zhao Shanha, lost? How is that possible? "Get up. Please get up. You are one of the Dragon Kingdom's 4 strongest warriors. How could you lose like this?" Someone cried out in a mental breakdown, their voice hysterical. "It's over. The Dragon Kingdom is doomed. If Zhao Shanha has lost, who in the world can stand against Meng Hang? With one less city lord at the first line, how will we withstand the Yao clan's attacks? Ha, the Dragon Kingdom will fall. The Dragon Kingdom will fall." Someone had completely lost their mind, staggering around and laughing like a madman. His words were like a knife, piercing the hearts of those who were still reeling from Zhao Shanha's death. "Impossible. It's a dream. This is all a dream. Zhao Shanha could never lose. This can't be real. Hee. Ha. Meng Hang slowly rose from Zhao Shanha's body, laughing manically. "You think you can threaten me? Fear, tremble. You will all live in fear of me for the rest of your miserable lives." While the survivors stood there lost and bewildered, one person's eyes suddenly lit up and they dropped to their knees before Meng Hang. "Meng Hang, no, great one. Please spare me. I was just here to watch. This has nothing to do with me." Seeing someone beg Meng Hang for mercy, others quickly followed suit. They knew that with Meng Hang's ruthlessness, he would definitely not let them live. "Please have mercy on us. Zhao Shanha and the others were the ones who wanted to kill you. We have nothing to do with it." Yes, it was all that Zhao Shanha's fault for not knowing his place and trying to kill you. "We are innocent. If you let me live, I will serve you as my master." In the past, when they faced danger, they could rely on powerful figures like Kong Weiguo and Zhao Shanha to step in and save them. But now, those heroes lay dead before them, leaving no one to rely on. Conscience and ethics were nothing but a passing cloud when confronted by death. Abandoning all morals and surrendering to the devil was nothing. In the face of death, self-respect was worthless. "How can you do this? He killed Old Kong and City Lord Zhao, the demon. How can you beg for mercy from this fiend?" As everyone groveled and begged Meng Hang for mercy, a voice rang out in protest. A boy, no older than 16 or 17, stood up and angrily glared at the crowd. Do you have no conscience at all? Old Kong is dead, City Lord Chu is dead, and City Lord Zhao was killed by this demon. We should unite to kill him, not grovel before him. Meng Hang showed no emotion. He watched the crowd with a hint of interest. He was curious to see whether this young man's courage would ignite a spark in anyone else. But the others only disappointed him. Shut up, kid. If you anger Lord Meng Hang, he will kill us all. Chapter 252. The Evil of Human Nature, 2. Countless people glared angrily at the boy. On one hand, they were afraid he would provoke Meng Hang. On the other hand, his courage served as a painful reminder of their own cowardice, something they couldn't bear. When everyone pretends to be asleep, anyone awake was instantly deemed a threat. So, despite Meng Hang not showing any sign of anger, everyone turned their aggression towards the boy. Kill him. He must die to appease Lord Meng Hang. Yes. How dare you disrespect Lord Meng Hang? You must die. Their faces contorted. A mass of angry people lunged towards the boy, as if he had committed some terrible crime. The boy watched in horror as the crowd swarmed him, unable to understand why they were trying to kill him instead of the real demon. The demon is over there. The demon is right there, the boy shouted, pointing at Meng Hang. But they appeared to not hear him at all, pouncing on him and dragging him to the ground. Everyone kicked and punched him, as if proving their loyalty to Meng Hang, or simply using him to vent their own ugly anger now that he had ripped away the last of their pretense. Die! Die! With no restraint, the crowd beat him mercilessly. The boy's screams quickly weakened, and finally, his breath faded away. But the crowd, still blinded by rage, continued their assault, until the boy's body was a bloody mess. Only then, after venting their fury, did they stop and prostrate themselves before Meng Hang. No one tried to escape. They knew that fleeing would only lead to a swift death at Meng Hang's hands. Besides, where could they even go? Great One, we have killed the one who disrespected you. Please spare our lives. They all looked at Meng Hang with pleading eyes, hoping to see a hint of approval on his face. Meng Hang had remained still throughout the entire scene, coldly observing their pathetic performance. After a long pause, he sighed deeply and said faintly, "Human nature. It is truly a disgusting thing." He looked down at Zhao Shana's corpse and said mockingly, "See? These are the people you were willing to die to protect. What good are they?" With that, Meng Hang's eyes turned purple, patterns rippling across them as he began to float into the air. Hearing Meng Hang's words, the crowd looked at him with both fear and anger. "We have already begged for mercy. Why can't you just let us live?" Seeing that pleading was useless, their previously pitiable faces contorted into expressions of pure malice, exposing the darkness that festered within. "If you won't spare us, then we will die trying to take a piece of you with us." Their teeth clenched, they charged at Meng Hang. Meng Hang watched the beast-like mob advance, his face devoid of any emotion. Feel the pain. Experience the pain. Accept the pain. Understand the pain. Super, Shinra Tensei. In an instant, a powerful repulsive force erupted from Meng Hang, spreading outwards in all directions. The earth trembled, the ground cracked and collapsed, and in the blink of an eye, the people who had rushed towards Meng Hang were torn into pieces, their flesh scattered everywhere. Those at the rear, witnessing the carnage, immediately lost all thoughts of resistance and fled outwards, desperately trying to escape. But no matter how fast they were, they could never outrun the expansion of Shinra Tensei. Within seconds, the repulsive field had compressed everything within dozens of miles into a massive crater, a hellish landscape, littered with body parts. Not a single living soul remained, only the remnants of countless bodies to mark the terrible tragedy. The clamor of voices was gone, replaced by an eerie silence, broken only by the wind that carried the heavy scent of blood. Caw, caw, caw. The smell of blood attracted countless carrion birds, their calls only adding to the horror of the scene. Having finished, Meng Hang gently descended to the ground. Behind him stood Kong Weigua, emotionless, as if he was a loyal servant. He was carrying two bodies, cradled in his arms, the corpses of Yi Lingxian and Zhao Shanhe. When Meng Hang had unleashed Shinra Tensei, he had instructed Kong Weigua to take the two bodies above, to prevent them from being destroyed. He gave the desolate scene one last glance, and said nothing more. Alone, he had no one to speak with. The seal surrounding the area had been destroyed by the massive energy fluctuations. Meng Hang activated Kim Yui, and disappeared with Kong Weigua. Soon after, the entire Dragon Kingdom was shaken by news that left everyone in stunned disbelief, and the entire nation was shrouded in fear. Zhao Shanhe had used a member of the Wuxing sect to lure out Meng Hang so that he could kill him. Everyone in the Dragon Kingdom knew about this, and many people were disappointed that they could not see Zhao Shanhe's might firsthand. But the following news left them in utter despair. Meng Hang had appeared and used some supernatural ability to revive Old Kong, then proceeded to kill City Lord Chu Wu Yuan of the Imperial City. After which, he ambushed and killed Zhao Shanhe, a powerhouse of his generation. Meng Hang then went on a rampage, slaughtering nearly 10,000 citizens of the Imperial City in a scene of unparalleled horror. Old Kong resurrected from the dead and Zhao Shanhe killed? This is some kind of sick joke? This is just some gossip. Whoever is spreading such lies to destabilize society should be arrested and sent to the front lines. At first, no one believed the story. They cursed those spreading the false news, wishing them an awful death. But when the Dragon Kingdom's government officially confirmed the reports, the entire nation fell silent. Unlike before, no one cursed Meng Hang as a heartless fiend or wished death upon him. Instead, they all maintained a deafening silence. The death of Zhao Shanhe, one of the Dragon Kingdom's 4 strongest warriors, was an immeasurable loss. The image of Meng Hang as a demonic fiend had been etched into their minds. No one dared to speak out loud against him, fearing that the devil would come for them. With Kong Weigua and Zhao Shanhe both defeated, who else in the world could stand against him? The Dragon Kingdom is doomed, many said in terror as they gazed at the sky, their words a mixture of dread and despair. Chapter 253, Chaos. Since ancient times, the Dragon Kingdom had maintained a balance of power with the demon realm thanks to the 4 great cities of the first line. Now, with the fall of Zhao Shanhe, one of those 4 city lords, that balance had been shattered. How could they possibly withstand the demon clan's attacks? The Yi family, it's all the fault of that damned Yi family. If they hadn't tried to kill Meng Hang in the first place, he would have never become a demon and gone on a killing spree. If Meng Hang had not become a demon, the Dragon Kingdom would have had another powerful warrior, maybe even strong enough to fight our way into the demon realm. With no other outlet, the Dragon Kingdom citizens directed their anger toward the now-vanished Yi family. No one could have imagined that one person could bring the Dragon Kingdom to its current state. At the first line, the city of Jinyuan was eerily quiet, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. White mourning banners hung across the city. All the soldiers and citizens of Jinyuan wore white mourning attire, kneeling in unison facing the direction of the Imperial City. Faces were filled with grief, some openly weeping. For the people of Jinyuan, Zhao Shanhe was an anchor of stability. No one had ever imagined that their godlike city lord, their protector, would not fall on the battlefields of the first line but would die at the hands of a human within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. City Lord, rest assured, we will find that demon. Even if we have to risk our lives, we will kill him. A soldier, kneeling at the very front of the crowd, cried out in anguish to the sky. He then stood abruptly, shouting to the others behind him, "With our city lord dead in the Dragon Kingdom, what's the point of guarding Jinyuan? Everyone, follow my orders, return to the Dragon Kingdom. We will find that demonic being, Meng Hang, no matter what, and avenge our city lord. Kill." Everyone rose to their feet, faces twisted in fury, and roared in unison. The killing intent they had honed over years at the front lines surged from them, a palpable force that coalesced, reaching the sky like a beacon. What a disgrace! Just as everyone was about to leave the city, a thunderous roar shook the air. The shout was like a bucket of ice water, temporarily extinguishing the burning fury in the hearts of the citizens of Jinyuan. 3 figures, like gods descending from heaven, rapidly fell to earth. They were 2 men and a woman, their terrifying auras no less powerful than that of their late city lord, Zhao Shanhe. These were the other 3 city lords of the Dragon Kingdom, who held their positions at the first line, Du Gajan, Xinyuan Jingyang, and Leng Qinqiu. It was the bulliest of them, Xinyuan Jingyang, who had issued the booming roar. When they had heard about Zhao Shanhe's death, they too were shaken to the core. However, the dire situation did not allow for even a moment's panic. They were the Dragon Kingdom's last pillars of support, and if they faltered, the entire nation would be doomed. After a brief consultation, they knew that with Jinyuan City leaderless, it was bound to descend into chaos. Without delay, they immediately traveled to the city. Have you all lost your minds? You are soldiers of the front lines, and you're abandoning your posts. Deserters on the battlefield. I'd be within my rights to execute you all on the spot. Xinyuan Zhengyang raged, shouting at the crowd like an enraged lion. What's the point of guarding this city now that our city lord is dead? Bei, Zhao Shanhe's deputy who had ordered the retreat, roared back, ignoring the consequences. Slap. Xinyuan Zhengyang unleashed a palm strike, sending Bei flying. Soldiers on the front lines were united, and often had a somewhat rebellious streak. Otherwise, they would just be sheep ready for the slaughter by the demon clan. They had previously kept that hidden under the stern hand of Zhao Shanhe, but now that Zhao Shanhe was dead, they no longer had anything to fear. Seeing their superior officer struck in front of them, the anger that had been building finally found an outlet. You are the city lord of Juxiang, not of Jinyuan. Our city lord has just died, and you dare to bully us like this? Everyone stared at Xinyuan Zhengyang, silent but advancing, step by step. If you have the guts, kill us all, they silently challenged him. Seeing their quiet rebellion, Xinyuan Zhengyang sneered and stomped his foot on the ground. The ground cracked open, a huge fissure spreading rapidly towards the crowd, cutting them in two. Losing their footing, many soldiers tumbled to the ground. Xinyuan Zhengyang narrowed his eyes, coldly staring at them as he said, "What, now that Zhao Shanhe is gone, you all want to revolt?" Xinyuan Zhengyang, with his volatile temper, could not tolerate their insolence. It was Long Qianxiu, the only woman of the three, who stepped forward, trying to comfort the crowd. I understand your feelings. We are all deeply saddened by City Lord Zhao's death. But it is exactly at times like these that we need to remain calm and not give the demon clan even a single opportunity. By rushing back to the Dragon Kingdom like this to avenge Zhao Shanhe, you're leaving Jinyuan vulnerable. If the demon clan finds out and takes advantage of this opportunity for a full-scale invasion, pushing deep into Dragon Kingdom territory, who will bear the responsibility? I believe that even in the afterlife, Zhao Shanhe wouldn't want to see Jinyuan City, the place he guarded for half of his life, become the key to the Dragon Kingdom's downfall. But our city lord can't just die for nothing. Bei, with blood still on his lips, said to Long Qianxiu in anguish. Zhao Shanhe will not die in vain. We will avenge him by killing Meng Hang. But that is not the most important thing right now. Right now, we must stabilize the situation at the first line. We cannot let the demon clan exploit our weakness. After stabilizing the soldiers of Jinyuan, the three retreated to a private room. With no one else present, they dropped their facades, all with deeply furrowed brows and heavy faces. They were the pillars of the Dragon Kingdom, and had to maintain an air of calm and control on the surface. But no one was as burdened as they were. The pressure they felt was unimaginable to those outside their circle. The four of them had maintained a delicate balance with the four demon emperors. This was what had prevented the demon clan from making any significant progress for years. But now, with the balance broken, if the demon clan were to learn of it and launch a full-scale attack, the three of them, while able to hold their own against one demon emperor individually, would have no chance fighting two at once. If two demon emperors ganged up on any one of them, that city lord would surely perish. One wrong step, and the entire Dragon Kingdom would spiral into a total collapse. You two, we can't just sit here like this. Let's talk about what we think we should do, Long Qianxiu said, pursing her lips. Chapter 254, Iron-Fisted Methods. After a moment of silence, Du Guzhan, clad in white and with a long sword at his waist, looking like a celestial swordsman, spoke. National conscription. What? National conscription? Hearing Du Guzhan's words, Xinyuan Zhengyang and Long Qianxiu exclaimed in surprise. Have you lost your mind? Now is the time when we should be maintaining a low profile and focusing all our resources on quickly training another supreme warrior. How can we stir things up so much, sending those who haven't grown to their full potential to the battlefield? Isn't that just sending them to their deaths? If one person who could have reached our level dies prematurely, who can bear the responsibility for that loss? Xinyuan Zhengyang said, visibly agitated. Humph. Du Guzhan snorted, and then coldly said, How long do you think the news of Zhao Shanhe's death will remain a secret? The demon clan will find out sooner or later and will do everything they can to take advantage of the situation with a full-scale attack. We will be helpless, left to our own devices. Instead of waiting to die, we should strike at the very roots of the problem and fight with everything we have. We will distribute all the cultivation pills in the Dragon Kingdom to the soldiers on the battlefield. There isn't any time to let them cultivate peacefully anymore. They can only improve through battle. That's the fastest way. As for geniuses dying on the battlefield, humph. If a genius can't survive the battlefield, can they even be considered a genius? Don't forget, according to the records, that Meng Hang just turned 19 a few days ago. He was able to turn the entire Dragon Kingdom upside down at 19. What are our young geniuses lacking? They're lacking the baptism of blood. These hothouse flowers are still patting themselves on the back in schools, thinking there's something special. Lung Qianxiu and Xinyuan Zhengyang fell silent. Meng Hang's power had made them forget that he was just a young man who had barely graduated high school. Right, and those wealthy families. Dugu Zhan paused for a moment and continued. When the nest is overturned, no egg is left intact. These parasites of the Dragon Kingdom have been sucking its blood for years, enjoying their lavish lifestyle. Now is the time for them to spit it out. They should all hand over all their cores, pills, and rare materials unconditionally. Everything will be allocated to the soldiers on the battlefield by the Dragon Kingdom. Lung Qianxiu's expression changed slightly, and she said, "Those families will not agree to that. If we're too forceful, they will unite to resist us. The Dragon Kingdom is already in turmoil. We can't handle any more unrest." Humph, a woman's benevolence. Dugu Zhan showed no mercy and directly rebuked Lung Qianxiu. Now is not the time to waste time negotiating with them. We must make a firm decision and act decisively. If they dare resist, we will kill them. If one family resists, destroy that family. If 10 families resist, destroy them all, until they are too afraid to speak and will obediently hand over their wealth. Dugu Zhan, with his refined appearance like a dashing swordsman, spoke with ruthless resolve. Another silence fell, the other two finally hardening their expressions. As the strongest defenders of the first line, they could not possibly have been kind-hearted. Once they understood the importance, they immediately agreed with Dugu Zhan. Soon, another shocking piece of news spread across the Dragon Kingdom, which was already reeling from Zhao Shanhe's death. All power users in the Dragon Kingdom between the ages of 18 and 50 were to be forcibly drafted into the army, to be conscripted and sent to the first line. In return, the Dragon Kingdom would open its national treasury and provide an unlimited supply of cores and cultivation pills to the soldiers. The news caused an uproar throughout the Dragon Kingdom. National conscription? Does that mean we're going to have an all-out war with the Demon Clan? What is the Dragon Kingdom's leadership thinking? Zhao Shanhe has just died. Shouldn't this be the time to maintain a low profile? Why are they stirring up such a storm? But the Dragon Kingdom's leadership is really going all in, providing unlimited cores and pills. With these things that I couldn't normally afford, I might actually be able to break through to another level. If this news impacted the common folk, the next piece of news made the wealthy families sit up and take notice. All powerful families were to unconditionally hand over all their cores and pills. After the Dragon Kingdom defeated the Demon Clan, they would be rewarded according to their contributions. When those families heard about the national conscription, although they were not willing, their reaction was somewhat muted. After all, if there was a war, they could use their connections to get easier jobs and just muddle through it. When the crisis had passed, they could make excuses such as claiming to be unwell, or having PTSD from the war, and withdraw from the front line without any repercussions. They had often used these tactics when their family members were sent to the front line. It was nothing new to them. But who would have thought the Dragon Kingdom would actually play this seriously and demand they give up all their family fortunes, saying they would be rewarded after defeating the Demon Clan? That was a joke. With Zhao Shanhe already dead, who knew if they could even hold off the Demon Clan's attack? And they were talking about defeating them. They were clearly lying. This was just a waste of resources, and they would naturally not agree to it. Several families, whose ancestors had followed Kong Weigua in resisting the Demon Clan and had done great things for the country, came forward to protest. They said that the Dragon Kingdom was discarding them after using them. Their ancestors had bled and sweated for the country, and they should not be treated this way. These families joined forces, gathering support from other families from various cities to resist this order. They also incited naive students to organize protests in their cities. They said that the Dragon Kingdom's leadership was ordering national conscription and ignoring the lives of the people, that it was tyranny and violated human rights. The Dragon Kingdom, already filled with panic and unease, became even more chaotic. They were exploiting the current situation to their advantage, hoping the Dragon Kingdom's leadership would be too afraid to do anything. But to their surprise, what they received was not concession or appeasement, but Dugu Zhan, clad in white and looking ever so graceful. Without a word, Dugu Zhan, with his sword, directly annihilated two of the powerful families who were orchestrating everything in the background. That day, the sky was filled with sword energy and rivers of blood flowed, silencing all the other families. Zhao Shanhe, his white clothes stained red with blood, left behind a single sentence after destroying the two families. If any family has any more opinions, I will personally come to visit. And with that, he left. No one had expected the Dragon Kingdom to act with such brutal force, disregarding all logic and sending Dugujan, the defender of the first line, to forcefully suppress the families. Chapter 255. The Meeting of Three Powerhouses. Without the wealthy families stirring up trouble from behind the scenes, and with the Dragon Kingdom controlling the narrative and using the media to stoke nationalistic fervor, the nation was quickly unified. A vast army of power users marched toward the first line, while countless cores and rare materials were transported to the front. On the desolate battlefields of the demon realm, a cold wind blew, and the air was thick with the stench of blood, chilling those who dared to tread there. And within this grim environment, 3 coffins stood upright on the ground. Meng Hang made a hand seal, and the coffin lids were simultaneously thrown open by an invisible force, releasing an eerie, chilling aura. When the coffin lids crashed to the ground, they revealed 3 corpses. One was a woman with beauty that could overthrow kingdoms, though her face was too pale, devoid of any signs of life. Another was a majestic middle-aged man, his eyes closed, yet his powerful aura still commanded respect. The last was an old man, his body frail, similar to Kong Weigua, but he wore a long robe embroidered with lifelike dragons, and had dragon horns on his head, exuding a savage and bloodthirsty energy. All 3 opened their eyes at the same time, their irises as black as ink. They gazed at their surroundings in confusion, unable to understand what had happened to them. Meng Hang, you'll pay. Zhao Shanhe, still retaining the memory of being pierced through the body by Kong Weigua's palm, saw Meng Hang standing before him and, without regard for their location, rushed at him. But in the next moment, he froze, stuck with one foot extended forward, unable to move. How is this possible? What have you done to me? Zhao Shanhe struggled, discovering that his body was completely out of his control. He stared at Meng Hang with a look of growing panic. He, who would have thought that the famous Zhao Shanhe would be killed one day? After her initial confusion, Lingxian understood that she must have been resurrected by Meng Hang's heaven-defying technique. After all, back at the Wuxing sect headquarters, she had personally witnessed Meng Hang summon Kong Weigua back from the underworld. Thus she was not so surprised by it. But when she saw Zhao Shanhe, also resurrected, she was shocked. It was true that this strongest warrior of the Dragon Kingdom had been killed by Meng Hang. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Seeing Lingxian, who had died in front of him, now standing unharmed before him, and hearing her words, Kong Weigua's pupils contracted. Memories flooded his mind, and combined with his previous experience of seeing Kong Weigua resurrected, he immediately understood his own situation. So, I'm already dead, Kong Weigua mumbled, his eyes unfocused. Can anyone tell me what's going on here? Just then, an aged voice spoke. The others looked in the direction of the sound. The old man with dragon horns was looking around at the group, his imposing presence causing Zhao Shanhe to feel a secret sense of dread. A demon clan? When did the demon clan have a powerhouse this terrifying? Kong Weigua was in shock. He had guarded the first line for so long, and had never heard of Meng Hang being here, let alone killing a powerful individual equal to a demon emperor. Young lad, can you tell me what's going on? The Dragon Emperor immediately recognized that the young man was the one leading the situation. So he questioned Meng Hang. He stood with his hands behind his back, seemingly at ease, not at all bothered by the fact that he had become a puppet. Meng Hang's lips curled into a smile as he said, "It's better to let your old acquaintance explain it to you." With a flick of his wrist, Kong Weigua's figure appeared from thin air. Upon seeing Kong Weigua, the Dragon Emperor was visibly stunned, then cautiously asked, "Kong Weigua?" Kong Weigua was also shocked when he saw the Dragon Emperor, his eyes filling with killing intent. "To think I'd see you again, you old mudfish." "Ha ha ha, Kong Weigua, it's really you. How many years have passed? The young man who was so full of energy in front of me has now become a decrepit old fool." Confirming Kong Weigua's identity, the Dragon Emperor laughed wildly. But his laughter quickly turned into a sinister glare, and he vanished from his position. Almost simultaneously, Kong Weigua's body transformed into a blur of motion. Boom! The space shuddered with a tremendous explosion, and a shockwave of air blasted outwards. Meng Hang activated his Rinnegan, using Shinra Tensei to block the devastating shockwave. Zhao Shanhe also remained unmoved, only snorting coldly as lightning crackled across his body. He unleashed a fist at the front and sent the explosive force flying back in the opposite direction. Both of them were powerful enough to withstand the blast. However, the weakest, Yilingxian, was not so lucky. Feeling the earth-shattering force, Yilingxuan's face paled, and she subconsciously activated her spatial ability to escape. But as soon as a spatial tunnel appeared before her, it began to break down and collapse under the immense pressure. Before Yilingxian could react, she was blown to pieces. Then paper scraps flew around and gathered together, once again reforming her appearance. The resurrected Yilingxian stared at her hands in shock, muttering in disbelief. This technique can not only bring the dead back to life, it can also grant immortality. Zhao Shanhe, not far away, was also surprised as he looked at her. So that's how it is. I was wondering why old Kong was able to appear behind me unharmed after I destroyed him. To lose to such an insane power, my death is not in vain. The Dragon Emperor and Kong Weigua reappeared, each standing still, glaring at the other. Enemies meeting face to face, their eyes filled with hatred. When the Dragon Emperor was still alive, it was Kong Weigua who prevented him from conquering the Dragon Kingdom. Just as they were about to continue their fight, they found themselves unable to move. Meng Hang walked calmly between them and said, all right, from now on, we're all family. There's no need to fight. Himph, a young child, how dare you order me around? The Dragon Emperor snorted, clearly disdaining the young man before him. Meng Hang raised an eyebrow and coldly said to the Dragon Emperor, old fool, don't push your luck. I can summon you back from the dead, even after hundreds of years, and I can just as easily send you back. If you dare to say another word, I will erase your mind. Chapter 256, Submission. Hearing Meng Hang's words, the Dragon Emperor's arrogant expression instantly froze. He was so excited by his sudden resurrection that he had forgotten his current circumstances. The thought of the emptiness that came after death made him tremble, even the mighty Dragon Emperor. He vowed to do everything in his power to avoid having his consciousness once again fall into oblivion. Slowly, he kneeled down on one knee, bowed his proud head, and whispered, this old servant greets his master. Seeing how quickly the Dragon Emperor's attitude changed, Kong Weigua's mouth twitched. He never thought the supreme ruler of the demon clan, someone he had fought against for years, could be so shameless. Zhao Shanhe's mind was in turmoil. Through their conversation, he immediately understood that this terrifying old man was the Dragon Emperor who had died centuries ago. How is it possible that there is such an insane power in this world? With this ability, can anyone be resurrected? He had heard stories about Meng Hang's bizarre methods, but after seeing it with his own eyes, Zhao Shanhe realized that the stories didn't do it justice. After having the Dragon Emperor get up, Meng Hang looked toward Yilingxian, who was still in shock, and said, well, it's your turn now. My turn? What do you mean by it's my turn? Yilingxian looked at Meng Hang, confused. Of course it's about your resurrection. You're different from them. I can't just leave you in this state forever. Resurrection? The other three exclaimed in unison, staring at Meng Hang in disbelief. Master, are you talking about true resurrection? The Dragon Emperor was trembling, his eyes shining with desire. He had believed that remaining in this state was already a miracle beyond his wildest dreams, but to hear that Meng Hang could completely resurrect the dead, it was incredibly exciting. How many years have passed? Has the world evolved this much? The Dragon Emperor muttered to himself. Yes, the true meaning of resurrection. Is there a problem? Meng Hang raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a hint of amusement. Hearing this, the Dragon Emperor asked tentatively, I wonder if Master would have the mercy to resurrect this old servant as well? Meng Hang glanced at him, sneering in his heart. Resurrect you? Are you kidding me? I'm not a saint. How would I control you if I resurrected you? Though these were his thoughts, his face showed a thoughtful expression. It's not impossible. It depends on how you perform in the future. The Dragon Emperor was overjoyed, and once again bowed before Meng Hang. If his previous bow was merely a temporary act, then this time he truly surrendered to Meng Hang. Master, you are the most compassionate being. I will serve you wholeheartedly. Ignoring him, Meng Hang looked at Yilingxian again. All right, I'll resurrect you now. Wait. Yilingxian suddenly called out. What's the problem now? Can I keep this state for now? Maybe resurrect me later when I have the chance? Lingxian said, slightly embarrassed. What? You don't want to be resurrected? The four others exclaimed at the same time, staring at Lingxian as if she had gone insane. Though Zhao Shanhe and Kong Weigua, due to their pride as strong warriors, did not say anything, they both yearned for true resurrection. This golden opportunity was right in front of her, but she was turning it down. This made the three recently resurrected warriors feel like they had eaten shit. Seeing their expressions, Lingxian hastily explained, "That's not what I mean. I mean that I think this immortal body is quite powerful. I want to keep it for a while. Of course, if it is necessary to resurrect me right now, just pretend I didn't say anything." Lingxian looked carefully at Meng Hang, afraid that he would think she was being disrespectful. She softly asked, "Meng Hang, is that okay?" Meng Hang chuckled. This was a great thing that would save him kill points. Naturally, he was happy to comply. "Sure, whatever you want. Just tell me if you want to be resurrected." The Dragon Emperor looked calm on the surface, but he was screaming in his heart. What a waste. If you don't want it, give me that opportunity. The location where they were was in the middle of the four great cities and the Demon Realm, the most fiercely contested place in the history of the war. Meng Hang was now free from any restrictions on this planet, so there was no need to hide. He chose this place to build his city. The next moment, a small, dragon-shaped creature appeared in his hand. When the Dragon Emperor saw this thing, his heart trembled. He felt a connection with this item, that it was part of his bloodline. But, searching through his memories, he couldn't remember seeing such a tiny thing before. Then, the white bone suddenly grew in size, transforming into a massive skeleton dragon, thousands of feet tall. Though it was only a skeleton, the imposing presence it exuded was immense. The Dragon Emperor's eyes went wide in disbelief. He was staring at the skeletal dragon, his eyes almost popping out of his head. Is that my body? He was right. This was Meng Hang's spoils of war, the remains of the Dragon Emperor which he had openly stolen from the Demon Realm. As for why it was just a skeleton, that was because Meng Hang had used enormous effort to scrape away the flesh so it could act as a catalyst for summoning the Dragon Emperor. "Master, is this really my corpse?" Yes, it is indeed your corpse. I wanted to build a city of white bones, and I thought your body would be perfect for it. So I went to the Demon Realm and retrieved your remains." Meng Hang put his hands behind his back and leisurely glanced at his work. He didn't care about what others thought of it. Hearing this, the old Dragon Emperor's lips twitched uncontrollably. He didn't dare vent his anger at Meng Hang, so he cursed the four demon emperors of the demon clan in his heart. What was the point of having such trash? They had actually allowed some man to steal his body from the Demon Realm. The giant dragon, thousands of feet tall, spiraled upwards into the sky, forming a massive white bone wall. And unlike the four great cities, the superior presence that the bone dragon emitted was enough to make any low-level demon beast feel weak-kneed, and too scared to move even a bit. The Dragon Emperor's skeleton was incredibly hard. There was no need to carve a single array on it. It could withstand the attacks of thousands of demons. Meng Hang walked around the Bone City, nodding in satisfaction. He then instructed the Dragon Emperor to create a city gate in the wall. After all, it knew its own body structure the best. So opening the gate was naturally its task. Chapter 257, The White Bone Fortress. Meng Hang's approach, so cruel it was practically an insult, caused the Dragon Emperor's forehead veins to bulge, as he felt utterly humiliated. After all, the act of forcing someone to defile their own corpse was something only a pervert like Meng Hang could conceive. Seeing the Dragon Emperor's hesitation, Meng Hang raised an eyebrow and asked, "What, are you unwilling? Then I'll just do it myself?" The Dragon Emperor forced a smile and replied, "Master, what are you saying? This kind of thing would only dirty your hands. Let this old servant do the honors." With that, he braced himself and walked towards his skeleton. Zhao Shanhe and Kong Weigua stood aside, staring at the Dragon Emperor's subservient actions with strange expressions, silently scoffing in their hearts. They had never expected the Dragon Emperor of the Demon Clan to be capable of such pathetic behavior. The giant bones were incredibly hard. Even with the Dragon Emperor's power, it took quite some time to carve a giant gate into his own body, a gate about 10 meters high and 5 meters wide. Afterwards, Meng Hang used wood release to create a huge gate. He then placed a massive plaque above the gate, bearing two large characters, Royal City. Building a city called Royal City between the human and demon realms was telling in Meng Hang's intentions. Meng Hang then took out countless white bones he had collected from the battlefield. With the help of the several powerful warriors, it only took a short time to lay a bone-paved street and build a white bone palace. The entire city was white, devoid of any other color. It caused those who saw it to feel a sense of cold dread, mixed with a kind of awe. Meng Hang walked into the palace, followed by Yiling Xian, Luo, Kong Weigua, and Zhao Shanhe. The Dragon Emperor roared, and his body transformed into a 2-meter-long, jet-black dragon, as thin as a woman's wrist and extremely docile. It wrapped itself around Meng Hang's body. Inside the palace, a massive white bone throne was prominently placed. Meng Hang slowly sat down on it, the black dragon below him bearing its fangs. The 4 people below him, standing in 2 lines, knelt down before Meng Hang at the same time. At the same time, outside of the palace, the originally empty and lifeless streets suddenly filled with densely packed figures of humans and demons. They all knelt towards the palace, a truly spectacular sight. Never in history had there been such a harmonious scene between humans and demons. If anyone from the outside world, from both the human and demon clans, were to see this, they would surely be shocked. And on the solemn and cold white bone throne, Meng Hang, in his black robe, looked like the king of the underworld, looking down upon the world. Meanwhile, several kilometers outside of the White Bone Fortress, a team of 5 scouts was carefully making their way across the battlefield. A burly man with a full beard said to a young man beside him, "Little Wang, I know you're not happy about being assigned to our team. You feel that only fighting demons on the battlefield can show your worth. But let me tell you, our job as scouts is the most important of all the 4 cities." The burly man saw the barely perceptible pursing of the young man's lips, and he smiled without any anger, continuing, "I'm telling you, intelligence is the most crucial part of any war. We need to keep track of the demon clan's movements in real time. Whether the demon clan is planning to ambush any of the 4 cities, we're the ones that need to investigate. Especially with the death of Zhao Shanhe, which has left Jiuan City vulnerable, we need to keep a close eye on those demon bastards' lair, in case they try to launch an attack. So, we're essentially the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom. Without us, the Dragon Kingdom's army would be as blind as a bat. Now that I've told you so much, do you understand how important our position is?" As the burly man was trying to change the newcomer's perspective, he suddenly noticed his 4 team members' eyes go vacant. They seemed to be in shock. He nodded in satisfaction, thinking his words had enlightened them. But then, with a smile, he jokingly scolded the other 3 members. "This was all for little Wang. What's wrong with you 3 acting like this?" One of the crew, a young man with a buzz cut, pointed at the area behind the burly man and stuttered, "See, Captain, is that a mirage?" The burly captain was momentarily stunned, before quickly turning around. He then mirrored his team's expressions and was filled with disbelief. In their line of sight, a skeletal dragon, coiled and rising into the sky, pierced upwards. The burly man's face changed drastically. Although he did not understand what was happening, his many years of experience as a scout told him that this was no ordinary situation. Anything that was unusual was usually evil. In this sensitive place between the 2 races, such a large creature suddenly appearing could not be good. And the fact that they could sense the terrifying presence of that skeletal dragon from such a distance indicated that the demon clan must be up to something. The situation was urgent, so he did not hesitate and issued orders with a grave expression. "Wang Ming, you will immediately return to Juxiong City and report this to the city lord. Zhou Shi, Qianyang, and Li Wei, you 3 come with me to investigate what is going on there." "Understood, Captain." Zhou Shi and the other 2 were all veterans, who immediately understood the seriousness of the situation. They agreed without hesitation. Wang Ming, who had just joined the military, wanted to investigate this strange phenomenon. He quickly shouted, "Captain, I want to go investigate too." "Nonsense." The burly man no longer had the amiable attitude from before, scolding him loudly. "Someone needs to return to the city and report this to the city lord. I have a feeling this is not a simple matter. If we all go and die there, and are unable to send any information, this delay could cause us to lose the war. Can you bear that responsibility? Then why me and not the others?" Wang Ming stubbornly argued. "You've only just joined the team. You're still not in sync with the other team members. You might cause an accident that results in everyone dying. So, the safest plan for now is for you to return and deliver this message." But Wang Ming tried to say more, but was interrupted by his captain. Enough, there is no time to waste words on you. A soldier must follow orders. What you need to do now is obey. Wang Ming gritted his teeth and begrudgingly began to rush back toward Juxiong City, while the remaining four concealed themselves, heading towards the skeletal dragon. Chapter 258, A Ghostly Realm. As the saying goes, the mountain looks closer than it actually is. Although the four had felt that the huge creature was close at hand, it still took them almost half an hour to reach the vicinity of the skeletal dragon. The land around the first line was barren, and years of constant bloodshed had made it nearly impossible for plants to grow there. But nothing was absolute. There grew a special plant unique to this place, the crimson grass. Crimson grass grew to be about half a person tall. It lived off of the blood in the earth, which also gave it its crimson color and its name. At that moment, the four of them were hiding in a clump of crimson grass not too far from the skeletal dragon, staring dumbfounded at the huge, firmly closed city gate. Looking at the words Royal City on the gate, the four of them were briefly lost in a state of confusion and shock. Captain, this skeletal dragon is actually a city? Zhou Shi, the buzz-cut team member, asked in disbelief, while sensing the terrifying power emanating from the ancient beast. The burly captain swallowed hard and opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. He had spent nearly 10 years on the first line and had seen a lot, but had never heard of anyone having such an incredible idea, using the skeleton of a terrifying beast as the city walls. Captain, what should we do now? After some hesitation, the burly man gritted his teeth and said, "It is what it is. If you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch its cubs? Qianyang, use your earth manipulation ability to take the three of us inside. Let's see for ourselves who has such an insane idea." After speaking, the three placed their hands on Qianyang. The ground then rippled like water, and the four of them sank below the surface. In a secluded corner inside the White Bone City, a small mound of earth suddenly appeared, and then the four of them silently emerged. Hiss! When they saw the scene inside the city, the scouts, who had seen all kinds of crises and had good mental fortitude, could not help but blanch and gasp. They looked around, and all that met their eyes was an eerie white. A path paved with the white bones of countless unknown creatures ran through the whole city. The houses on either side of the road were also built from bones. In the center of the entire city, a huge white bone palace was located. The moonlight gave the white bone palace a chilling aura, sending shivers down their spines. How many bones did they use to build this city? The four of them thought in alarm. The entire city was completely empty. There was no one to be seen on the streets. It felt like they were in a realm of ghosts. A cold breeze blew by, making all their hairs stand on end. Who's there? Just then, the burly captain felt a cold gaze on his back, and he quickly turned around. But there was nothing behind him, except for the pale white walls of a bone building. Why don't we all split up to investigate? Qianyang asked the burly captain. They had worked together for years. In these kinds of situations, they would split up to save time, and then meet back up at the starting point after a while. But this time the burly captain shook his head. This place is too strange. Even I feel fear. Better safe than sorry. To prevent anyone from being picked off one by one, let's stick together. The four approached the nearest white bone house. The burly captain carefully pushed open the bone door. As soon as he touched the door, an icy chill spread from his fingertips. For some unknown reason, although he had seen far more disgusting scenes, a sense of revulsion arose in the burly captain's heart. Suppressing this strange feeling, he led the other three carefully inside. Inside the house, the four saw nothing. It was completely empty. There wasn't even a single chair or table. The four of them checked a few more rooms and found all of them to be the same. Nothing but an empty room without any signs of life. Is this really just an empty city? The four of them had that thought at the same time. The burly captain frowned and had the feeling that the cold gaze that he felt wasn't an illusion. This place was far more complicated than he had imagined. Then he suddenly thought of something. He slowly looked up at the ceiling. He then saw a figure with tattered clothes, silently clinging to the ceiling like a gecko. The figure's face was pale and bloodless, and it felt like a corpse, especially those dark, soulless eyes. The burly captain had no time to think and quickly shouted, "Look out above." At the same time, the figure on the ceiling pushed off and rushed directly at the four below. As scouts on the front lines, their skills were not to be underestimated. At the same time that the burly captain yelled out the warning, the other three reacted without hesitation and jumped backwards. The burly captain, with a long blade appearing in his hand, slashed at the figure above with lightning speed. A cold light flashed, and the figure was cut in half, falling to the ground with a thud. Seeing how easily he had defeated the figure, the four of them all breathed a sigh of relief, and were about to check the situation. But in the next moment, the corpse, which had been cut in half, turned into countless pieces of paper, and then gathered together again, transforming back into that pale-faced figure. The figure rushed at them again as if nothing had happened. Seeing this strange scene, the four of them felt a chill run from their feet all the way to their heads. "What the hell is that thing?" The burly captain couldn't help but curse. Gripping his blade, he moved forward and cut the figure in half again. But that figure was seemingly invincible. It was completely unharmed by the burly captain's attacks. "Retreat!" The burly captain shouted, and was the first to rush out of the house. Seeing the strange situation, the other three lost all motivation to fight, and followed their captain's lead, fleeing out of the house. But they had stirred a hornet's nest. The white-bone fortress, which had been as quiet as a ghost realm, suddenly came to life. Countless figures with blank expressions and dark pupils walked out of the bone houses on either side of the street. The previously empty streets were now densely packed with people. As soon as the figures saw the four come out of the house, they swarmed like zombies smelling fresh meat and mindlessly rushed at them. Chapter 259. The Demon Clan's Move. The sudden appearance of this scene terrified the four members of the burly captain's scouting team. It felt like they were facing a siege of zombies. "Use earth manipulation. Let's get out of here," the burly captain yelled to Qianyang. But just as Qianyang was about to activate his ability, countless arms suddenly shot out from the ground, grabbing the four of them by their ankles. "Holy crap, these damn things are all over underground too." Qianyang shivered, and goosebumps broke out all over his body. The four quickly drew their weapons and chopped off the arms that were gripping them, along with the hands attached. By this point, the streets of the white-bone fortress were packed with figures, and countless withered arms stretched up from the ground, like dying grass. Their position was exposed. There was no need to hide anymore. So, they prepared to escape into the sky. Screech! But in the next moment, huge shadows appeared in the sky. More than a dozen giant bird-like demons were circling above. Cold sweat soaked the four of their clothes. It seemed they had nowhere to go. Run towards the white-bone palace. The burly captain noticed that only the palace was not surrounded by the monsters. He had no time to think, and called out to the others as they rushed in that direction. The white-bone palace stood quietly like an ancient beast, its jaws open, waiting for the four to walk right in. But they had no other option. So, the burly captain and the others steeled themselves and began to run towards the palace. After running a few steps, the team looked back and realized the monsters were just hovering there, staring coldly at them. They did not seem willing to advance. It was as if there was some terrifying entity within the palace, which made them feel extremely wary, preventing them from taking another step forward. The four of them could feel an icy chill coming from within the palace, creating an indescribable sense of dread. But they were already in too deep. There was no turning back. They had to go in to find out what was going on. The four cautiously walked to the palace entrance and looked inside. The interior of the palace was too dark for the moonlight to reach. It was deathly silent. "Captain, are we really going to go in?" Li Wei asked, feeling his heart about to burst from his chest. "We have no way out now. We might as well go in and take a look," the burly captain said through gritted teeth. As the four stepped inside the palace, their surroundings changed. The interior, which had looked pitch black from the outside, suddenly became much brighter. A soft moonlight spilled into the palace, creating shifting patterns of light and shadow. The next moment, the four felt an overwhelming force descend from a solemn white bone throne on a high platform, forcing them to fall to their knees. In terror, they looked upwards and saw a shadowy figure suddenly appear on the white bone throne, a figure they couldn't make out. The figure was gazing down upon them like a king, and a pair of blood-red eyes were looking at them with indifference. Behind the figure, there were two more figures. The pressure from them caused the four of them to gasp. This feeling they had only experienced when facing their city lord. Could it be that each of the people behind him had the power of a city lord? That's impossible. The four people kneeling on the ground stared wide-eyed, looking up in horror at the three figures. If it was as they suspected, how terrifying would this new force be? And if the two standing there, who were clearly servants, were so powerful, then how terrifying would be the ones sitting on the throne? Meng Hang looked down at the four kneeling before him, and a smile touched his lips. In the next moment, the four people's eyes glazed over, and they bowed to Meng Hang in reverence, before slowly retreating from the palace, disappearing into the crowd. They had become part of the myriad of living corpses. The crowd within the city disappeared once more, as if they had never existed. The palace returned to its dead silence. Kong Weigua shook his head, feeling helpless as he looked at Meng Hang, who was smiling. He hadn't expected this merciless killer to have such a childlike side, to make such a big scene to scare them, when all of this could have been solved by simply lifting a finger. At the same time that the white-boned fortress appeared, both the human and demon races were thrown into chaos. The demon race, especially, was searching for Meng Hang with everything they had. What? The Dragon Emperor's remains appeared on the battlefield? And they're just bones? The flesh and blood are all gone? Hearing this, the four demon emperors nearly popped their eyes out of their sockets. What the hell is that kid trying to do? Why did he put the Dragon Emperor's skeleton there? The four demon emperors looked at each other, all showing confusion. Forget all that. Let's just bring our entire force there and destroy that kid. The Titan Ape King, the most temperamental of them, shouted. The other three demon emperors frowned and did not respond. Could that kid be a human spy? Did he deliberately steal the Dragon Emperor's body and put it in the middle of the battlefield as bait? The Rakshasa Dragon King pondered for a long time before speaking, a trace of doubt in his voice. He could not think of any other reason for that kid to steal the Dragon Emperor's body. Although news of Zhao Shanhe's death had created a great impact in the Dragon Kingdom, the news had yet to reach the demon realm. This is also an opportunity. No matter what the reason is, absolute power trumps all. The persistent pangolin's eyes glinted, and he said heroically, "The second spiritual energy revival is coming. It's imperative that we unify Blue Star. Let's use this chance to mobilize all our power and take the human race." "Brother Pangolin, that is what I was thinking as well," said the thousand-legged centipede king, sounding excited. "The Dragon Emperor's remains are a matter of our honor. We must get them back. The humans will never expect that we would use our entire army for a dead Dragon Emperor. When they are off guard, we'll launch a surprise attack and take down a city. With one less warrior of the human race's four strongest, the remaining three will be easy prey. We can take them all out one by one." "Yes, I agree." The Titan Ape King quickly agreed, excited by the plan. After that, all three turned to look at the Rakshasa Dragon King, who had not yet spoken. "Brother Rakshasa, what are your thoughts?" "Hee. All of you have already made up your mind, so of course I agree." The four decided at once, and with their decision, the fate of the entire Blue Star was sealed. After some more discussion, the four demon emperors turned and left without saying another word, going off to prepare for the imminent war. Chapter 260, The All-Out War. The atmosphere in the four cities had become incredibly tense. The sudden appearance of the skeletal dragon on the battlefield made them uneasy. All the scouts sent out by the four cities had gone missing. Not a single one had made it back alive. This made them even more afraid. Everyone suspected that the demon clan had learned of Zhao Shanhe's death and were plotting something. "Brother Dugu, what do you think about all this?" Xinyuan Zhengyang asked Dugujan. "What can we do? We can only adapt to the changing circumstances. I had hoped the news of Zhao Shanhe's death could be kept secret for a while, so that our geniuses could have some time to grow. But fate doesn't seem to be on our side. The demon clan is not giving us any time to breathe," Dugujan said, frustrated, his expression gloomy. "Let's take it one step at a time. Send all the scouts from the four cities. Keep a close watch on the skeletal dragon that suddenly appeared and the movements in the demon realm. If they don't make a move, we won't either." "Sigh. We can only do that, it seems." Xinyuan Zhengyang and Long Qinqiu smiled bitterly and nodded. Things had already reached this point, and they did not know what else to do. 3 days passed, and the demon clan had yet to make a move. The three city lords, who had gathered again, all had deeply furrowed brows. They were now in a situation where one wrong step could cause their nation to fall into an abyss from which there was no returning. They were now meeting almost daily to discuss the next strategic moves for the Dragon Kingdom. The long period of quiet only made them feel more uneasy, not less. They all felt the atmosphere had grown ominous. And as the three looked at each other in silence, a scout, without even knocking, rushed in, looking panicked. The three did not scold him. Instead, they anxiously asked, "What is it? Has something happened in the demon realm?" The scout was drenched in sweat, covered in dirt, and said in a terrified voice, It's bad. The demon clan is mobilizing its entire force, led by the 4 demon emperors. They are heading this way. What? The 3 city lords stood up abruptly, momentarily speechless. None of them had expected the demon clan to be so decisive, to initiate a war that concerned their entire race. However, as the 3 strongest warriors of the Dragon Kingdom, they quickly composed themselves. Spread the word. All soldiers, assemble immediately. The next moment, Du Gujan's cold voice echoed throughout the city. Although everyone did not understand what was happening, they knew that if the city lord personally gave the order, then it was something that would decide the fate of their city. Xinyuan Zhengyang and Long Qinqiu disappeared from their places and hurried back to their own cities. News of the demon clan's all-out attack quickly spread throughout the 4 cities like wildfire. Is this real? How can it be so sudden? Have they gone crazy? Why are they launching a full-scale attack now? Some of the younger soldiers who had just arrived at the front line said in shock. They had thought they had more time to train and grow, but they hadn't expected the war between the human and demon races to come so soon. The news had arrived too quickly, and they found it hard to believe. Why else would they be attacking? It's because they found out about Zhao Shanhe's death, of course. If I was a demon emperor, I would definitely use this golden opportunity and launch a full-scale attack. With the fate of the Dragon Kingdom hanging in the balance, the entire military force of the 4 cities had gathered in less than half a day, preparing for battle. Luckily, Du Gujan had the foresight to gather all the power users in the Dragon Kingdom to the first line. Otherwise, they would only be able to watch helplessly. And our instigator, Meng Hang, stood atop the thousands of foot-tall dragon head, looking down at the movements of both sides. Looking at the seemingly endless line of demons in the demon realm, Zhao Shanhe and Kong Weigua's faces grew incredibly grim. They both knew that with one less powerful warrior, the Dragon Kingdom would be at a disadvantage in this war. Meng Hang, what exactly do you want to do? Zhao Shanhe could no longer suppress his anger and questioned Meng Hang. What benefits do you get from starting this war? Meng Hang put his hands behind his back, the strong winds at that altitude causing his black robe to flutter. The time is ripe. We should make the final settlement. What do you mean? For some unknown reason, Zhao Shanhe and Kong Weigua both felt a stirring of unease when they heard Meng Hang's words. You'll know soon enough. Not too much later, the entire first-line battlefield began to shake. This was not caused by any strong warrior fighting, but by the billions of feet simultaneously stomping on the ground. Soon, with the White Bone Fortress as the dividing line, the human and demon forces gathered. The huge ancient battlefield, bathed in moonlight, was filled with densely packed figures. A chilling, killing intent permeated the entire area. The war, which concerned the fate of the 2 races, was not as intense as they had imagined. Both sides stared at each other, tense and quiet, no one daring to make any moves. The 7 strongest warriors, representing the pinnacle of their respective races, floated in the sky, facing each other. The 3 humans and 4 demons looked down at the words Royal City, their hearts filled with rage. To build such a large city in the middle of the battlefield, and name it Royal City, what did that mean? The most furious were the demons. After all, the walls of the city were made from the bones of their Dragon Emperor. Emph! How dare you humans use our Dragon Emperor's corpse to build this city? What? Do you think we dare not fight to the death? Enough of the tricks, bring out the brat that stole the Dragon Emperor's corpse. And where is Zhao Shanhe? Is he hiding somewhere, preparing to ambush us? The Rakshasa Demon King narrowed his eyes, coldly looking at the 3 human warriors. Du Gujan and the others were confused. They didn't understand what the Rakshasa Dragon King meant. They didn't know that Zhao Shanhe had died. This White Bone City wasn't built by the demon clan. The walls were made of a Dragon Emperor's corpse that had been dead for countless years. Countless questions swirled through the 3's minds. Long Qinqiu held back what she was going to say and snorted. Where Zhao Shanhe is none of your concern. He will appear when it's time. But you demon clan are the masters of slander. Clearly you're the ones who built this city, and now you dare turn around and accuse us. Chapter 261, Doubt. Long Qinqiu's words stunned the 4 demon emperors present, who looked at her with confusion. By your logic, the Dragon Emperor's remains weren't stolen by you, but rather placed here by us? Heh, City Lord Long, things have already reached this point. What's the point of saying such things? The Rakshasa Demon King said with a hint of disdain. Look at the dense ranks of warriors below. They are all here because your human race stole the Dragon Emperor's corpse. Now, you're even turning the blame back on us, claiming we did this. What's the point of such an obvious fabrication that both sides know is a lie? The three human city lords furrowed their brows. Judging by the Rakshasa Demon King's tone, this matter was not as simple as they had thought. Just as you said, things have already reached this point. What reason would we have to frame you? Du Gujian spoke up. The three humans and four demons stood in the air, gazing at each other in silence. They all realized that they seemed to have been played by someone. According to what you've said, that person who could demonize, with white scales, dragon horns, and half-snake, half-demon features, wasn't sent by your human race? The golden-winged Pong King narrowed his eyes, still somewhat unwilling to believe it. White scales, half-snake, half-demon? The three city lords' eyes widened in surprise. Simultaneously, they exclaimed. Based on the golden-winged Pong King's description, a sinister and cold figure appeared in their minds. Did that person have blood-red pupils, and could they also use strange spatial abilities? Lung Chinchio's eyes flashed with a cold light as she asked urgently. Hearing this, the golden-winged Pong King let out a cold laugh. What? Admitting that Brat was one of your people? Bah, that biggest traitor of the human race. I can't wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Xian Yuan Zhangyang's face contorted with rage, and killing intent surged around him. Oh? What makes you say that? That fiend has committed monstrous crimes in the Dragon Kingdom, slaughtering its people, and even killing one of our important officials. We've been searching for him everywhere. We never expected that this brat had already run to the first-line sky, and even caused such a large commotion. Xian Yuan Zhengyang almost blurted out the fact that Meng Hang had killed Zhao Shanhe, but thankfully he reacted in time and didn't leak the information. Now, the demon race still feared where Zhao Shanhe might be hiding and were willing to negotiate. If they knew that Zhao Shanhe had died, they wouldn't hesitate to attack. The three humans and four demons silently looked at the skeletal city below, their eyes filled with endless killing intent. Although they didn't know why that brat had done this, judging by what they knew, it was very likely that he was hiding in that giant bone city. Then, shall we deal with this common enemy first, and then discuss the matter between us? The Rakshasa Demon King looked at the three human city lords, seeking their opinion. In their hearts, regardless of whether or not this brat existed, this battle was inevitable. Even though the human side said that the brat was a traitor, who knew if these cunning humans were lying again and secretly planning something big, the safest thing to do was to first eliminate the brat and then attack the human race without reservation. The human side was actually thinking the same thing. How could they believe the words of a group of beasts with just a few words? Moreover, it was clear that the human race was now at a disadvantage, and they would buy time whenever they could. It would be best if they could find a way to ambush a demon emperor, so that the gap between them would be smaller. Then I'll test if that little beast is hiding inside. The Titan giant ape, his hair standing on end, summoned a massive iron rod that grew to nearly 100 meters long and slammed it towards the giant city below. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the city and met the iron rod with a punch. This figure was like an ant compared to the iron rod, but the energy it emitted was no less powerful than that of the Titan giant ape. With a deafening boom, the massive iron rod was sent flying back, vibrating and humming. The Titan giant ape narrowed his eyes and looked at the figure below. They saw an old, hunched figure slowly flying into the sky. The three human city lords' faces changed drastically upon seeing this person, and they bowed slightly towards him. Old Kong. They had already heard that Kong Weigua had been resurrected and controlled by Meng Hang using evil techniques when Zhao Shanhe had died, and that was how Zhao Shanhe was killed. But seeing Kong Weigua in person, the three of them couldn't control the complex emotions in their hearts. After all, Kong Weigua held an extremely high status in their hearts. Kong Weigua. Upon hearing the name Old Kong, and seeing this frail, old figure, the four demon emperors couldn't help but take 2 steps back, looking warily at Long Chinchio and the others. The person's reputation and influence was great. Kong Weigua had fought with the Dragon Emperor before. Even though he was old, they were still wary of him. Old Kong. It really is Old Kong. The human soldiers, who had been on high alert, became somewhat agitated upon seeing Kong Weigua's appearance. Kong Weigua had an incredibly high status in the hearts of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Although they all knew that he had already fallen, seeing the real person suddenly, everyone could not control their excitement. You humans are indeed extremely cunning, still saying that you did not steal the Dragon Emperor's corpse. The Centipede King said coldly to the other side. Kong Weigua's aged face was filled with indifference. He did not show any joy at seeing the younger generation, nor did he show any panic about the two races being on the verge of war. My master has ordered you all to withdraw your troops. Otherwise, you will suffer the consequences. The three of Long Chinchio opened their mouths, and the joy of seeing their elder was instantly gone. Just as the rumors say, Old Kong has already been controlled by that devil. Kong Weigua's indifference made them feel extremely unfamiliar. They could not see any trace of his past self. Unlike the wavering emotions of the three city lords, the four demon emperors were filled with ridicule. Himph, just a coward who hides his head and shows his tail. What big words. My four demon emperors are here, and all of my demon citizens are mobilized. To destroy your so-called royal city is as easy as pie. Oh, is that so? At this moment, a cold voice came from below, and then a young man in a black robe suddenly appeared beside everyone. Looking at the arrogant Centipede King, Meng Hang's blood-red eyes glared. In an instant, the space in front of the Centipede King began to distort. The Centipede King's pupils shrank. Without time to think, he quickly retreated. Blood splattered, and a large portion of flesh on his face instantly disappeared. The Centipede King clutched the wound on his face, his heart filled with doubt. If it weren't for his quick reaction, his entire head would have been taken away by that strange spatial force. Meng Hang raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised looking at the Centipede King. Since he obtained his twin divine powers, this was the first time that someone had been able to dodge this skill based on their own speed. You little beast, you're courting death. The Centipede King's face contorted with ferocity, and his figure disappeared from where he was, rushing directly toward Meng Hang. Chapter 262. Leave None Behind. Seeing the Centipede King rush towards him, Meng Hang smiled, standing still on the spot. Seeing Meng Hang's unmoving stance, the powerhouses of both the human and demon races sneered. They all thought Meng Hang was being too arrogant. Even they would not dare underestimate a demon emperor. Although you are young and have great strength, you aren't strong enough to crush a demon emperor. But just as the Centipede King arrived in front of Meng Hang, a black shadow suddenly darted out from Meng Hang, biting directly into the Centipede King's neck. Ah! With a miserable scream, the Centipede King retreated quickly, covering the bite wound on his neck with his hand. The blood seeping out of the neck had turned from red to dark purple, clearly caused by the poison. How is this possible? I have a body that is immune to all poisons. How is it possible that any poison could harm me? The Centipede King was shocked as he looked at the dark purple blood on his hand. The others also showed shocked expressions. Whether it was the other three demon emperors or the three city lords who had fought with the demons for many years, they all knew how powerful the Centipede King's poison was. Even they didn't dare to touch it. Because the Centipede King was full of poison, he was immune to all poisons. They all looked at Meng Hang with extreme shock and took a step back instinctively. Even the Centipede King could not resist this poison. If they were contaminated, even if they were stronger, they would surely die. They saw that a black dragon with black scales and two horns had appeared on Meng Hang. The three human city lords were stunned, not recognizing what kind of beast this was. But on the other hand, the four demon emperors looked like they had seen a ghost, staring fixedly at the black dragon. Impossible! This is impossible! The Centipede King, who had been bitten by the black dragon, was the most horrified. He finally knew what kind of beast had a more potent poison than his own. The black dragon roared at the crowd, opening its blood basin mouth, revealing the sharp fangs inside. Then it transformed into a black light, and then became an old man with a dragon face and horns on his forehead. Hiss! A sound of gasps. This time, even Long Chinchio and the others finally realized who the person in front of them was, and they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Dragon Emperor! The four demon emperors all knelt on the ground towards the old Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor was the first most powerful being of the demon race. His status in the demon race was much more prestigious than Kong Weigua's in the hearts of the Dragon Kingdom's people. After all, the demon race respected bloodline and strength, and the Dragon Emperor was the supreme emperor to them. Oh, whoa! The dense demon beasts below all roared at the sky after the Dragon Emperor appeared, then knelt down in large numbers, as if worshipping their leader. Dragon Emperor. It is me, Centipede. Back then, you personally guided me on how to enter the Seventh Order. I am also half a disciple of yours. You can't just watch me die under your poison. The The Centipede King begged the Dragon Emperor, hoping that the Dragon Emperor could save him. His entire body had turned purple, and the wound on his neck had begun to fester, emitting an unbearable, pungent odor. But just like when Kong Weigua appeared, the Dragon Emperor seemed to not hear everyone's calls to him, and was even oblivious to the Centipede King's pleas. He knelt respectfully towards Meng Hang, just like an old servant. "Master, as long as I am here, I will not allow anyone to harm you." Hearing these words, the 4 demon emperors felt their scalps tingle. Not only had the Dragon Emperor, who had been dead for hundreds of years, been resurrected, but he had actually recognized a young human as his master, which was unacceptable to them. "You brat, what did you do?" The Rakshasa Dragon King roared at Meng Hang, his face twisted in rage. He was also considered a descendant of the Dragon Emperor, and naturally couldn't stand seeing the Dragon Emperor being manipulated like this. "Hee, since you don't want to leave, then stay here." Meng Hang did not answer his question, but rather sneered. As Meng Hang's voice fell, the gates of the Bone City suddenly opened, and countless humans and demons with black pupils and expressionless faces poured out of the city, charging towards the still confronting human and demon races, not distinguishing between friend and foe. There were hundreds of thousands of humans and demons pouring out of the city. Although it was a large number, compared with the nearly total mobilization of the human and demon races, they were like a drop in the bucket. But even with such a disparity in strength, the humans and demons rushing out of the Bone City were incredibly brave and unafraid of death. "Old Lu, you're old Lu. Weren't you killed in the battle with the demon beasts earlier?" Among the human soldiers, one person suddenly saw a familiar person in the crowd of humans who poured out of the Bone City and could not help but cry out in horror. "Captain! It's Captain! Captain, don't you recognize me? I am Wang Ming." Wang Ming, who had gone back to report, saw the stubble-faced man with dull eyes, actually slashing at his own people like a wild beast, and roared in pain. The human and demon armies became agitated. They all saw people that they knew well and had already died among the crowd of resurrected fighters. They are not who they used to be. Have you forgotten the methods of that devil Meng Hang? He can summon old Kong back. These people must have also been summoned back by his evil magic. Don't hold back. This is just a bunch of walking corpses. Someone on the field was clear-headed and quickly shouted to the people around him. Everyone immediately understood and stopped holding back. Rather than letting their comrades be manipulated by the demon Meng Hang, it was better to let them sleep forever, their bodies no longer disturbed. "Save me! Save me!" In just a moment, half of the Centipede King's body had been disfigured by the poison. It rolled painfully in midair, and viscous liquid dripped from its body from time to time, making sizzling sounds on the ground as it directly corroded the ground, creating deep pits. During this time, the other 3 demon emperors took out countless antidotes and tried to feed them to it, but they were completely useless, and they could only watch helplessly as the Centipede King was corroded by the poison. "Meng Hang, save me. As long as you save me, I am willing to be your slave." The Centipede King looked at Meng Hang as if he was looking at the only hope to save him. It was indeed the case. The Centipede King knew that the current Dragon Emperor was controlled by Meng Hang. Only if Meng Hang gave the order would there be any chance that his life could be saved. Hearing the Centipede King's plea, Meng Hang's mouth stretched into a wide grin. In the next moment, the Centipede King's head suddenly disappeared and appeared in Meng Hang's hand. Meng Hang juggled the head of the Centipede King, whose eyes were full of unwillingness, as if he was juggling a soccer ball. The blood stained his right hand red, but he acted as if nothing had happened. "I knew someone would find a way to dodge my divine power. How was it? In the end, you still died under this move." Chapter 263, Melee 1. In truth, with the Centipede King's strength, he shouldn't have been killed so easily in seconds. But he had severely underestimated Meng Hang. He had never imagined that the Dragon Emperor, who had fallen for many years, would submit to him. In the end, the Centipede King could only die with extreme resentment. The battle hadn't even started, and one of their demon emperors had already died for no apparent reason. This made the remaining 3 demon emperors both angry and terrified. And just as everyone was in a state of bewilderment, the battle below was also extremely strange. The combined forces of the human and demon warriors were close to 100 million, many times more than the few 100,000 forces of the White Bone City. What should have been a one-sided battle was now a complete rout for both the human and demon races. Countless abilities rained down on the soldiers of the White Bone City like a storm, instantly turning the ground into scorched earth, and the warriors turned to ashes. The demons were also not weak. Countless demon beasts opened their bloodied mouths, biting at what should have been their kin, but were now acting like walking corpses. The strength of both sides was not that different, but there was a huge gap in numbers. If the demon race lost one demon beast, thousands upon thousands would swarm over. Although the demon beasts on Meng Hang's side were fearless, the difference in numbers still caused them to be swallowed up in a short time. In less than 10 minutes, both sides had suffered enormous losses. Because Meng Hang's soldiers were fearless and completely fought with a trade injury for injury approach, they would take several of the opponents with them even as they died. Therefore, after all of the hundreds of thousands of monsters from the White Bone City were wiped out, the casualties of the human and demon races reached a terrifying million. Fortunately, these numbers were just a drop in the ocean for the Dragon Kingdom and the demon race. Seeing all of the monsters destroyed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After all, fighting with dead acquaintances, and also against a bunch of monsters who completely disregarded their own lives, increased their pressure greatly. Seeing the walking corpses below completely destroyed, the 3 city lords and 3 demon emperors in the sky secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Haha, you little beast, you actually dared to try to fight against the human and demon races with your own strength. You're still too young. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The Rakshasa Dragon King's mouth twitched, looking at Meng Hang with some mockery. But the next moment, the corners of his mouth froze. Countless paper scraps fluttered from the battlefield below, like a blizzard, blocking everyone's vision. In an instant, the paper scraps gathered together, and the warriors who had previously been reduced to ashes reappeared on the battlefield. Everyone's faces changed drastically as they looked at these indestructible monsters in horror. Damn it, how can we fight like this? Someone shouted in fear. But the monsters didn't give everyone a chance to react, and once again fearlessly charged towards the crowd. The battlefield once again became a meat grinder, with blood and flesh flying everywhere, and countless screams and wails echoing constantly. With the White Bone City as the center, the dense ranks of humans and demons, including those resurrected by Meng Hang, fell in swathes, like reaping wheat. But the only difference was that when the humans and demons died, they were truly dead, but the resurrected people could revive again and again. A few 100,000 fought against 100 million, yet they were winning a crushing victory. Hee, are you angry enough? Meng Hang looked at the Rakshasa Dragon King, whose expression was extremely ugly, and said with disdain, "This won't do. We have to destroy this fiend. Only then will the immortal monsters below truly disappear." The golden-winged Pong King said to the 3 city lords, who also looked extremely ugly. The 3 of Long Qianqiu hesitated for a moment, then looked at each other and quickly agreed. The demon race had also lost a demon emperor, and the strength of the 2 sides had reached balance again. For them, the biggest enemy now was not the demon race, but the terrifying youth in front of them. If they did not stop him, no one could predict what would happen next. Attack, kill him first. Du Guzhan decisively drew his long sword, and a dazzling light slashed through the sky, heading towards Meng Hang. This sword was terrifying, as if it would split the entire space in half. Kong Weigua, like a loyal old servant, stepped forward, his right hand clenching in the void. A giant hand of flames that covered the sky condensed out of thin air and grabbed at the sword light. With a loud bang, 2 world-destroying energies collided, shaking the entire space. Seeing Du Guzhan make his move, the others no longer hesitated. Xian Yuan Zhongyang's muscles tensed, and 2 giant axes appeared in his hands, making him appear like the reborn Pangu. At the same time, another figure appeared from the White Bone City below, blocking Xian Yuan Zhengyang. Xian Yuan Zhengyang frowned upon seeing the person, but he wasn't too surprised. As expected, Zhao Shanhe, have you also been resurrected and controlled by that kid? The person who came was Zhao Shanhe, one of the 4 strongest warriors, but at this time Zhao Shanhe's eyes were as black as ink, and no emotion could be seen. Good. Seeing Zhao Shanhe in front of him, Xian Yuan Zhongyang's body radiated an extremely strong fighting spirit. Brother Shanhe, I don't know how long I've been waiting for this day. I couldn't challenge you before due to our identities. Now I can finally have a fair fight with you. With that, Xian Yuan Zhengyang swung his huge battle axe, slashing towards Zhao Shanhe. Wherever the axe passed, mountains and rivers shook. This was caused by pure strength, and it was incredibly terrifying. Zhao Shanhe's black hair draped over his shoulders. He was expressionless, but his aura was not weak at all. In his dark eyes, it was as if stars were being extinguished. His whole body was surrounded by lightning, causing the sky to become overcast, and a bolt of lightning, as if from the heavens, poured down on Xian Yuanzhengyang. Xian Yuanzhengyang's hair stood on end, his whole body erupting with power. In a single move, he chopped the lightning bolt, as thick as a bucket, in half. Zhao Shanhe, is that all you've got? If that's the case, then you'll die by my axe today. Xian Yuanzhengyang said, somewhat disappointed. Seeing his move broken, Zhao Shanhe's expression was calm. His whole body crackled with electricity, and finally he spoke. The world knows that my lightning techniques are invincible, but no one knows that my strongest power is my physical body. After saying this, Zhao Shanhe walked forward with a dragon-like stride and tiger-like steps. Under the endless lightning, even the stars became dull. Humph! Arrogant and conceited. Xian Yuanzhengyang snorted coldly, and the images of a dragon and phoenix surrounded him, as if Pangu himself had descended. He swung his two axes at the same time, as if he were going to split the heavens and earth, and slashed horizontally at Zhao Shanhe. Zhao Shanhe's face remained unchanged. He stretched out his right hand, actually trying to use the power of his physical body to block this terrifying axe. Chapter 264, Melee 2. Humph! Zhao Shanhe, are you trying to die? Seeing that he was actually trying to take his full power attack with his bare hands, Xian Yuanzhengyang was furious and felt that he was being looked down upon. In the next moment, a huge sound like a tolling bell was heard. The space was shattered inch by inch, and endless energy poured out. The mountains, rivers, everything in the heavens and on earth were shaken to collapse and be destroyed by this force. Xian Yuanzhengyang involuntarily staggered 2 steps backward and looked at the unharmed Zhao Shanhe with disbelief. How is this possible? How could your physical body be stronger than mine? Zhao Shanhe was expressionless and did not answer. Instead, he took a step forward and punched at Xian Yuanzhengyang repeatedly. Each of his punches was powerful, and even the space around him was collapsing. The dragon and phoenix behind Xian Yuanzhengyang roared, emitting brilliant golden light to resist Zhao Shanhe's attacks. Although he was slightly at a disadvantage, they were evenly matched for the time being. The 3 demon emperors on the demon side were not planning to sit idly by and wait for the opportune moment. They were not stupid. They knew the principle that if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. If the 3 human experts were defeated, then they would have no chance. The Rakshasa Dragon King's face was sinister, and it wanted to sneak an attack on Meng Hang from behind. But an aged voice entered its ears. Little one, it has been so many years. Let me see how much you've grown. As soon as the voice fell, the old Dragon Emperor, clad in golden robes, appeared before it. His withered hand transformed into a sharp dragon claw with a deep purple tint and grabbed at the Rakshasa Dragon King's heart. The Rakshasa Dragon King's expression changed, and its right hand also turned into a sharp claw. When the 2 dragon claws touched, they actually made a sound like the clash of metal, with sparks flying everywhere. The old Dragon Emperor's face remained unchanged. His mouth suddenly opened to a terrifying degree, and extremely hot breath gathered in front of his mouth. The next second, a fireball, the size of a fist, but containing incredibly terrifying energy, formed and shot out at the Rakshasa Demon King. Dragon Emperor, your era is over. Feeling the scorching temperature, the Rakshasa Dragon King's mouth curled up, not flustered at all. It conjured a fireball in front of it as well, and it quickly flew towards the Dragon Emperor. The 2 incredibly terrifying dragon breaths collided, creating a huge explosion that formed a huge mushroom cloud, covering the 2 demons and blocking out the sky. A war! A war! 2 dragon roars that shook the heavens and earth sounded. When the smoke dissipated, 2 giant dragons, each 1,000 feet long, hovered in the sky. One was pitch black, and the other was dark green. The 2 transformed demon dragons each opened their bloodied mouths and engaged in a battle of raw power, biting at each other. Kid, your subordinates have all been sent out. Let's see how you can stop my attack now. The Titan giant ape grinned sinisterly, thinking that Meng Hang's biggest support had all been sent out and that taking him down would be a simple matter. Then his giant iron rod appeared again, shattering the void, and slammed down towards Meng Hang. Heh, is that so? Meng Hang smiled strangely. He didn't try to meet the attack head-on and instead retreated 1,000 meters away. He made a hand seal, and below him, in an inconspicuous corner, a demon beast that was about to pounce was suddenly covered with mud. The next moment, a black shadow rose from the sky, fearlessly charging toward the Titan giant ape. The Titan giant ape took a closer look and saw that the person was actually the Centipede King, who was supposed to be completely dead. Damn it, is there no limit to this move? Seeing another person revived, he could no longer contain his surprise and shouted angrily. The Centipede King's eyes were hollow, and his expression was indifferent. He directly revealed his true form, turning into a creature nearly 1,000 feet long, with countless limbs. Seeing that the Centipede King did not care about old feelings and attacked directly in his true form, the Titan giant ape didn't hold back either. It also transformed into a giant ape that blotted out the sky, covered in hair. The Titan giant ape in its true form pounded its chest, making a drum-like sound, and swung the now massive iron rod at the Centipede King. The Centipede King didn't dodge, but charged straight at it. With a loud bang, the lower half of the Centipede King's body was crushed to pieces by the iron rod. However, the upper half of his body, as if not feeling any pain, turned into an afterimage and appeared in front of the Titan giant ape. He opened his massive mouth and bit at it. The Titan giant ape's expression changed drastically. He had not expected the Centipede King to use his body to face the attack head-on. It was too late to retreat. He only felt a sharp pain, followed by an itching sensation like 1,000 ants biting. Looking down, he saw that the area bitten by the Centipede King had already started to fester. Without saying a word, the Titan giant ape didn't hesitate to use its sharp claws to scrape off a large piece of flesh from the wound. Oh, whoa! The severe pain stimulated its eyes to become bloodshot, and it unleashed its ferocity, recklessly charging towards the Centipede King. The Centipede King's remaining half-body also returned to its original form, and he charged at the Titan giant ape with bloodlust. The only ones who had not yet acted were Meng Hang, Lung Qianxiu, and the golden-winged Pang King. Lung Qianxiu and the golden-winged Pang King looked at Meng Hang coldly. They never thought that the two races, who had been at war for hundreds of years, would unite against a young man. Lung Qianxiu took a deep breath. A chillingly cold current appeared, and a mist of frost condensed in front of her. Her cherry mouth opened slightly, and her voice was not loud, but it was extremely cold. Frost sealed 10,000 miles. In an instant, countless snowflakes fell from the sky. Meng Hang only felt the temperature around him plummet, and even he couldn't help but shudder a few times. Crack! Crack! Like the sound of breaking glass, or water droplets turning to ice. The sky within thousands of miles of Lung Qianxiu suddenly froze into ice. Meng Hang's face changed drastically. Just as he was about to use his divine powers to escape, he was shocked to discover that the entire space had been frozen, and even his spatial abilities could not be used. An incredibly cold chill came from under his feet. Looking down, he found that both of his feet had already been wrapped in ice. Without hesitation, Meng Hang directly tried to shatter the ice on his feet. But the ice was like maggots on bones. It would recondense as soon as it was shattered, and it quickly crept up his body. In the blink of an eye, Meng Hang's entire body was enveloped in ice, turning into an immobile ice sculpture. Seeing this, the golden-winged Pang King's eyes shone brightly. He flashed to Meng Hang's front and threw a punch. Immobilized by the ice, Meng Hang could only watch in horror as the golden-winged Pang King's golden fist smashed towards him, while he was completely unable to move. Bang! In the next second, the ice and Meng Hang were smashed into pieces by the golden-winged Pang King's fist, and then turned into countless ice fragments that dissipated into the world. Chapter 265. The demonic ghetto statue appears. Those who were fighting individually against the resurrected powerhouses that Meng Hang had summoned were gradually falling into a disadvantage. As top-tier experts, their strength was naturally comparable, and at the beginning, they were evenly matched. But as time passed, the advantage of the resurrected fighters became apparent. The human and demon powerhouses were consuming a tremendous amount of energy as they fought, and the injuries on their bodies were becoming more and more serious. On the other hand, the resurrected fighters were fighting with a trade injury for injury approach, but because they were immortal, they became fiercer and fiercer as the fight progressed. The powerhouses, who were already in retreat, caught a glimpse of Meng Hang's body being blasted into powder, and their faces immediately lit up with joy. Everyone, hold on. The culprit Meng Hang has been destroyed, and these dead souls will disappear with him. The Rakshasa Dragon King, covered in scars, shouted loudly, not knowing whether he was cheering for others or boosting his own morale. The others were also encouraged, and their attacks became much sharper again. The soldiers and demon beasts below were dying in droves. The blood had already formed rivers, and the corpses were piled up like mountains. At this moment, the first line sky had truly become a hellish scene. After nearly another 10 minutes, everyone became more and more confused. The joyful expressions on their faces from earlier had vanished. They had been told that as long as Meng Hang died, these resurrected monsters would disappear. But so much time had passed, and these monsters were becoming more and more courageous and showed no signs of retreating. Something is wrong. That devil Meng Hang is definitely not dead. The group was not stupid. They quickly realized that Meng Hang had definitely faked his death, and his true body had been hiding in some corner, never appearing. Jia. The points are finally enough. Next, you will witness the descent of a god. A sinister laugh came from the white bone city below, causing the powerhouses to feel a chill in their hearts. They instinctively sensed that something terrifying was about to happen. They saw a huge white bone throne in the white bone city, slowly ascending into the sky. On it sat Meng Hang in a black robe, looking mockingly at the crowd in the sky. The resurrected Kong Weigua, Zhao Shanhe, Dragon Emperor, and Centipede King stopped fighting as soon as Meng Hang appeared, and quickly appeared next to Meng Hang. The two humans and two demons acted like loyal guards, protecting Meng Hang in the center. The battlefield below, which had already turned into a river of blood, suddenly fell silent. The immortal monsters seemed to have received some kind of signal, and all retreated to the white bone city like a tide. Everyone stared blankly at Meng Hang in the sky, not understanding what he was trying to do. In fact, everything Meng Hang had done was to accumulate points. Although he had accumulated a large number of points before, they were still too far from the points needed to exchange for the power of the six paths. Fortunately, the system counted the number of people killed by the resurrected as points for Meng Hang, so he did not appear right away, and instead had his clones lead the way. Now that he had enough points, there was no need for him to hide any longer. Meng Hang, what do you mean by withdrawing your troops now? Could it be that you want to surrender? Lung Qianqiu's clothes were torn, revealing large areas of smooth skin. But she didn't care at all, only staring at Meng Hang intently. He, I just don't want to commit any more killings. Haha, what a joke, a huge joke. As if hearing something extremely funny, the Rakshasa Demon King burst out laughing. You say you don't want to commit any more killings? Then look at the rivers of blood and the mountains of corpses below. Aren't these all you're doing? Now you're here saying you don't want to commit any more killings. Indeed, humans are extremely hypocritical creatures. Meng Hang shook his head calmly and was not provoked or embarrassed by the Rakshasa Demon King's mockery. You won't understand my plan. Sacrificing a small part now can bring peace to the entire blue star. And even if I don't act, the human and demon races will eventually have a major battle, and more people will die in the end than now. Thank me, for you will witness the creation of a world without conflict, without slaughter, and without infighting. After saying this, Meng Hang slowly stood up from his seat. The next moment, his figure divided into two into four, and in a flash, he created 10 identical figures. The 10 Meng Hang simultaneously made hand seals and slammed their hands hard on the ground, causing a cloud of smoke to rise up. When the smoke dissipated, everyone saw 10 strangely shaped, ferocious beasts appear on the battlefield. Although these 10 beasts had different appearances, they had one peculiar feature in common. They all had one or more large tails behind them. If you looked closely, you would find that these strange beasts increased sequentially from left to right, from 1 tail to 9 tails. And the strangest and most terrifying of all was the huge monster with a huge humanoid shell, 9 eyes on its face, and a huge body with cylindrical protrusions on its back. What kind of beast is that? I've never seen it before. Someone looked at the 9-tailed beasts and the demonic ghetto statue in confusion. He had fought with demon beasts in the first line sky for so many years, but he had never seen such strange-looking creatures. The demon race also frowned. Not only the humans, but they had never heard of these creatures either. But whether it was demon beasts or humans, they could clearly feel the terrifying aura emanating from the 9-tailed beasts and the demonic ghetto statue. They felt that each tailed beast had power similar to a demon emperor. Hiss! Everyone's faces showed fear, and they felt a deep sense of despair. When everyone saw these 10 monsters, their brows were tightly furrowed, and a bad feeling arose in their hearts. Kill him quickly. He must be planning something terrible. The golden-winged Pong King was the first to react. He turned into a golden light and rushed towards Meng Hang. The other powerhouses also understood the urgency of the situation. They did not dare to delay, and all attacked Meng Hang. The dense crowd of humans and demon beasts below also responded, rushing over like a tide. The ground in the entire first-line sky began to tremble. This was the most tragic and unified battle in the history of Blue Star. For the first time, the human race and the demon beasts joined forces to fight against a terrifying demon king. Seeing that he had become the public enemy of this planet, Meng Hang's face was calm, and he slowly walked forward. As he walked forward, 9 huge chains extended from the enormous demonic ghetto statue. It opened its mouth and quickly pulled the 9-tailed beasts into its body. After all of the tailed beasts had been devoured, the 9 closed eyes of the demonic ghetto statue instantly opened. Chapter 266, Meng Hang of the 6 Paths. 10 huge tails suddenly stretched out from behind it, like 10 huge pythons, moving up and down. An extremely terrifying aura swept through the scene. Oh, whoa. The demonic ghetto statue's aura increased dramatically. With a sharp roar, the sound waves directly shattered the bodies of countless humans and demon beasts, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere. A gust of wind swept through the area, and the dense crowd was blown away like helpless willows, floating powerlessly in the distance. Everyone looked at this huge monster in horror, their faces filled with shock. Is this your last trump card? The 3 city lords and 3 demon emperors hovered in midair, staring solemnly at the demonic ghetto statue. Meng Hang did not speak, but walked forward step by step with an expressionless face. The enormously huge demonic ghetto statue behind him seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and it actually fused directly into Meng Hang's body. Meng Hang rose as if he was climbing a ladder. With each step he took, the aura on his body increased drastically. When he reached the highest point, his black robe changed into a white windbreaker, and his snow-white hair fluttered in the wind. 9 truth-seeking balls floated in a circle behind him. In contrast to his snow-white clothes and hair, Meng Hang's arms had turned pitch black. Is this the power of the 6 paths? Next, I, this savior, will purify this world. Meng Hang, like a god descending to earth, looked down at the 3 city lords and 3 demon emperors with his indifferent Rinnegan. Submit or die. Himph, putting on an act. Do you think that just by changing your clothes, you are invincible? The Titan giant ape's face contorted with ferocity. It directly swung its huge iron rod and slammed it down at Meng Hang. Meng Hang of the 6 Paths stood still. He only used a single hand to grasp the black rod made of a truth-seeking ball to block this powerful blow. Boom! With a deafening crash, Meng Hang blocked the Titan giant ape's huge iron rod with one hand, and the huge shockwave dispersed in all directions. How is it possible that you blocked my attack with just one hand? The Titan giant ape's pupils shrank suddenly, looking at Meng Hang in disbelief. Little monkey, do you want to dance? Meng Hang's voice was devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing these words, the Titan giant ape's hair stood on end. A feeling of death enveloped its entire body. Just as it was about to retreat, it saw a purple beam of light like a laser suddenly appear from Meng Hang's mouth. Sage Art, Storm Release Light Fong. The purple laser gently cut across the Titan giant ape's neck, like a blade cutting through white paper. The Titan giant ape paused. It looked at Meng Hang in front of it in confusion. It had not felt any pain where the laser had cut, and it thought that the attack had not affected it. Heh, little thing, is that all you've got? The Titan giant ape smiled ferociously, but its smile froze the next moment. It saw that its neck suddenly gushed with blood, and its huge head slid straight off of its neck. The wound was smooth, like a mirror. With a thud, the Titan giant ape's head, with a confused expression, directly smashed to the ground, creating a large pit. Say, seconded? Everyone's mouths were wide open, and their eyes were almost popping out as they watched everything in disbelief. The Titan giant ape was one of the 4 demon emperors of the demon race. Its battle power was definitely at its peak. Yet, it had been killed in one move by Meng Hang. No one could believe this fact. Attack with all your might and kill this fiend together. Things had reached this point, and there was no turning back. The golden-winged Pong King's face was twisted with rage as he shouted at the other powerhouses. The others also recovered from their shock and did not dare to delay. They immediately used all their power to rush towards Meng Hang. Meng Hang's loyal servants were about to step forward, but Meng Hang casually waved his hand to stop them. Mere sand and pebbles, I can handle them myself. After he said this indifferently, his body quickly floated towards the sky 10,000 meters up. As Meng Hang rose, the ground began to crack like a spiderweb, and countless pieces of gravel were pulled up into the sky by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, a dense swarm of huge meteorites had formed behind Meng Hang. Looking at the crowd charging towards him, Meng Hang smiled with disdain. "You mere ants, how dare you fight against a god?" Heavenly asteroid destruction. Countless meteorites rapidly fell like raindrops. The 3 city lords and 3 demon emperors' faces changed drastically as they watched the rapidly falling meteorites. They stopped in their tracks and blasted towards the meteorites. Boom, boom, boom. Under the fierce attacks of the top powerhouses, the meteorites exploded in an instant, turning into countless pieces of gravel that flew in all directions. In just the blink of an eye, dozens of meteorites with a range of hundreds of meters were smashed. Unfortunately, the number of meteorites that had been smashed was like a drop in the bucket compared to the overall number. More meteorites rapidly fell, creating flames as they rubbed against the air and smashed into the dense crowds below. In just an instant, the ground began to tremble violently. Many huge craters had been created by the meteorites. Under this attack, which was akin to a natural disaster, the humans and demon beasts below had no power to fight back, and swaths of crowds were directly crushed into a pulp. Countless people were wailing and fleeing in terror. The army jointly formed by the human and demon races was defeated in an instant. The ground was a river of blood, littered with corpses. The survivors knelt on the ground, looking in terror at Meng Hang, who looked like a god or demon in the sky. Their eyes were filled with fear. They said that evil could not prevail over righteousness. Why was the demon in front of them so powerful? Even the combined forces of the demon and human races were still unable to defeat him and had suffered such huge casualties. Seeing the tragic scene below, Long Chinchio and the other 3 city lords' faces turned extremely ugly. Those below were all living soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. In the end, they did not die in battle against the demon race, but at the hands of a human. This was unacceptable to them. The 3 demon emperors' faces were also not much better. After this battle, even if they finally killed Meng Hang, the demon race would also be severely injured, and they didn't know how many years it would take to recover. "You fiend, die." Xian Yuanzhongyang, who had already arrived close, had bulging veins on his face, like countless ferocious centipedes. His anger towards Meng Hang had reached its peak. He swung the 2 huge opening heaven axes, splitting the sky and slashing at Meng Hang. The others could no longer suppress the anger in their hearts. They used their strongest techniques, vowing to kill Meng Hang in this place today. Lung Chinchio's face was as cold as frost. She directly froze an area of hundreds of meters in the sky, trying to control Meng Hang's movements. Du Guzhan's long sword burst out with 1,000 feet of light, forming a giant sword nearly 100 meters long, carrying with it a power that could split open the heavens, and hacked towards Meng Hang. The Rakshasa Dragon King directly transformed into a 1,000-foot body. The dark red dragon breath in its mouth was condensed, and the scorching heat distorted the surrounding air. It carried an incredibly terrifying force and charged towards Meng Hang. Chapter 267, Unity. The golden-winged Peng King's entire body flared with golden light, and he threw a punch. A golden fist as large as a mountain appeared out of thin air, also carrying an unparalleled aura as it charged towards Meng Hang. In an instant, the sky became brilliantly bright, making it impossible for the people below to open their eyes. 5 energies mixed together and stirred up the sky. The entire space was like glass, no longer able to withstand the combined attacks of the 5 great powerhouses. It shattered inch by inch, forming countless spatial cracks. The magnificent scene, which was difficult to see in 10,000 years, made the people below yearn for it. Their hearts, which had already been filled with despair, regained a glimmer of hope. They can win. They can definitely win. This is the strongest 5 people of the human and demon races working together. There's no way that fiend can still be alive. Rumble. The sky seemed to collapse, and a huge black hole was blasted out by the tremendous energy. A mushroom cloud that blotted out the sky appeared and engulfed Meng Hang. Everyone's eyes flared with excitement, and they stared intently at the dust, hoping to see Meng Hang's demise. A breeze came, slowly blowing away the dust, revealing what was inside. The next moment, the glimmer of hope in everyone's eyes disappeared, and only deep despair and fear remained. In the sky, Meng Hang had disappeared. In his place was a huge warrior god 10,000 meters tall, with wings on its back and covered in pale blue armor. The entire sky was covered by this huge figure. And Meng Hang, wearing white clothes, was standing inside this huge warrior's head, coldly watching below. There was not even a single scratch on his body. How is this possible? Everyone looked at this figure, as if a god had descended to earth, with disbelief on their faces. The 5 strongest powerhouses tried again with all their might, and attacked Meng Hang again, unwilling to accept defeat. 5 energies slammed into the Susanoo, erupting with a brilliant 5-colored light. However, these 5 attacks, which could have been considered invincible in the past, now struck the Susanoo, and did not cause it any harm. I've let you all attack for so long. Now, it's my turn to take action, right? Meng Hang said indifferently, and the Susanoo, which had been motionless, grasped its huge Susanoo sword and slashed at the 5 people. Wherever the Susanoo sword passed, the space was directly cut open. Everyone's faces changed drastically, and they all used their full strength to resist the attack. The next moment, the 5 people who were touched by the Susanoo sword were incredibly weak, like cannonballs, and they were sent flying back. They fell directly from the sky 10,000 meters high and smashed into the ground, creating 5 huge pits. The 3 humans and 2 demons lay in the deep pits, with blood gushing out of their mouths as if it didn't cost anything. Their entire bodies were soaked in blood. They tried to stand up, but they found that all of their bones were shattered, and they couldn't even speak. The 5 strongest powerhouses of the human and demon races could not even withstand one of Meng Hang's attacks. Everyone in the arena knelt down powerlessly, looking at Meng Hang in the sky with despair. How can we fight? How can we fight this? Even the combined forces of the 5 strongest powerhouses were no match for him. Who else on this planet could restrain him? Were these 2 enormous races going to be destroyed by this devil? Swords, come! At this moment, an unwilling roar sounded. Suddenly, countless dense flying swords formed a rain of swords and flew toward the Susanoo. This rain of swords was so powerful and unstoppable in the eyes of everyone. But the truth was, compared to the Susanoo 10,000 meters high, the swords were as fragile and pitiful as embroidery needles. Clang, 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 clang. Countless flying swords hit the armor of the Susanoo. They did not cause any damage to it and fell powerlessly. Meng Hang tilted his head. Looking at the white-clothed, unwilling young man below, he felt very familiar. Then, he suddenly realized that this was the same Lin Yi, the peerless genius he had met when he was blocking the gates of the Imperial Capital University. A look of distraction appeared in Meng Hang's eyes. It felt like it had only been a short while ago, but when he thought about it now, it felt like it was another life. Things were constantly changing. The Meng Hang who had harbored a noble ambition was gone, and all that remained was a devil who killed without blinking an eye. Demon, don't be arrogant. If the city lords fall, we will be the ones to stand up. If we fall, there will be millions upon millions of us who will stand up and fight you to the death. Lin Yi looked at Meng Hang with a firm face. There was not the slightest hint of fear in his eyes. Meng Hang, stop. A sweet voice, which now contained deep sorrow, reached Meng Hang's ears. Meng Hang looked down. A girl covered in blood, with tattered clothes, but with a face that could topple kingdoms, had flown out. Lin Luoxue looked at the extremely unfamiliar youth before her, and she could no longer find the chivalrous appearance from him back then. Evil cannot triumph over good. Meng Hang, you should stop. Lin Luoxue looked at Meng Hang, her eyes full of tears, and pleaded with him. She hoped that their relationship could persuade him to turn back. Looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar woman, Meng Hang's mouth curved upwards as he asked, "What is evil? And what is good? Strength is justice. As long as I am strong enough, then I represent justice." You. Tears welled in Lin Luoxue's beautiful eyes, and she looked at Meng Hang with despair, not knowing what to say. Humph, one should be a hero in life and a great spirit in death. Being able to give our lives for the Dragon Kingdom is our duty. Several more people stepped forward without hesitation, staring at Meng Hang in the sky, their faces full of a sense of sacrifice. Meng Hang looked at the several people. He recognized those young talents who had fought with him when he was blocking the gates. Driven by these few people, everyone in the arena, who had been hollow and despairing, regained their spirits. That's right. What if we die? Even if I die, I will bite off a piece of flesh from this devil. It is our lifelong honor to die for the Dragon Kingdom. With so many like-minded comrades working together, it's worth dying for. The people who had collapsed on the ground slowly stood up, watching Meng Hang with a fighting spirit. Kill. 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 Hundreds of millions of people shouted in unison. The sound was deafening and reached the sky. The intense fighting spirit turned into a gust of wind that swept across the entire battlefield. Hee hee hee. Ha 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 ha. Meng Hang in the sky lowered his head, his shoulders trembling up and down. Then the low laughter turned into a rampant laugh. After a long while, Meng Hang stopped laughing. Meng Hang looked down at the united and war-minded crowd below, his eyes full of mockery. What a shocking display of unity! What a spiritual, inspiring, and courageous spirit! Tell me, if someone among you now turned traitor and submitted to me, wouldn't you be very embarrassed? Chapter 268. Reunion with Old Friends. Lin Yi, surrounded by hundreds of flying swords, snorted and said, "Those who have the Tao are helped by many, while those who have lost the Tao are helped by few. Meng Hang, you have killed countless people and are covered in blood debts. Everyone should punish you. Even if we die, we will not submit to you." That's right. You devil, how can you possibly understand our unity? Sharingan, who had a spring and autumn brush in his right hand and a black and white ink stone in his left, also agreed. That's right. Even if we die, we will not surrender to you, you devil. Countless people shouted from below. Oh, really? Meng Hang's mouth curled up, and a mocking light appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, two soul-binding chains suddenly transformed into two nimble snakes, directly piercing through Lin Yi and Sharingan's bodies. The two of them froze, and their bodies immediately went limp, falling straight down. Standing to the side, Xiao Linger and Xiao Wanner, who had been silent the entire time, expressionlessly crushed the two faint souls on the soul-binding chains, and then went to Meng Hang without hesitation. They knelt on one knee before Meng Hang, and the fervent look in their eyes could no longer be concealed. "Please forgive us, Master. We're late." Meng Hang smiled lightly, touching his daughter's hair to show his praise. After signaling for them to step back, he looked down again with mockery. This sudden attack left everyone below dumbfounded. The crowd, who had just regained their fighting spirit, became silent again. Hee hee, is this what you call unity? It's just a joke, as fragile as paper. Meng Hang said with a cold laugh. Xiao Linger, Xiao Wanner, have you gone mad? You actually submitted to this devil. Have you forgotten how many of our classmates and teachers died at his hands just now? After the shock, a student from the same school as the twin sisters angrily questioned them. Faced with the condemnation from the people below, Xiao Linger and Xiao Wanner were expressionless and not affected at all. How can sparrows understand the aspirations of a swan? You will never understand our master's great ideal. We are incredibly honored to be members under our master's command. Inexplicable. You're simply inexplicable. The twins' mentor was trembling with anger, looking at them with extreme rage. In his heart, Xiao Linger and Xiao Wanner had always been his pride. He never expected that they would betray the entire human race. The more proud he had been before, the more disappointed he was now. It's normal to have a traitor or two among so many people. It's just two traitors, it doesn't mean anything. Someone said, their face pale, but still talking tough. Meng Hang raised an eyebrow and said with a sneer, "Really?" His pupils suddenly turned blood red, and those in the arena who met his gaze showed a brief moment of distraction. Then, large swaths of the crowd knelt down towards Meng Hang with piety, showing the same fanaticism in their eyes as his daughters. Zhao Ran, why are you kneeling before this devil? Li Hai, have you gone mad? Get up quickly. Those who still had clear eyes looked at the people kneeling before Meng Hang in horror and anger. They wanted to help them up, but these people were like they had not heard, and they directly shook off the hands that were supporting them and kowtowed to Meng Hang as if they were mashing garlic. Ha 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 ha. How is it? Your unity is just a joke in my eyes. Sigh. A long sigh reached Meng Hang's ears. Hearing this familiar voice, the always cold-eyed Meng Hang finally showed a trace of emotion. Meng, boy, enough, really enough. Stop now. A man, as fat as a ball, with a pair of eyes as small as mung beans, came out. At this time, Zhao Sampang no longer had his usual cynical appearance. In its place was a deep sadness. As long as you stop now, in my heart you are still that talented, but kind-hearted child. If one were to ask whether Zhao Sampang hated Meng Hang, it was impossible to say he did not. When he heard that his own brother Zhao Shanhe had been killed by Meng Hang, he couldn't wait to kill Meng Hang with his own hands. But in the end, he fell powerlessly on the sofa, with only deep sadness remaining in his eyes. He had always believed that Meng Hang's fall into darkness was inseparable from him. If it weren't for him persuading Meng Hang to block the gates of the Imperial Capital University, then Meng Hang would not have experienced that and would not have become the devil who killed without blinking an eye. So he wanted to persuade Meng Hang to change his ways. He would be willing to sacrifice himself for that goal. I know it is difficult to quell the hatred in your heart. I am willing to use my own life to exchange for the peace of the entire human race. Zhao Sanpeng said to Meng Hang. Brother Meng, let go. At this moment, two more figures appeared beside Zhao Sanpeng, who Meng Hang was extremely familiar with. An Ai Hao and Master Liao Shan walked out of the crowd, looking at Meng Hang with some sadness. Brother Meng, I know your experiences. None of this is your fault. It's all the fault of those families who say one thing but do another. No matter what, you are my good brother, my brother Meng. Master Liao Shan clasped his hands together and chanted a Buddhist prayer. Ba, benefactor Meng, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turn around and reach the shore. Come back to my monastery with me. I am willing to spend the rest of my life to wash away the sins on your body. Looking at these three closest friends, Meng Hang's eyes showed a brief moment of confusion. His face, which had been cold and indifferent, now also showed a trace of sorrow. He shook his head gently. There's no going back. Nothing can go back. Meng Hang looked up at the sky and said softly, I am no longer the boy in your hearts. My hands are already covered in blood, and there is no turning back. But don't worry, everything I'm doing is to purify this world. I will create a perfect world without war, without infighting. There, I will still be the talented genius in your hearts, who is able to become the pride of Cloudwater City. And still be the good brother in your hearts who will go through thick and thin for his friends. As Meng Hang spoke, his face became indifferent again. Mortals, witness the descent of the divine kingdom. In the middle of Meng Hang's forehead, which had white hair flowing in the wind, a crack suddenly appeared, and then a blood-red eye suddenly opened. This third eye, which had suddenly appeared, was blood-red with several ripples surrounding it. There were also 9 black Tomoe on it, the 9 Tomoe Rina Sharingan. Even Meng Hang, who had always been indifferent, now showed a look of excitement, and his mouth curled up in a smug smile. The land of dreams is finally about to open. The mistakes Kong Weigua made will be overturned by me, this savior. Chapter 269, Infinite Tsukuyami. Meng Hang hovered in the sky, with the bright moon like a silver plate behind him. Suddenly, the originally bright moonlight dimmed, turning directly to a dark red color. The blood-red moonlight, like fresh blood, spilled onto the ground, making the already blood-soaked battlefield look even more like a hellish scene. Then, 9 black Tomoe appeared on the blood-red moon, exactly the same as the 9 Tomoe Rinnegan on Meng Hang's forehead. Look, the moon has turned blood-red. A blood moon. It represents an ominous sign. Everyone looked up at the sky with terrified expressions. Some even said in despair. In the next moment, their previously terrified eyes suddenly became dull and lifeless. Whether they were humans or demon beasts, the originally black and white pupils of everyone's eyes had turned into purple Rinnegan. Not only in the first-line sky battlefield, but within the Dragon Kingdom, and even within the Demon Realm, the originally bright sky dimmed, and a blood-red moon hung high in the sky. Everyone stopped what they were doing, staring blankly at the moon in the sky. Immerse yourselves in the kingdom I have created for you. Meng Hang looked down indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's faces showed a strange smile. Mommy, you're finally back. Do you know how much Nyo missed you? A little girl with dull eyes looked blankly into the distance, a joyful smile on her face. In her illusion, her mother, who had passed away many years ago, had returned to her side, looking at her with affection. Ha ha ha, I am the strongest in this world. Everyone will submit to me. What 3 city lords, what 4 demon emperors, what Meng Hang? They are all just ants before me. A man's face was extremely excited. In his illusion, he became the strongest in the world, an emperor who could suppress everyone with a wave of his hand. The Dragon Kingdom has finally defeated the demon race. Old brothers, can you see it from heaven? The Dragon Kingdom has finally eliminated the demon race. An old man was moved to tears. He had never imagined that he would live to see the day when the demon race was defeated. Ha ha ha, the greatest opportunity on Blue Star is finally mine. The 108 gods will all fall at my feet. The golden-winged Pong King, whose bones were completely shattered and was unable to stand up, had a fanatical look in his eyes. He saw that he, who was originally impure in blood, had become the king of the Kuanping clan, and that the 108 gods, who had seen him as an ant before, were all kneeling before him. The whole world became quiet, as if it had frozen in an instant. It's so good. I envy you all for being able to live in the lives you have imagined. Meng Hang's mouth curled up, and he clapped his hands together. The divine tree descends. Whether it was in the first-line sky battlefield, or in the human and demon realms, the ground began to churn. Countless huge trees and vines burst out of the earth, piercing through the sky. These huge vines twisted and solidified, eventually forming a huge divine tree. The divine tree was like a pillar supporting the heavens, breaking through the clouds and connecting the sky with the ground. The roots of the divine tree spread all over Blue Star. Its figure could be seen from anywhere. Then, countless white ribbons appeared on the trunk of the tree, entangling all of the humans and demon beasts who had fallen into the illusion, and followed the branches into the sky. It looked as if the tree was full of huge white cocoons, or as if the divine tree was covered in white fruit. The roots of the divine tree were like a bottomless pit, frantically absorbing the energy of the entire planet. Before long, the ground looked as if it had not rained for months. It became arid and cracked, gradually becoming desertified. Meng Hang was indifferent to this, but instead was somewhat expectant. He was waiting for the divine tree to mature and bear fruit. The Otsutsuki clan planted the Ten-Tails on various planets, absorbing the planet's nutrients in order to obtain fruit and eat it for evolution, and finally to become immortal. Just like Kaguya, she only ate one fruit and obtained true immortality. In the end, she could only be sealed by Hagoromo and Hamura, but could not be truly killed. Meng Hang was looking forward to how he would evolve if he ate this fruit. Meng Hang returned to the White Bone Palace and sat on the White Bone throne, looking at the huge divine tree in the sky. The excitement on his face faded and was replaced by an immense emptiness. When the goal in his heart had been completed, he suddenly felt a little lost, feeling very lonely, as if his heart had been hollowed out, empty. Master! The resurrected warriors did not fall under the infinite Tsukuyami and knelt before Meng Hang with piety. It's so boring. There is nothing in this world that I can yearn for anymore. Do you think I should also immerse myself in that illusory world? Meng Hang looked at them blankly, not knowing if he was asking them or talking to himself. Master, absolutely not. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they quickly tried to dissuade him. Master, there is no need to do this. At this moment, the last resurrected one, the Centipede King, spoke. I don't know if you know the legend of the 108 gods? Oh, I've heard a little about them. Our demon race has received a message from them that Blue Star is about to undergo a great change and will usher in a second spiritual energy revival. At that time, the 108 will descend here completely. In fact, even if you, Master, had not taken action, our demon race would have launched a full-scale attack on the Dragon Kingdom to pave the way for the descent of the 108 gods. After hearing the Centipede King's words, Meng Hang's eyes, which had lost their luster, became bright again. He stuck out his slick tongue and licked his lips with excitement. The 108 gods? It seems that I will have new toys again. I'm so looking forward to their descent. More than a year had passed since the great battle of First Line Sky. The once vibrant Blue Star was now a mess. The oceans were dry, and the desertification of the ground had become even more serious. The once fertile land would now turn into countless fine sands that flew away with the wind if you rubbed it lightly with your hands. Marine life was dying in droves, and trees were withering in swathes. Whether in the sky or on the ground, no living creatures could be seen. It was an apocalyptic scene. At this time, Blue Star was like a planet entering its old age, ready to die at any moment. However, unlike the original creatures of Blue Star, the divine tree summoned by Meng Hang became more and more vibrant and verdant. On this day, the sky of Blue Star, which had not rained for nearly a year, was suddenly covered with dark clouds. The entire sky was filled with lightning, brewing for a torrential rain. Soon after, the entire Blue Star experienced a hurricane, and a torrential downpour of rain swept over the entire human and demon realms. This downpour lasted for more than a few months. Most importantly, the rainwater contained endless spiritual power, nourishing this dying planet. The land, which had been dry for too long, frantically absorbed the rainwater. The land became fertile again, and the vast forests regained their vitality. Chapter 270, The Ancient Star Road appears. Nourished by this rainwater that contained spiritual power, the trees began to grow wildly. The trees, which had only been as thick as an adult's thigh before, had grown into towering trees that took several people to wrap around in just a few days. Looking down from the sky, large swathes of desert were covered with green, turning into a primeval forest. The ground seemed to be pulled by an invisible hand and began to expand infinitely. In these months, the volume of the entire blue star had expanded to dozens of times what it was before. In fact, this rainwater that contained spiritual power not only nourished trees, but also nourished all the creatures on Blue Star. Whether it was humans or demon beasts, after being nourished by rainwater, their strength would improve greatly. It was a pity that at this time, there was not a single living creature to be found on this planet. Of course, except for the White Bone City in the first-line sky. The dark and silent White Bone Palace was deathly silent, as if no living beings had breathed there for 10,000 years. At this moment, however, two bright lights suddenly burst out from the white bone throne above. Meng Hang opened his eyes, and excitement was revealed in his eyes. After waiting for so long, have we finally waited for Blue Star's second great change? He slowly walked out of the White Bone Palace. The torrential rain, which had been coming down for several months, was now slowly stopping. The entire world was full of vitality, and even the ground, which had been soaked with blood due to the centuries of war between humans and demons, actually emitted a refreshing smell of soil after being washed by the rain. If it weren't for the blood moon still in the sky, the first-line sky would have looked like a paradise. Looking at this earth-shattering change, Meng Hang smiled. It's just making wedding clothes for me. The figures that had silently appeared behind him showed excitement on their faces as they saw the scene. But when they heard Meng Hang's words, they all showed confused expressions. The next moment, as if to confirm what Meng Hang said, the divine tree, which had not reacted for more than a year, actually moved. Its roots, which spread all over the world, also grew wildly outwards because of the expansion of Blue Star. At the same time, the roots were like mosquito mouthpieces, frantically sucking up the nutrients from the ground. The already extremely thick tree trunk became several times thicker after being nourished again. The planet, which had regained its vitality after being nourished by the rain of spiritual energy, seemed to be rapidly changing from its prime into its old age. The land, which had just become fertile again, became arid again. The trees began to wither again, and the energy of the entire planet flowed toward the divine tree. The sound of the ground cracking and the sound of trees breaking, gathered together, seemed to be the last unwilling roars of the planet. Blue Star's second great change was supposed to make the world more vibrant and powerful, but now it had once again become a wasteland. After absorbing all the energy of the entire Blue Star, a huge petal grew from the top of the divine tree. This petal was incredibly bright and also incredibly demonic. After all, this had grown by sacrificing the energy of an entire planet. And on the petal, a fruit that emitted a dazzling light appeared. This fruit gathered the essence of the entire divine tree, and could even be said to have condensed the essence of the entire planet. When it matured, an irresistible fragrance wafted out, and even the people behind Meng Hang could not help but swallow their saliva. Seeing this fruit, excitement could not help but show in Meng Hang's eyes. He waved his hand, and the fruit was pulled by an invisible force, slowly flying out and landing in Meng Hang's hand. Without hesitation, Meng Hang directly swallowed the fruit. In an instant, the ground trembled, and Meng Hang involuntarily floated towards the sky. A dazzling light erupted from his body, unleashing a shocking aura that sent the people behind him flying backwards. The 9 Tomoe Rinnegan in the middle of Meng Hang's forehead remained unchanged, but the Rinnegan in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a pair of pure white eyes without pupils. A pair of horns also grew on his head. His white hair turned silver white and grew rapidly, falling like a waterfall to his ankles. Although his angular face had not changed much, for some reason, he looked incredibly handsome. The first time you looked at him, you would be drawn to him, unable to tear your gaze away. In Lingxian looked at Meng Hang, who was so handsome that he seemed like a demon. As if he had been affected by an infinite Tsukuyami, his eyes became confused, and his gaze could not move away from Meng Hang for a long time. Meng Hang looked down at his hands, feeling the surging power that filled his entire body, a power that scared even himself. Meng Hang covered his forehead and laughed, crazed. Hee hee hee. Ha 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 ha. The 108 gods, hurry up and descend. I'm already tired of waiting. As if they had heard his muttering, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the sky. In the originally dark sky, an ancient star road suddenly appeared, not knowing where it connected. This ancient road was constructed from countless unknown materials, huge stones, and it suddenly appeared, as if it had been standing there for tens of thousands of years. It was mottled and covered with moss. In some places, one could see traces of blood. Although they did not know how many years they had endured, the traces were still as vivid as new, and they emitted an incredibly terrifying aura. This aura alone could shock to death a powerhouse of the Huan stage. The Ancient Star Road, that's the Ancient Star Road. They are about to descend. The old Dragon Emperor looked at the blood-stained Ancient Star Road, his face filled with terror. Meng Hang, whose silver hair was flowing, raised an eyebrow, asking it with interest. Do you know what this is? The old Dragon Emperor had not yet recovered from his shock, and said blankly. Legend has it that tens of thousands of years ago, there was an ancient star road above the ancestral star that connected to the planets of the 108 gods. It's called the Ancient Star Road, and is also known as the Path of Trials. Every time it appears, the geniuses of each race can step into it. The 100 races will compete, and the people who finally reach the ancestral star will obtain great benefits. Whenever the Ancient Star Road appears, it means that 100 races will compete, and a peerless genius who will suppress the current era will emerge. I always thought this was just a legend. I never expected that it really existed. Oh, that's interesting. Meng Hang's white eyes widened. He had not been this excited in a long time. You said that the Ancient Star Road connects to the 108 gods, and they can descend a blue star through it. Then, can I also follow the Ancient Star Road to find them? Hearing Meng Hang say this, the old Dragon King paused, staring at him in astonishment. Those were the 108 gods, whom even he had to look up to. Shouldn't a normal person try to find ways to resist them when they hear that they were about to descend? Moreover, he had only heard that the 108 gods could descend a blue star along the Ancient Star Road, but he had never heard that it was possible to go the other way. Chapter 271. Stepping onto the Ancient Star Road. Meng Hang smiled slightly, his body shooting straight towards the heavens, heading towards the vast and majestic Ancient Star Road. Seeing their master about to leave, the others below didn't linger either. They took off from the ground together, following closely behind Meng Hang. The second spiritual energy resurgence had drastically changed Blue Star. Seen from the sky, it was immensely vast, yet it also felt incredibly desolate. As the Star Road came within arm's reach, Meng Hang felt his body collide with an invisible barrier, blocking him from entry. At that moment, Old Dragon Emperor and the other strongest beings of Blue Star arrived behind Meng Hang. Seeing his predicament, they understood that a barrier was present. Master, a mere barrier is nothing. Allow this old servant to shatter it for you. Old Dragon Emperor stated confidently. As the strongest being on this planet, he could easily shatter space with a wave of his hand. Therefore, he naturally believed breaking the barrier would be no problem. Meng Hang didn't object. He stepped back a few paces, signaling that he could begin. Without hesitation, Old Dragon Emperor transformed into his true form, a 1,000-foot-long black dragon, like a gigantic mountain, coiling in the sky. The black dragon opened its massive maw, and a ball of intensely hot dragon breath formed before it. This immense sphere of dragon breath resembled a small sun, causing the temperature of the sky to rise tenfold. Ayo! A dragon roar that shook the heavens reverberated as a column of fire shot out, heading directly towards the Ancient Star Road. The air distorted where the fire column passed, but unlike before, it didn't shatter the space. In the blink of an eye, the fire column pierced through space and collided with the invisible barrier. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out as the dragon breath struck the invisible barrier, transforming into a rain of fire that fell from the sky. It was like a magnificent firework display, incredibly dazzling. Unfortunately, Old Dragon Emperor's full-powered strike only made the barrier tremble slightly, with no further effect. How is this possible? Old Dragon Emperor's two eyes, like two extra moons in the sky, revealed an expression of disbelief. Normally, his full-powered strike could shatter not only barriers, but space itself. Yet now, it had vanished like a fleeting moment, producing no effect. Has my strength weakened? A look of bewilderment appeared on his face as he doubted his own power for the first time. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Judging by the power of the attack just now, it was as strong as ever. Therefore, it wasn't an issue with his own strength. The others frowned, clearly surprised that the Dragon Emperor's attack had failed. I'll give it a try. Zhao Shanhe stepped forward with the imposing strides of a dragon and a tiger, standing in front of everyone. Electricity crackled around his body as he threw a massive punch, accompanied by countless sounds of thunder. Another explosion rang out, and the invisible barrier rippled again. But that was all. A deep sense of frustration washed over him as Zhao Shanhe's eyes became vacant. It seems the world has undergone a major change, and the space of this world has become much more solid, Kong Weigwa said, shaking his head helplessly. Before, they could shatter space with a casual move, but now, the same powerful strike had no impact on the surroundings, leaving them feeling a sense of loss. This is interesting. Looking at the rock-solid barrier, Meng Hang raised an eyebrow. Instead of forcefully breaking the barrier, Meng Hang's head suddenly tore open a rift in the sky as if by an invisible hand, creating a huge black hole. His body floated lightly, like a feather, towards the black hole. Master! Watching Meng Hang float away, the others were shocked, their mouths opening to speak. Although they were already beings beyond life and death, they still longed to see that grand world. Meng Hang smiled coldly and said with incomparable boldness, I'll go scout ahead. When I return, I will lead you to flatten those so-called 108 divine clans. Then, his figure gradually disappeared into the black hole. Hearing these words, a glint of hope flashed in the eyes of the others as they knelt on one knee towards Meng Hang. We await your triumphant return, Master. At the same time Meng Hang vanished, the inhabitants of the 108 planets of the 108 divine clans looked at the star road that had suddenly appeared in the sky with joy. The star road has appeared. The time for the geniuses of all clans to compete for supremacy has come. Their eyes sparkled with excitement they couldn't contain. On a huge planet, a beautiful young man with features similar to humans, but with a pair of silver wings on his back, transformed into a beam of light, soaring towards the sky like a cannonball. In this star road competition, I, In Tsong, will suppress all geniuses and become an unparalleled, eternal powerhouse. On a planet engulfed in flames like a sun, a robust man covered in fire walked out of the lava. Being submerged in lava of 10,000 degrees was like bathing in warm water for him. After emerging, the flames on his body disappeared, leaving only his hair burning fiercely. The bare-chested giant looked at the star road in the sky and revealed a happy smile. Then, he stomped his foot, causing countless lava jets to erupt like a volcanic eruption, and his figure vanished from the spot. On a desolate piece of land, a mountain covered in trees suddenly trembled. Rocks and soil flew, and trees snapped. Then, this massive mountain turned into a giant of unimaginable size. After all these years, the star road has finally opened. After the giant finished speaking in a booming voice, he took just one leap and left the giant planet. The vast universe stretched endlessly into an immeasurable void. Countless stars, like glittering jewels, studded the night sky. The universe was beautiful beyond compare, but this beauty remained unchanged for eons, making it feel incredibly lonely and cold. And within this vast space, a mottled and massive star road stood out so strikingly, like a chain that ran through the entire starry sky. No one knew which great figure had used such immense power to complete this incredible feat. At this moment, a black rift appeared out of nowhere in the timeless starry sky, and Meng Hang, wearing white robes with a black magatama pattern, slowly emerged from it, landing softly onto the star road. As Meng Hang stepped onto the star road, a desolate aura swept over him. Being too far away before, he hadn't felt much of it. But observing up close, he discovered many massive scratches on the boulders on the ancient road. Unidentified stones were stained with fresh, red blood, the aura of which made his heart tremble. Chapter 272. Reaching the starting point. Meng Hang conjured a long blade in his hand and tried to strike one of the boulders. With a crisp sound, the blade was repelled, and the stone wasn't even scratched. He looked solemnly at the countless massive scratches on both sides of the road. With his current strength, that strike could severely injure any of the strongest beings on Blue Star, yet it couldn't leave a mark on the star road. Just how powerful were those who left these marks? There was no air in space, but it didn't affect Meng Hang in the slightest. Looking at the winding, endless star road, like a great wall of 10,000 miles, he casually took a step, arriving hundreds of meters away. Then, after a few more steps, his figure suddenly disappeared into the darkness of space. Although Meng Hang's speed had reached the level of shrinking the ground to an inch, it was still too small compared to the vastness of the universe. There was no concept of time in the universe. After traveling for an unknown period, Meng Hang saw two massive array formations not far away. The arrays were engraved with countless complex runes, so dense that Meng Hang felt a dizzying sensation. After a long while, Meng Hang regained his senses and understood the key. This was the end of the Star Road, connecting to Blue Star. The massive altar on the right was used to teleport those geniuses who had gone through various trials to this point, and then send them towards Blue Star. The altar on the left was used to send people back to the first station of the Star Road. After all, Blue Star and the 108 divine clans were separated by countless light years. No matter how strong you were, without the teleportation of the altar, you would die of old age in space before you reached your destination. Meng Hang had no intention of laboriously taking the right-hand altar, going back step by step, so he stepped into the left-hand teleportation array without hesitation. The moment he stepped into the teleportation array, a beam of light exploded like a star in space, illuminating the dead and dark universe. Meng Hang felt a moment of blackness, and the immense tearing feeling caused by spatial teleportation made him extremely uncomfortable. It felt like an instant had passed, yet also like countless years. When he regained his senses, he heard a noisy commotion. For a moment, Meng Hang had the illusion that he was in a vegetable market on Blue Star. The darkness before his eyes gradually dissipated, and Meng Hang focused his gaze, realizing that he was standing before a massive ancient city. This ancient city, exuding a desolate aura, was not built on any planet. It was located directly in space. Above it was a giant Milky Way, the starlight cascading down like a waterfall, illuminating the city with dazzling brilliance. This made the city appear even more magnificent and mysterious. People crowded before the city gates, dressed in strange clothing. Their appearances were diverse, with some resembling humans and others with vastly different features. It was a gathering of gods, demons, and monsters. Everyone was gathered at the entrance. No one noticed Meng Hang's silent appearance. Having just arrived, Meng Hang wanted to see more of the so-called 108 divine clans, so he didn't plan to cause any trouble. He obediently stood at the back of the queue. He saw a creature in front of him who looked similar to humans, but with two horns on his head. He tapped the creature's shoulder and greeted him as if they were long-lost friends. "Brother, I'm Meng Hang. May I know your esteemed name?" Hearing the voice, the man in front turned his head impatiently. He paused when he saw Meng Hang's silver-white hair and extremely alluring face. He searched his mind but couldn't recall any of the 108 clans having someone with Meng Hang's appearance. He asked suspiciously, "Which clan are you from? I've never heard of anyone dressed like you." Meng Hang's smile froze, but soon his eyes brightened as he thought of something. He smiled and replied, "I'm just an insignificant branch of the Jade Horn clan. It's natural that you haven't heard of me." The Horn Man looked at Meng Hang's horns and suddenly realized. Although there were 108 divine clans in name, there were far more than that in reality. Each clan had one or more branches, or slaves, and if you were to count them all, there would be a significant number. So it was impossible for this Horn Man to remember every clan, and he naturally believed Meng Hang's words. He would never have thought that Meng Hang would come from their destination, Blue Star. Seeing that Meng Hang also had horns, the young man felt an instinctive sense of closeness. He patted Meng Hang's shoulder and said with an air of authority, "My name is Jiaodu. The moment I saw you, and your horns, I felt a great sense of familiarity. If anyone bullies you in this city, just mention my name. It's guaranteed to work." "Got it, brother Jiaodu. By the way, what were you going to ask me about earlier?" Meng Hang smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. I was just curious. The Star Road hasn't appeared for thousands of years. How is there a giant city here?" Hearing what Meng Hang asked, Jiaodu laughed. "Hey, I thought you were going to ask me something important. According to my clan elders, there's a giant city after each checkpoint of the Star Road. Although we don't know who built the Star Road, these cities and the road appeared at the same time. After the Star Road disappeared, these cities did not disappear. The residents continued to live as normal, waiting for the road to reappear." Meng Hang nodded, understanding, and chatted casually with Jiaodu. Just as it was about to be their turn to enter the city, a gale suddenly swept through the sky. Everyone looked up and saw two pure white Pegasus, with not a single blemish, slowly descending from space. The Pegasi flapped their massive wings, causing a sandstorm outside the city, before gracefully landing before the crowd. Meng Hang narrowed his eyes. Just the aura emanating from these two Pegasus was far more terrifying than that of the old dragon emperor. A man and a woman dismounted the Pegasi. The man was tall and straight with blonde hair, blue eyes, a high-nose bridge, and deep eyes that could make people lose themselves. The woman was wearing a pure white dress, with a delicate nose, beautiful, spirited eyes, and was like a snow lotus on a snowy mountain, noble, elegant, and refreshing. Most importantly, both of them had a pair of pure white wings on their backs, making them appear even more divine. Hiss! People from the Angel Clan. Jiaodu gasped upon seeing the two. Angel Clan? Meng Hang raised an eyebrow and looked at Jiaodu with a questioning gaze. Chapter 273, The Angel Clan. Meng Hang nudged Jiaodu with his elbow, asking curiously, "What's the Angel Clan? You don't know about the Angel Clan?" Jiaodu looked at Meng Hang speechlessly. "What desolate planet did you live on before?" After a moment, he continued, "The 108 divine clans have their own hierarchy, their own levels of importance. The most powerful 10 clans are known as the divine clans. These 10 clans are the Silverwing Clan, the Angel Clan, the God Clan, the Blood Moon Clan, the Spirit Demon Clan, and so on. Under the 10 divine clans, there are 20 royal clans. We can talk about it more after we get into the city. And these two, they're young prodigies from the Angel Clan, one of the 10 divine clans. Although they're not the strongest holy child of the Angel Clan, their power shouldn't be underestimated. They're not people we can afford to offend." As if to confirm Jiaodu's words, the two of them dismounted and strutted towards the city gate as if they didn't even see the crowd of people waiting in line. The man had an imposing aura, with brilliant, divine light seemingly hidden in his eyes. The woman had an elegant demeanor, like an immortal fairy descended from the heavens. The two of them walked side by side, making people feel inferior and unable to look them directly in the eye. As they passed by, the originally crowded people all made way for them. Seeing them walking towards them, Jiaodu quickly pulled Meng Hang to the side as well. But after tugging a couple of times, Meng Hang didn't budge. Seeing the Angel Clan members getting closer and closer, Jiaodu became extremely anxious. He whispered to Meng Hang, "Kid, I understand that since you could come to the Star Road, you must be a genius of your clan, with a bit of pride. But everyone here is a genius. Look at them. Aren't they all making way for these two from the Angel Clan? Kid, sometimes admitting defeat isn't shameful. Reality is cruel. Sometimes it's better to step back and let it go. Otherwise, you wouldn't know how you died." Hearing Jiaodu's advice, Meng Hang smiled slightly, but he still didn't move. "I'm joking. People always make way for him. When has he ever made way for anyone else?" Seeing that Meng Hang was being so stubborn, Jiaodu gave up and moved to the side himself. After all, he wasn't about to risk his life for someone he had only known for less than 10 minutes. Seeing how cowardly Jiaodu was, Meng Hang's lips curled, and he said, pretending to be naive, "Don't worry, brother Jiaodu, I won't embarrass you. Didn't you say you would protect me? If they dare to hit me later, I'll just use your name." Hearing this, Jiaodu nearly wet his pants with fear. "Bro, you're my bro, alright? Don't drag me into this. Kid, I'm telling you, these two are people I can't afford to mess with. You're going to get beaten up later. Don't say you know me. Just pretend I was farting when I said I'd protect you. We don't know each other at all." Jiaodu could tell that this guy was definitely missing a screw. If he stayed with him for 2 more days, his own life would be in danger. Just then, Meng Hang felt a shadow fall over him. Looking up, he saw the male member of the Angel Clan looking down at him. Meng Hang was not short, at nearly 6 feet, but the Angel Clan men were almost 7 feet tall. The women were normal, averaging about 5 feet 7 inches. Standing before the Angel Clan man, Meng Hang seemed much smaller. At this moment, the crowd in front of the city gate had parted into 2 lines, like a welcoming procession, making a path for the Angel Clan duo. Standing in the middle without moving, Meng Hang stood out like a sore thumb. Wow, which clan is that kid from? He's so bold, daring to block the Angel Clan's path. Heh, it's obvious he is a member of one of the affiliated clans. I've seen many people like him. In their own clan, they are geniuses, revered by everyone. So they think that they are still a genius after coming here. But I must say, that kid is really handsome. Even as a centaur, with different aesthetic, I think he is so handsome. A creature that was half woman and half horse said excitedly. The people nearby twitched but didn't dare to make fun of her. After all, the Centaur clan was also one of the royal clans, and they didn't dare to say much. The Angel Clan man looked down at Meng Hang coldly, not saying anything, but an overwhelming pressure gushed out, pressing down on Meng Hang. Feeling the tidal wave of pressure, Meng Hang picked his nose, looking bored. Do you have something? If not, go to the back of the line. The Angel Clanman's eyes twitched as he heard this, saying, Kid, I'll let it slide because of your young age and inexperience. I'll give you another chance. Don't make things difficult for yourself. Get out of the way, and I can pretend this never happened. And if I don't move? Meng Hang chuckled, nonchalantly asking back. Before the Angel Clanman could speak, the pure white Pegasus behind him stepped forward and spoke in a human voice. Kid, don't push your luck. It is a blessing that my master speaks to you. The Pegasus was surrounded by a blinding white light, emitting a holy radiance and a powerful aura. It was clear that it wasn't just showing off, but had the power to dominate in its own right. My master is being nice to you. That's the blessing you accumulated in 8 lives. Since you don't know what's good for you and my master is too magnanimous to bother with you, I will teach you about the harsh realities of space. Without giving Meng Hang a chance to react, it swung a leg, like a steel pillar, towards Meng Hang. The hoof grew larger in midair, becoming as huge as a mountain in the blink of an eye, shattering space. Meng Hang's eyes narrowed as his killing intent surged. A mount dares to talk back to me. 80 Divine Void Strike. He concentrated all his energy in his palm, releasing it instantly and producing countless giant and powerful fists that surged towards the Pegasus. The giant hoof shattered like an egg hitting a stone when it collided with the fists. The Pegasus, who was originally brimming with killing intent, looked terrified and immediately retreated, but the fists didn't stop. They pierced through space and hit it directly. With a loud bang, the powerful Pegasus transformed into a cloud of blood mist. Everyone's face changed. Meng Hang was too fast. Before anyone could react, the Pegasus was annihilated. Not even the Angel Clan members could react. Chapter 274, The First Battle. You killed my mount. You're courting death. The Angel Clanman's killing intent solidified into a tangible force, stirring the void. His blood aura covered the sky, terrifying beyond measure. Humble ant, I grant you death. His entire body radiated light as if a true angel had descended to earth. A massive light sword appeared in his hand, and with a swing, a brilliant light appeared, the sword light shooting into the sky as if it were divine light falling from heaven. A birdman dares to act like a god in front of me. Meng Hang's silver hair flew without wind. The whites of his eyes, which had no pupils, were surrounded by bulging veins, an aura of evil surrounding him, like a demon god. He reached out his right hand, actually trying to catch the terrifying sword with his bare hands. Hmph, seeking death. Seeing Meng Hang's brainless action, the Angel Clanman snorted, believing it was a way of courting death. But the next moment, Meng Hang's pale hand, as solid as an asteroid, directly crushed the sword as if it were a piece of tofu. Holy crap, is that real? That sword can slice through anything, yet he crushed it with his bare hands? Is this kid a stone spirit? How else could his body be that sturdy? The Angel Clanman's expression changed slightly, realizing that he had underestimated his opponent. He didn't dare to be careless again and quickly said to the beautiful woman who hadn't attacked yet, Let's attack together. This person is not easy to deal with. Understood. The woman didn't hesitate. Her white dress fluttered as she quickly soared into the sky. She held her right hand straight, as if holding an invisible object, and pulled back with her left hand as if drawing a bow. In an instant, the sky glowed brightly. The dark void seemed completely illuminated as divine light shone upon everyone. As she drew back, a longbow covered in runes appeared in her hand. With a twang, the sound of the bowstring rang out as a light arrow, completely formed by energy, pierced through the void with unrivaled power, shooting straight towards Meng Hang's location. Twang, twang, twang. That wasn't all. There were countless more sounds of bows being drawn. Countless light arrows filled the space in front of the Angel Clan woman, leaving no gaps and promising to kill Meng Hang. The arrow rain fell from the sky, and Meng Hang was surrounded by dangers on all sides. The Angel Clan man flashed and then transformed into 3 clones, each radiating light and obscuring their faces. They quickly surrounded Meng Hang. The 4 figures surrounding him simultaneously swung their massive light swords, aiming to cut down Meng Hang. For Meng Hang, who was under attack from 2 directions, it was truly a case of having nowhere to go. Sigh. With such a terrifying attack, this kid is finished. Feeling the terrifying energy, everyone retreated again, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. Humph, that kid deserved it. Who told him to provoke the Angel clan and kill their mount? This is what happens when you don't keep a low profile in space. It's a shame he realized that too late. Just as everyone thought Meng Hang was doomed, he looked as calm as ever. The space in front of him suddenly tore open, creating an irregular spatial rift, and Meng Hang disappeared into it as if taking a leisurely stroll. The moment he disappeared, the two Angel clan members' attacks arrived. In an instant, rocks flew, dust rose, and the aftershocks of the energy surged towards the nearby giant city. Unfortunately, the energy waves disappeared as soon as they touched the city, causing no damage. The expressions of the two Angel clan members shifted slightly as they quickly looked around, trying to find Meng Hang. They saw a spatial rift reappearing in an open space not far from them, and Meng Hang floated out of it. The Angel clan man stared at Meng Hang with his large, piercing eyes, saying with a hint of admiration, "I didn't expect you to have such power. I have always shown respect to those with strength. How about this? As long as you reveal your true form and become my mount, I can't pretend that the incident where you killed my mount never happened." It was an incredibly humiliating thing to ask, but this man said it like it was natural, indicating that he had done this many times. Seeing the two horns on Meng Hang's head, he assumed that Meng Hang was a bovine creature who had taken a human form. Hearing this, Meng Hang smiled, a bright smile that revealed all of his pearly white teeth. "You really deserve to die." Instead of feeling sunny, Meng Hang's smile that showed all his teeth gave off a dark and sinister aura. "Kid, don't be ungrateful," the Angel clan woman said, floating in the sky like an angel descended. "My Angel clan is one of the divine clans of the 108 clans, with extremely high status. Becoming our mount will give you a higher status than you currently have. We also wouldn't mistreat you." Her voice was clear and cold, but it couldn't hide her arrogance. "Heh, I see that you are also quite beautiful. How about submitting to me and becoming my concubine?" Meng Hang said, smirking as he looked up and down at the Angel clan woman in the sky with lewd eyes. "I am the strongest in this era. I will definitely be the last one to walk the Star Road. As long as you agree to become my concubine, I will bring you to the end of the Star Road and grant you immense opportunities." He was clearly checking out the Angel clan woman. The woman was wearing a tight-fitting white dress that perfectly showed off her curves. It could be described as having an angel's face and a devil's figure, and she was secretly being eyed by many people who were silently gulping. Being ogled by Meng Hang, the woman felt a chill crawl down her spine. It was as if all her clothes had been torn off by his gaze, leaving her completely naked. "You little beast, you're asking for death." The woman was full of shame and rage as she was about to attack Meng Hang again. But the next moment, with a crack, the woman's head abruptly rotated 180 degrees, facing her back. Her beautiful face was deathly pale. Her eyes rolled back to show only the whites, and blood gushed from her mouth. Hiss! This bizarre scene caused everyone to gasp and take a few steps back. Others couldn't see, but Meng Hang, who was responsible for this, knew exactly what had happened. Meng Hang had activated Madara Uchiha's Rinbo technique, splitting his shadow and twisting the woman's neck. Ordinary people can't see the shadows. Only those with the Rinnegan and those who possessed the Six Paths power could see them. So, everyone else was bewildered, not knowing what had happened. Seeing his companion die so inexplicably, the Angel clan man could no longer maintain his composure. His face was contorted as he stared at Meng Hang. "Kid, what did you do to her?" Chapter 275, Domineering. Facing the Angel clan man's question, Meng Hang didn't answer. Instead, he stretched his lips to his ears, grinning widely. When Meng Hang smiled, life and death became uncertain. The next moment, a bloody hole suddenly appeared in the Angel clan man's chest, and his heart was already gone. How could this be? The Angel clan man looked down at his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. Jia. Without anyone noticing, a bloody heart appeared in Meng Hang's hand. Looking at the heart, which was still beating, everyone's faces turned pale with fear. Not one of them saw how or even when Meng Hang had acted. Give it back to me." The Angel clan man reached out weakly towards Meng Hang, his eyes filled with a desire to live. "Give it back to you? Okay." Meng Hang agreed readily, then squeezed his hand, crushing the red heart. You. The Angel clan man spat out a mouthful of blood, his fingers shaking as he pointed at Meng Hang. I am a member of the Angel Clan. If you kill me, there will be no place for you in the Star Road. The holy child of my clan is up ahead. Pray you don't encounter him. Otherwise, you will surely die." He spat out another mouthful of blood, the divine light in his eyes dimming before he fell to the ground with a thud, no longer breathing. The entire space was silent, everyone staring at Meng Hang with absolute fear. These two were strong members of the Angel Clan. Although they weren't the holy child of their clan, their power was enough to suppress the masses. The most important thing was that their holy child was a genius who suppressed everyone on the Star Road. If he knew someone had killed his clan members in public, he would definitely not let it go. The last remaining Pegasus of the Angel Clan trembled with fear. Not caring about anything else, it turned and ran. But as its massive wings flapped a couple of times, lifting it into the sky, its body suddenly froze. Then, its huge body exploded, flesh and blood flying, staining the sky red. After doing all this, Meng Hang casually shook the blood off his hands. Then, when he saw everyone looking at him in shock, Meng Hang gave a radiant smile. "Don't be shy, everyone. Keep lining up. Brother Jiaodu, come over here. I'm still waiting for you to get into the city and protect me." Seeing that no one dared to answer, Meng Hang waved to Jiaodu, who was trying to bury his face in the ground. Hearing Meng Hang speak to him, Jiaodu gave a smile that was more like a grimace. "Little bro, no. Big brother, please, don't joke with me. You are the one who should protect me. Why would I protect you?" Jiaodu was acting humble on the surface, but in his heart, he was cursing Meng Hang's ancestors for the past 18 generations. "You're so strong. Why did you have to pretend to be weak and strike up a conversation with me? Now that you've killed people from the Angel Clan, you're strong, you can leave, but what if I get involved?" Thinking of this, Jiaodu said to Meng Hang in a low voice, "Big brother, please, go into the city first. I suddenly remembered that there are some things I need to do with my clan. I can't continue with the Star Road trials." Without waiting for Meng Hang to reply, he bowed to him and flew towards the sky, escaping from the Star Road city as if his life depended on it. Watching Jiaodu flee in a panic, Meng Hang shook his head helplessly and started walking towards the city gate. Seeing Meng Hang swaggering forward, everyone looked at him as if they were facing a venomous snake, subconsciously making a path for him. 2 rows of soldiers stood on either side of the city gate. They had a very strong aura of murderous intent, staring at the people in line ahead of them like tigers watching their prey. They were clad in thick armor, their metal battle suits cold and imposing, mixed with their overbearing aura, which was suffocating. Although they were just gate guards, it was obvious that they were very powerful. A burly man at the head of the guards, with a strong build and cold armor, stared coldly at Meng Hang. When Meng Hang reached the city gate, the burly man blocked his way with a bronze spear. "Kid, let me give you a piece of advice," said the gate guard. "I don't care how arrogant you are outside the city, but once you enter the city, if you're a dragon, you have to coil, and if you're a tiger, you have to lie down. If you dare to take action in the city, no matter which clan you are from or how strong you are, you will be suppressed and killed by us." The gate guard was quite displeased with Meng Hang. This kind of troublemaker, who made a fuss right after arriving on the Star Road, would definitely not settle down after entering the city. That was why he reminded Meng Hang with such an unpleasant tone. Meng Hang looked at the burly man with a fierce expression and raised an eyebrow. "Are you talking to me?" Having no opponents on Blue Star, Meng Hang had become extremely obstinate, yielding only to those who were gentle and not to those who were forceful. It was good enough that he wasn't actively provoking others. He certainly couldn't tolerate others using this tone with him. Besides, he believed everyone on the Star Road was trying to threaten Blue Star. Although he, Meng Hang, had already ravaged Blue Star, he could do that, but he definitely wouldn't allow others to interfere. Therefore, he showed no mercy to the people here. "Kid, you're very arrogant." The burly man narrowed his eyes, staring at Meng Hang with a sinister look. Meng Hang's mocking tone made the burly man feel that his authority was being challenged. He naturally knew that those who could come here were all geniuses from different clans, but it was because of this that he wanted to suppress their arrogance. He couldn't resist the feeling of watching geniuses suffer. "Kid, today I will teach you the rules here." The burly man gripped his bronze spear and thrust it at Meng Hang's body. The bronze spear made a clanging sound as it pierced through Meng Hang's body without hesitation, embedding itself into the blue stone ground behind him. The spear stuck in the ground, causing the blue stone to rumble. Whoa, they attack without warning. Are the people on the Star Road City this domineering? Domineering people naturally have the strength to match. I think his power is not below ours. And don't forget, this is just a gate guard. Imagine how terrifying the city lord is. Seeing the gate guard attack, everyone showed shocked expressions. They didn't expect that a gate guard, whom they had looked down on, would have such power, making them very wary of this city, and they no longer dared to be arrogant. As for Meng Hang, who was impaled by the spear, they didn't care. He was just a clown. They had seen too many like him. He could die and not cause any ripples. Besides, even if he didn't die now, the holy child of the angel clan would come for him later, and he would die even more miserably. Seeing that the geniuses around him were looking at him with reverence, the gate guard couldn't help but smile smugly. He exerted strength in his right arm, wanting to pull out the bronze spear that had pierced through Meng Hang's body. But the next moment, a slender hand gripped the spear, stopping him from pulling it out. Chapter 276, Increasingly Perverted. Gripping the bronze spear with one hand, Meng Hang, with his pearly white teeth showing, looked at the burly man. Although he was smiling, it was terrifyingly cold. "You were the first to attack." The burly man frowned, looking at Meng Hang in surprise, not expecting that his attack would have no effect on him. But he wasn't too alarmed. If one spear didn't work, then 2 spears, and if 2 spears didn't work, then 10 spears. He had seen many powerful abilities, and this wasn't special. The muscles on the burly man's arm bulged as he pulled out the bronze spear. Then, a black spot appeared at the tip of the spear, and centered on that spot, ripples formed like waves. He took a step, and a deep footprint appeared on the hard blue stone floor. The spear thrust out, and the black spot became even darker. It ripped open a crack in the void, piercing through time and space, directly nailing Meng Hang to the top of the city wall. The massive force carried Meng Hang's body backward, nailing him to the wall. Seeing that Meng Hang was finally still, the burly man just sneered, his expression no longer showing much. To him, killing this arrogant brat was as easy as killing a chicken and had no impact on his emotions. After doing all of this, he clapped his hands, and with a powerful aura, his eyes swept over the stunned crowd. "Did you see that? This is the consequence of causing trouble in the Star Road City. I don't care how arrogant you were in your clans, but here, if you don't have the strength, you better stay quiet. If anyone else is defiant, he'll end up like him." Clearly, the burly man's tactic of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys worked. The crowd before the gate became silent, not daring to argue. The burly man sneered inwardly, lamenting that this group of people was too weak, far worse than the previous ones. "Jia, where are you looking?" Just as the burly man was getting a little carried away, a sinister voice suddenly came from behind him. He felt a cold aura enveloping him, making a chill run through him. Quickly turning around, he saw the silver-haired youth still nailed to the city wall by the bronze spear that pierced his head. But the person who should have died was looking at him with a pair of eyes without pupils, as if he were staring with an unyielding grudge. This wasn't the only thing that made the burly man feel cold all over. He also saw Meng Hang's lips stretched to a horrifying degree, his eyes showing a morbidly ecstatic look. Most importantly, Meng Hang, who was nailed to the wall, was slowly walking forward. Creak, creak. It sounded like fingernails scratching on a chalkboard, making everyone feel uncomfortable. The sound of brain matter rubbing against the bronze spear, a trail of blood left on the copper-colored spear. You could even see the thick blood dripping down occasionally, but Meng Hang continued to walk forward as if nothing had happened. "It's been so long since anyone has hurt me. Tell me, how should I reward you?" Meng Hang looked at the burly man as if he were a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. His body was trembling with excitement as he slowly walked forward. This strange scene not only made the gate guard's hair stand on end, but the others too, and goosebumps covered their skin. "Damn, is this real? What clan is this kid from? He's still not dead even though his head has been pierced." Putting aside that he's not dead, I even saw his brain matter flowing onto the spear. Does he not feel any pain? He's still smiling, and that smile is so creepy, like a pervert. Hemph, acting mysterious. Even if his head is pierced and he doesn't die, I'll stab his whole body, and I'll see if he still doesn't die. After feeling a chill run down his spine, the burly man stared at Meng Hang with a fierce look, wanting to suppress the fear in his heart with anger. He waved to his men, and one of them quickly handed him his bronze spear. Without hesitation, the burly man put all his strength into the bronze spear, piercing it through Meng Hang. With a loud crash, the spear pierced Meng Hang's heart. He was once again sent flying backward, pinned to the wall. This time, the burly man learned his lesson and didn't end it there. Instead, he kept waving to his men, who threw spear after spear at Meng Hang. Clang, 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 clang. There were countless loud sounds as the powerful spears slammed into Meng Hang, shaking the solid city wall. In a moment, countless spears filled the space around Meng Hang, making him look like a hedgehog, no longer able to move. Humph, I'll see if you die now. Looking at Meng Hang, who was more than dead, the burly man wiped a handful of cold sweat from his forehead and said with a sneer, "Jia, jia, jia, jia." A powerful light suddenly erupted from the city wall, followed by an immense energy that sent the countless spears flying back. Ah! Countless screams rang out. These flying bronze spears were fast and fierce, flying right into the crowd. Although most of the people were able to block the flying spears, some of the weaker ones were impaled. The white light disappeared, and Meng Hang stood there as if nothing had happened. Let alone wounds, not even a drop of blood was left on his white robe. Hehehe. Ha 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 ha. Meng Hang laughed, his mind broken and excited, as if he was a pervert. No, he was a pervert. He was unkillable and immortal. It was like he still hadn't recovered from the excitement of having his body pierced, unable to express the urge in his heart. Finally, Meng Hang pierced his own temple with his thumb, digging into it crazily as if he didn't care about death. The crowd, looking at Meng Hang's self-mutilating actions, were shocked and also felt a strange fear. They watched as blood splattered from Meng Hang's temple, his thumb already deep inside. But Meng Hang seemed like it wasn't enough, and continued to dig into his brain. As he picked at his temple like he was picking his ears, he licked his lips with his slippery tongue, looking at the burly man excitedly. Jia, jia, jia. I've thought about how I'll reward you. Then, the 9 Tomoe Rinnegan on his forehead opened wide. Meng Hang, who had eaten the god tree fruit, still had his Sharingan. All of the abilities were combined into the 9 Tomoe Rinnegan. Therefore, he could still use the abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and their effects were many times stronger than before. The burly man, who was already feeling some fear, was just about to tell his men to attack together, but as soon as he opened his mouth, his eyes began to go blank. Taking out a dagger from his chest, he lightly cut his other hand. A thin piece of flesh severed from his body. Chapter 277. Wreaking havoc in the starry sky city. The burly man was expressionless, as if the flesh he was cutting off wasn't his own. He put the bloody piece of meat into his mouth without hesitation, chewing on it with large bites. A streak of crimson blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, making the scene even more eerie. As if not satisfied, the burly man cut off another large piece of flesh from his arm and put it in his mouth, his eyes showing a look of contentment. Only then did some of the city guards react. Ignoring the chills running down their spines, they rushed forward to stop him. "Captain, what's wrong with you?" But the moment the man grabbed the burly man's arm, the burly man's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. He faced his subordinate, who was trying to stop him, as if he were a sworn enemy. The next moment, without any hesitation, the burly man plunged his dagger into the subordinate's neck with lightning speed. Blood immediately spurted out. The guard clutched his neck, looking at his captain in disbelief. He never imagined that his captain, whom he had worked with for hundreds of years, would attack him so ruthlessly. Cap! Before he could say anything again, the burly man pulled the dagger from his neck and plunged it into his heart once more. The guard fell to the ground lifelessly, not understanding what had happened until he died. Everyone looked at the bizarre scene with fear. No one dared to step forward to stop him, afraid that the burly man would attack them indiscriminately as well. After doing all of this, the burly man, as if nothing had happened, once again accelerated the process of tearing the flesh from his body, devouring it hungrily. At this moment, where was the pride he had at the start? He was now completely like a humanoid beast, drinking blood and eating raw flesh. And Meng Hang stood not far away, watching the burly man's every move as if admiring a work of art. "Kid, what did you do to our captain?" No one present was stupid. They knew that the burly man's state was the result of Meng Hang's actions. Therefore, the guards all glared at him angrily. Meng Hang's brow furrowed, looking annoyed by their voices, which had disturbed his pleasure. He licked his lips and said to them darkly, "Isn't it better to just cling to life? If you hadn't made a sound, I might have let you go out of sheer delight. But since you dared to disturb my enjoyment, then none of you will leave here alive today. Himph, kid. This is the Starry Sky City, not a place for you to go wild. The guard said, yelling at Meng Hang, seeing his arrogance. Release our captain immediately. Otherwise, the city lord will come with the city soldiers, and you will be begging for death without getting it. As soon as he finished speaking, that soldier's head exploded like a watermelon. Meng Hang narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous glint within. Hee, I'm so scared. It's perfect that I haven't had enough fun yet. Tell your city lord to come and play with me. Everyone's faces changed drastically. They knew that this young man in white was an absolute madman. But none of them left. A trace of excitement was revealed in their fearful eyes. They all wanted to see what kind of miserable end this arrogant madman would come to. The few soldiers at the city gate made eye contact with each other discreetly. Under the cover of the other soldiers, one of them quietly retreated to a bronze bell, taking advantage of Meng Hang's inattention. Chapter 278. Incredibly powerful. He didn't rely on anything else. He used his full strength, slamming his palm into the bronze bell. Clang! A deafening sound echoed out, creating ripples that spread in all directions. In an instant, the bell's sound reverberated throughout the city, both inside and outside. The city's residents all stopped what they were doing and looked towards the city gate, surprise evident on their faces. Heh, it's been so many years since someone dared to cause trouble in the Starry Sky City. Hee, after all, they're elites from various clans. They've never been taught a lesson, so they are bound to be arrogant. After the city's strongmen come out to suppress and kill him, those arrogant young brats will become obedient. The residents of the city weren't the slightest bit alarmed by the alarm bell, and they gossiped with each other with amusement. In a magnificent city lord's mansion, a middle-aged man with a white robe, a feather fan, and a small mustache opened his eyes. At the same time, a black mist appeared before him, transforming into a youth clad in black armor. The youth knelt on one knee before the city lord with the feather fan, saying, "City lord, a scoundrel is causing trouble outside the city. I am willing to lead the army out to suppress him." The city lord had a calm expression, as if the events outside were just insignificant matters. Shen Ping, your strength is no weaker than these geniuses who are trying to challenge the Star Road. You can even say you're much stronger. Now that the Star Road has reopened, it is also a great opportunity for you. After resolving this matter, you should also go to the Star Road to train. Upon hearing the city lord's words, Shen Ping's whole body trembled with barely containable excitement. He had already seen several waves of strongmen from his generation try to pass the first gate of the Star Road and go to the next city. Shen Ping was already impatient. He was confident that, in terms of strength, he was no weaker than those so-called geniuses from other clans. The opening of the Starry Sky City was a sign that a young person would start their invincible path. Unfortunately, because of his special identity, he couldn't easily leave his post. So, even though he was unwilling, he still didn't say anything. Now that the city lord had personally given him permission, Shen Ping was naturally ecstatic. "Thank you for your grace, city lord." He kowtowed heavily to the middle-aged city lord, and then his body transformed into a black mist, disappearing from the room. After the bronze bell outside the city rang, the guards seemed to have regained their confidence and looked at Meng Hang with killing intent. "Himph, kid. We've already notified the city. Strongmen from the city will be here soon. You dare to cause trouble at the city gate. You don't have enough lives to pay for that." Meng Hang, at some point, had taken out his giant bone throne and was sitting leisurely on it, completely ignoring everyone else, admiring the scene of the burly man's self-mutilation. Half of the burly man's body had already become bare bone. Only a few scraps of flesh were still clinging to the bones. The organs in his body were clearly visible. The burly man didn't react at all to the outside world, and he was oblivious to the state of his own body. He was like a hungry ghost, only focused on chewing his own flesh. Hearing the guard's words, Meng Hang's lips curled. "Since that's the case, you are useless too. You can die now." After speaking, the guards' bodies exploded without warning. Fresh blood and severed limbs splattered all over the city gate. Chapter 279. Two people eating meat. Damn, is this kid crazy? He knows we've already notified the experts in the city, yet he still dares to be so reckless. Does he really think he's an unparalleled expert who can suppress this era? He's just an unreasonable madman. Before, I didn't know how he was able to survive until now, but I know that he's about to be annihilated. Just as everyone was talking, densely packed soldiers in black armor appeared on the huge city gates. These soldiers had a powerful aura, emanating a pungent stench of blood, making people feel a sense of awe. Then, the crowd saw more than a dozen huge siege crossbows, forged from an unknown material and completely painted black, being pushed up, their invincible arrows aimed at the people outside the city. Those who had the siege crossbows aimed at them all felt goosebumps rise on their skin, instinctively taking a few steps to the side, only then feeling a bit more relaxed. The soldiers looked at the people outside the city fully armed. Then, Shun Ping, with his hands behind his back, walked forward with the imposing stride of a dragon and a tiger, looking down at the crowd from above. Shinping, that's Shinping, someone whispered, their voice filled with some surprise. Hey, you've also come to the Star Road for the first time. How do you know him? Someone next to him asked, curious about his exclamation. Hey, you don't know. This is the information that my clan's holy child sent me, telling me to be careful of Shan Ping here. He stepped onto the Star Road earlier than me and should already be in the next city. There are always some people who think their ability is great and act recklessly. A couple of days ago, a holy child of a royal clan among the 108 clans started yelling as soon as he arrived. Here, claiming he would flatten this starry sky city and even injure the guards. Then, Shun Ping made a move. He suppressed that holy child within a few moves, making him completely submit. I heard that. He's still locked up in the dungeon, serving his sentence. According to my clan's holy child, this man is as powerful as a holy child from a divine clan and should definitely not be underestimated. Hiss, is that true? This starry sky city is truly a place where dragons and tigers hide. A random gate captain is already as powerful as us, and now there's someone else as strong as a holy child from a divine clan. How can we live? Shin Ping didn't hear the crowd's discussions. He just looked coldly at the people below. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He saw the burly man, who was still standing there, half of his body already turned into bare bone, and the tragic scene at the city gate, where everything was disfigured, only clumps of flesh remaining. When his eyes swept to Meng Hang, who was sitting high on the bone throne, he couldn't help but erupt in anger. You dare to kill my starry sky city's guards. Today, I will tear you to pieces. Then, he raised his right hand high, and all of the black-armored soldiers on the city gate immediately understood their commander's intention, turning all of the siege crossbows towards Meng Hang. Seeing the siege crossbows that gleamed with cold light, Meng Hang was like someone who didn't care, not even making a move to get up from his seat. Seeing this, Shin Ping laughed in anger. Good. Since you're courting death, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Fire. Shin Ping waved his hand, and countless arrows shot out simultaneously. The massive arrows tore through the void, shattering space, as if breaking free from the constraints of time and space, heading towards Meng Hang's location. Chapter 280. Who exactly are you? Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the ground shattered inch by inch, dust flew, enveloping Meng Hang within it. The arrows continued to be fired for several minutes before Shan Ping finally waved his hand, satisfied, signaling his men to stop. Looking at the terrifying power of the siege crossbows, everyone felt their scalps tingle. They never expected the siege crossbows to have such terrifying power. They couldn't imagine if those siege crossbows were aimed at them, whether they would have any chance of surviving. The dust settled, and looking at the densely packed arrows on the ground, Shen Ping smiled triumphantly. Himph, ignorant waste. After speaking, he was about to go down to check the burly man, who was still eating his own flesh. But the next moment, a cold voice came from above his head. Heh, is all you know how to play with children's toys? Just as he had taken a step, Shun Ping's pupils constricted, and he quickly looked towards his head. He saw the bone throne floating in midair, and Meng Hang was sitting on it, his white clothes fluttering, his legs crossed, completely unharmed, looking down at him like an emperor. And just as everyone looked up at Meng Hang, he slowly stood up. His hair was like a waterfall, and his eyes flashed with lightning. He took a step, instantly arriving in front of a black-armored soldier. His black fist shot out, directly turning the soldier into a blood mist, completely obliterating him, blood flowers erupting, and bone fragments flying. Before the crowd could react, Meng Hang turned into a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, rampaging through the crowd on the city wall. If his bizarre methods before had made people feel cold, then his current domineering and tyrannical power made them even more terrified. Meng Hang was like a tiger among sheep. With a wave of his hand, one or several people would be annihilated, blood raining down and flesh flying, like a demon god had opened the gates of hell. Shinping, reacting, felt his eyes crack. The city lord had entrusted this matter to him, yet heavy casualties had occurred. He wouldn't be able to explain himself to the city lord. "You beast, stop your recklessness." With a loud roar, Shinping stomped on the ground, and his black armor began to grow as if it had a life of its own, covering his entire body, leaving only his eyes and nostrils visible. The entirely black Shinping was like an ancient god and demon. His aura was unfathomable, like an abyss. Hiss. So strong. Feeling the aura emanating from Shinping, the people outside the city turned pale, their bodies and minds both shaken. They could be considered elites of their clans, but they hadn't expected that, as soon as they arrived on the Star Road, they would encounter monsters like Meng Hang and Shinping. A purple halberd appeared in Shinping's hand, dragging on the ground, leaving a trail of sparks. "It's an honor for you to make me use my full power. Your death will not be in vain." His voice was cold as he looked at Meng Hang as if he were already dead. Then, he took a step, and his whole body vanished into a distorted black mist. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Meng Hang. The purple halberd in his hand thrust out, purple light blooming. It was many times faster than lightning, not giving Meng Hang a chance to react. The next moment, the halberd pierced Meng Hang's body, leaving him with a cool feeling. Shinping, like a black war god, gripped the halberd with his right hand and hoisted Meng Hang into the air, showing him to the crowd like a trophy. "You killed people from my city. Today, I'll hang your body on the city walls to warn others. Let them know that this is the end of those who dare to cause trouble in Starry Sky City." Chapter 281. The Might of Night Guy. Like holding a broken sack, Shinping shook Meng Hang this way and that, showcasing his miserable state to the crowd. But the next moment, his eyebrows furrowed, and he looked at the people below with some dissatisfaction. The crowd below were staring intently at Meng Hang's corpse hanging on his long glaive, as if that body could come back to life at any moment. Shinping was somewhat displeased. He wanted to see shock and hear their praises, not these lifeless, dull expressions. Actually, the expressions of those outside the city were understandable. Before Shinping emerged, Meng Hang was like an immortal monster. Even with his head pierced and his body riddled with holes, he could still hop around as if nothing had happened. They didn't believe that Meng Hang would die so easily this time. Therefore, they were all watching Meng Hang intently, expecting something else to happen. Ahem. Shinping coughed lightly, wanting to draw everyone's attention back to himself. But then, several strange sounds came from above his head. Crack, crack. Suddenly, there were several sounds of joints twisting. Shinping looked up, and his pupils instantly contracted. A chill shot straight from his tailbone to the crown of his head. He saw that, somehow, Meng Hang, who should have long been dead, was now on the glaive, right in front of him. The wounds where Meng Hang had been impaled were still gushing blood. His eyes, without pupils, only whites showing, were fixed on Shinping, like a vengeful ghost. Seeing Meng Hang so close, less than a fist's length away, Shinping was so startled that he dropped his purple glaive and retreated explosively. Meng Hang didn't take the opportunity to pursue him. Instead, he licked his lips with his crimson tongue and slowly pulled the glaive that was piercing him out of his body. Seeing that Meng Hang was truly not dead, everyone, for some reason, seemed relieved, with some even nodding in satisfaction. They seemed to be saying, "See? I told you that this madman wouldn't die so easily. You people from Starry Sky City really like stabbing people with spears, don't you? I wonder if you're like that other guy and like to eat flesh?" Meng Hang narrowed his eyes, looking at Shinping with a venomous gaze like a snake. Though Shinping didn't understand what he meant, seeing that the large man in the distance was half skeletal, devouring his own flesh, he felt a chill run down his spine. Hemph. Words are useless. Let's settle this with our fists. Shinping no longer wanted to waste words with Meng Hang. He just wanted to finish him off quickly, so he could head to the trials of the Starry Sky Ancient Road. With a wave of his hand, the purple glaive seemed to come to life, breaking free of Meng Hang and returning to his hand. Holding the glaive, Shinping waved it in the air, facing Meng Hang. In an instant, purple light flared up. In less than a second, hundreds of purple rays poured out, like countless crescent moons slashing towards Meng Hang. Meng Hang didn't dodge or evade. These purple blades struck his body as if they were hitting thin air, passing right through him and heading towards the people nearby. Meng Hang didn't care, But everyone else's expressions drastically changed, and they hurriedly dodged to the side. These purple blades, having lost their target, sliced through the void, striking small asteroids not far from the giant city. In an instant, dust and debris billowed from those distant asteroids. Chapter 282. Six Paths Planetary Devastation, None Left. Meng Hang saw the meaning in Zhu Ming's eyes and shook his head with a chilling gaze, saying, "Don't you dare beg for mercy. It'll only excite me more, and I'll make you wish you were dead." Then, without looking at Zhu Ming's expression any longer, he stomped his foot towards Zhu Ming's head. With a splat, Zhu Ming's head exploded, like a watermelon dropped on the ground, spraying countless red and white pieces. The area in front of Starry Sky City was silent, everyone staring at Meng Hang's figure with immense horror. The power that could pierce through planets filled them with terror. They couldn't believe what they had witnessed. Since the appearance of the Starry Sky Ancient Road, there had never been a case of a challenger torturing and killing the city lord of a Starry Sky giant city. The armored soldiers and residents of the planetary city wore looks of grief and fear. They never dreamed that their invincible city lord would end up in such a miserable state. On the side, the two individuals who had been forgotten, still diligently devouring their own flesh, finally regained clarity in their eyes. The burly guard abruptly stopped cutting his own body. He stared blankly at his skeletal frame, now just a skull with nothing but clean white bones. Feeling the remaining warmth and flesh in his mouth, he suddenly realized that he had been eating himself alive. A violent wave of nausea and indescribable fear washed over him. Shinping also came to his senses at this moment. He was not much better than the burly guard. His flesh and blood were long gone, only some sticky bits of meat remaining on his stark white bones. How could this happen? With pieces of flesh still in his mouth, Shinping roared in horror like a vengeful ghost. Then, two unutterable, shrill screams echoed out, causing a chill to run down everyone's spines and goosebumps to rise on their skin. After the screams, the two men's hearts stopped beating, and they fell to the ground, dead. Until the very end, they didn't die because their flesh and blood were gone. Instead, they died of shock, unable to accept the fact that they had eaten themselves alive. Everyone's faces had been drained of all color, terrified by Meng Hang's power and the perversity of his methods. He's a madman, a monster, a complete and utter madman and a pervert. I'm not going to continue down this Starry Sky Ancient Road. I want to return to my planet. They all say that the Starry Sky Ancient Road is incredibly dangerous. We haven't even passed the first trial, and it's already this perilous. I really can't imagine how we'll continue down this road. Heh, what invincible road. It can't even guarantee our lives. How can we even talk about invincibility? Leave now. This madman killed the city lord of Starry Sky City. He might become demonic and try to keep us all here. The prodigies of various clans, after the initial shock, quickly reacted and tried to escape from this place. However, as they said, Meng Hang, stimulated by blood, had already become bloodthirsty. He grinned and stared excitedly at the crowd trying to escape. Hee. You know I'm from Blue Star, and you still want to leave? Today, all of you will stay here and perish along with this city. The reason why Meng Hang had openly admitted that he was from Blue Star was because he had no intention of letting anyone go. These were all people from the 108 divine clans, and their aim was to invade Blue Star. Therefore, he had no psychological burden in killing them. Die, all of you. The expression on Meng Hang's face was morbidly excited, and a black sphere flew from his hand. 6 Paths, Planetary Devastation. The black sphere released an irresistible suction force into the universe, attracting all the surrounding meteorites. Even the remnants of the planet that Zhu Ming had crashed into were not spared and were pulled toward the black sphere. In the blink of an eye, an immense meteorite appeared above Meng Hang. It could no longer be called a meteorite, but a planet that was much larger than Starry Sky City, comparable to the size of the moon. The huge sphere blocked the light shining on Starry Sky City, plunging it into darkness like a lunar eclipse. What the hell is that? Creating a planet with his bare hands? Isn't that something only gods can do? Everyone stared at the enormous planet created by planetary devastation, their eyes wide with disbelief. What are you staring at, you idiots? Don't you want to run? Or do you want to wait here to get crushed to death? Someone shouted as they fled into the void. Run. Do you think you can escape? Do your best to please me, and maybe you'll have a sliver of hope. An extremely eerie and terrifying voice echoed in everyone's ears. Who? Who is speaking? Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, looking around in an attempt to find the source of the voice. The next moment, their eyes froze. They saw Meng Hang in white, emerging from the Kamui dimension like a vengeful ghost. His previously delicate and enchanting face was twisted into a sinister smile, causing everyone to feel a cold shiver run from their feet to their heads. Everyone looked at the Meng Hang in front of them, and then at the Meng Hang standing in the void with the giant planet above his head. Despair filled their hearts. How? How is it possible there are two of this monster? We can't even beat one of him. How can we fight two? Some people stood rooted to the spot, muttering in a daze. Why are you still talking, you idiots? Run in separate directions, and hope that at least one of us can escape. Everyone moved at this moment, using every ounce of their strength to escape Meng Hang's clutches. Almighty pull. Just like the Black Sphere, this clone of Meng Hang activated his Rinnegan, casting Almighty Pull. In an instant, a massive pulling force emanated from Meng Hang. Those who were already escaping and those who were preparing to escape felt an irresistible force pulling them back towards the entrance of Starry Sky City. At the same time, the giant planet created by 6 paths, planetary devastation started moving, breaking the sound barrier as it sped towards Starry Sky City. No! Countless people cried out in despair, desperately struggling, trying to break free of the control. But no matter how much they struggled, no one could escape from Almighty Pull. The next moment, the enormous sphere crashed down, causing the entire Starry Sky City to shake. In an instant, dense and profound runes surged out of Starry Sky City, then stuck to the buildings inside like paper scraps. The originally shaking Starry Sky City suddenly stopped moving, floating steadily in the starry sky. There's hope. There's hope. The Starry Sky City's formation appeared to block the giant rock's attack. Everyone who was desperately struggling seemed to see hope and shouted excitedly. However, the next second, their newly brightened eyes dimmed once again. It turned out that those runes only protected the city itself and did not care about the people inside. The giant stone fell directly onto everyone in Starry Sky City. Chapter 283. The First Trial of the Starry Sky Ancient Road. Seeing the city lord arrive in person, the black-armored soldiers, who were originally panicked, were overjoyed. The Starry Sky City lord looked below. When he saw Shinping and the other man standing neatly, chewing on their own flesh, his eyes narrowed. He used the power of his voice, booming out, "Awaken!" His voice was like a giant bell, ringing loud and clear, causing everyone's ears to buzz. However, even with such a powerful sound, it did not elicit any reaction from the two. Seeing this, City Lord Zhu Ming's expression became grave. His simple shout was not simple at all. It contained a trace of Tao, able to calm the mind and suppress evil spirits. But now, it had no effect on these two, causing Zhu Ming to cautiously raise his guard. At the same time, all the citizens in the city also gathered at the city gate, excitedly looking out towards the city. That's Shinping? Why is he eating his own flesh there? Seeing this bizarre scene, everyone gasped in shock. What else could it be? There are many races among the 108 divine clans, and some have the ability to control the minds of others. But fortunately, the city lord has intervened. This child won't be able to cause any trouble. Zhu Ming placed one hand behind his back and gently waved the feather fan in his other hand, his eyes fixed on Meng Hang, who was dressed in white, with a sickly expression. Which clan's whelp dares to create chaos in my Starry Sky City? The first city on the Starry Sky Ancient Road will be your burial ground. Today, I will suppress and kill you here. Zhu Ming, who looked like a scholar, spoke with cold decisiveness. Zhu Ming's words were full of majesty, and strands of celestial energy fell from above his head, intimidating everyone present. But Meng Hang was unimpressed. He scoffed and said, "Heh, as expected, the old one comes after the young one is beaten. It's all the same, no matter where you go. But this is exactly what I like. If we're going to kill, let's kill a whole nest, so there won't be future trouble and seeds of disaster. You ignorant whelp, you have a death wish." Zhu Ming was furious. He waved his feather fan, and in an instant, a strong wind arose. Countless wind blades tore through the space, slashing towards Meng Hang. Trifling tricks, unending. Meng Hang's face showed impatience. Crimson-red energy enveloped him. His robes fluttered, and his silver hair also floated up. With thousands of strands of hair flying about, Meng Hang looked like an ancient demon lord, his aura shaking the world. He had opened the 8th gate of the 8 inner gates, the Gate of Death. With Meng Hang's current strength, opening the Gate of Death would have no negative side effects. Moreover, the power generated by opening the 8 gates in this state was more than 100 times greater than the power guy had displayed back then. Huh! With a roar, like a dragon's cry from the heavens, a burst of violent energy exploded, sending the countless wind blades flying backward. Zhu Ming's expression changed, and he waved his fan again, directing these wind blades into the sky, where they dissipated into the void. Meng Hang smirked cruelly and took a step forward, while Zhu Ming was still dealing with his previous attack. With just that one step, a huge crack appeared on the ground of the starry sky giant city, and his figure transformed into a streak of fiery red lightning, disappearing from the spot. Seeing Meng Hang disappear, Zhu Ming's expression changed drastically. He wanted to conjure a barrier to block his attack. However, he had underestimated Meng Hang's speed. In just a flash, the intangible barrier had barely begun to form when Meng Hang's fiery red figure was already upon him. Chapter 284, A Great Dream. How can he be so fast? The thought flashed through Zhu Ming's mind when Meng Hang's powerful, terrifying punch landed directly on his chest. Crack! With the sound of bones breaking, Zhu Ming was sent flying like a cannonball. The starry sky giant city was like a sun, with a dozen small and large stars orbiting it like satellites. This punch from Meng Hang, who had opened the Gate of Death, was like a meteor colliding with Earth. Zhu Ming was blasted for tens of thousands of miles, slamming into one of the nearest asteroids. With a boom, smoke and dust billowed from the asteroid as if a meteor had fallen. Hiss! Everyone's expressions changed drastically. The original residents of the starry sky city, who had been watching the spectacle, turned pale, no longer relaxed. Impossible, impossible. How could the city lord be so easily defeated? Some people were shaking their heads in disbelief, their eyes filled with horror. In the cities on the starry sky ancient road, each city was like a planet, and the city lord was the most powerful being on that planet. They naturally couldn't accept that their city lord, whom they thought of as a god, had been defeated so easily. Is this the strength of the younger generation? The eyes of the young prodigies from the 108 clans were wide with shock, as they looked at the fiery red Meng Hang as if he were a monster. His strength is almost comparable to our clan's god king. How can the younger generation possess such power? Even those few monstrous divine clans' holy sons aren't this powerful. Where did this madman crawl out of? I've never heard of any such strong person in the younger generation of the 108 clans. Boy, who are you? With a maddened roar, the dust on the asteroid dissipated, and Zhu Ming stood on the asteroid, his eyes filled with resentment as he stared at Meng Hang. At this moment, Zhu Ming's white robes were tattered, and the feather fan in his hand was gone. The hat on his head was gone, and his black hair was disheveled. He looked disheveled and no longer had any of his previous refined appearance. Seeing that their city lord was unharmed, the people of Starry Sky City all breathed a sigh of relief. The next second, the disheveled Zhu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood and, with a distorted face, glared at Meng Hang, demanding, "Who the hell are you? There is no clan like yours among the 108 clans, and the younger generation of the 108 clans could not possibly possess such strength. Your appearance has disrupted the balance of trials on the Starry Sky Ancient Road. Who are you?" Zhu Ming never thought that Meng Hang was a human from Blue Star, but suspected that Meng Hang was an old monster from some clan in disguise who was trying to steal the opportunities of the Starry Sky Ancient Road. Hearing Zhu Ming's question, Meng Hang curled up his lips and said lightly, "Me? I'm from Blue Star." His voice was not loud, but it was like a thunderclap, causing everyone's ears to buzz and their steps to falter. The area first became quiet, then erupted into a cacophony. Bullshit! How could those low-level barbarians from Blue Star come here? That's right. Blue Star has only experienced its second spiritual resurgence. The strength of those natives on that planet can't even compare to my little toe. How can they be this powerful? And since the existence of the Starry Sky Ancient Road, there hasn't been a case of a native from Blue Star being able to reverse yin and yang, going directly from the end to the starting point. If you want to hide your identity, you shouldn't have come up with such a ridiculous lie. Chapter 285, Taking a Beating. Hearing Meng Hang's words, Zhu Ming, already agitated, became even more furious, glaring at Meng Hang. Initially, like the others, he thought Meng Hang's words were complete nonsense. But after a moment's thought, Zhu Ming felt that Meng Hang had no reason to tell such a lie. Bullshit. Blue Star has just begun its second spiritual revival. How could a powerful expert like you emerge from those unenlightened natives? Meng Hang, displeased, scanned the crowd. The constant use of the word native grated on him. Those were his little darlings. How could they be referred to by others as unenlightened natives? It was like how he could complain about his own alma mater all he wanted. But if someone else spoke ill of it, he would argue with that person vehemently. Although Meng Hang had already turned Blue Star into a desolate wasteland, he wouldn't allow outsiders to defame it with even a single word. Meng Hang stared at Zhu Ming with a somewhat sinister gaze and said unhappily, "You keep calling the people of Blue Star natives, but none of you can even defeat someone who came from Blue Star. So how dare you bark here?" Everyone was speechless and stared at him in stunned silence. They were not surprised by Meng Hang's use of the word bark, but by the fact that his tone made it seem like he was really from Blue Star. Damn, from his tone. Does that mean this pervert is actually from Blue Star? I kind of feel the same way. But that shouldn't be possible. Historically, no natives from Blue Star have ever been able to come here, and their strength couldn't possibly allow it. Zhu Ming calmed down slightly and snorted coldly. It doesn't matter anymore. Whether you are from Blue Star or not, since you dared to cause trouble in Starry Sky City, you are doomed to die today. After saying this, he disregarded Meng Hang's reaction and roared, "Magneto Celestial Light, kill!" In an instant, a misty fog spread out from his body, shrouding him. This was an extremely bizarre and powerful energy. Wherever the mist spread, anything it touched was instantly shredded into dust. The originally scattered white mist suddenly converged, transforming into countless beams of light that pierced through space and time, crossing the void and striking towards Meng Hang. Seeing the magic light attack, Meng Hang was not afraid. A brilliant red aura surged from his body, transforming him into a blood-soaked demon god. Although the magic light was extremely fast, exceeding the speed of light, under the dual gaze of Meng Hang's Byakugan and 9 Tomoe Sharingan, he could see the trajectory of the light beam clearly. Meng Hang swung his fists and charged forward, fiercely colliding. The resounding impact was deafening. Each collision with the Magneto Celestial Light released an aura that, if felt on Blue Star, would have caused mountains to collapse and rivers to reverse their flow, an unimaginable terror. This was a terrifying forbidden technique, a last resort of the City Lord of Starry Sky City, meant to suppress and kill any invading enemies. Everyone stared with wide eyes, watching this epic battle, their hearts filled with awe. Meng Hang's eyes gleamed slightly, and his fighting spirit exploded. This strange technique made him somewhat wary, a method he had never encountered on Blue Star. Seeing his Magneto Celestial Light being blocked, Zhu Ming's eyes narrowed. He clenched his right hand in the void, and a Magneto Celestial Sword appeared in his grasp. Although Zhu Ming had initially presented himself as ethereal and scholarly, dressed as a Confucian. Chapter 286, Going on a Rampage. As a City Lord-level figure, his physical body was terrifyingly powerful, able to shatter mountains and earth with a single punch. With a Magneto Celestial Sword in hand, he slightly bent his legs, and the asteroid below him shattered. The scene was spectacular. Zhu Ming transformed into a cannonball, charging towards Meng Hang. At the same time he moved, so did Meng Hang. His silver hair had turned fiery red, rising into the sky like a flame. With a boom, he also shot out like a red cannonball. There was a secret technique protecting Starry Sky City, so Meng Hang's power, which could shatter an asteroid, only caused the entire city to sink a dozen meters. Even so, it was enough to shock everyone present. Hee. Forcing me to use this move, you won't die without regrets. Meng Hang, suspended in midair, grinned, his face filled with excitement. In his eyes, there seemed to be two flames burning fiercely. Heh, under the Magneto Celestial Sword, no one has ever survived. Today, I'll let you know the terror of the powerhouses of the myriad worlds. Zhu Ming's face was contorted with anger, shouting back without giving way. Night Guy. Meng Hang roared excitedly, the fiery red energy surrounding his body exploded again, gradually transforming into a fiery red giant dragon, as large as a planet. Wherever the giant dragon passed, space warped, and meteorites that had been floating in the universe for countless years shattered into dust. Seeing this terrifying sight, which resembled a comet colliding with Earth, Zhu Ming's face, which had been filled with killing intent, turned pale. Years of combat experience told him that if he were to be hit by this attack, he would die a pulverized death, even for him. Ignoring everything else, Zhu Ming wanted to avoid its sharp edge, dodging away from the red giant dragon. Unfortunately, Meng Hang's speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already upon him. Seeing this, Zhu Ming knew that it was too late to dodge. He gritted his teeth and swung the magneto-celestial sword horizontally, trying to block Meng Hang's attack. Within the giant dragon of red energy, Meng Hang saw his action and smiled disdainfully, kicking out directly. Boom! The invincible magneto-celestial sword shattered into pieces, and the kick landed squarely on Zhu Ming's chest. Zhu Ming's chest caved in. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes bulging, and the whites of his eyes filled with dense red blood vessels. The sound of breaking space echoed as Zhu Ming was sent flying backward, crashing into the asteroid behind him. The asteroid, as large as the moon, couldn't withstand the force of Zhu Ming's impact and exploded, scattering into countless meteorites in the starry sky. That wasn't the end of it. Zhu Ming continued to shoot off at faster-than-light speed until he crashed into another asteroid, creating a huge crater before finally stopping. Meng Hang followed closely behind, arriving at the edge of the crater, looking down at Zhu Ming in the crater with a mocking gaze. Despite being hit by such a terrifying attack, Zhu Ming was not completely dead. At this moment, he was covered in blood, and the bones all over his body were shattered into pieces, like a blob of flesh lying powerless at the bottom of the crater. Meng Hang drifted down next to Zhu Ming, saying with some admiration, "You actually didn't die after being hit by my night guy. I acknowledge your strength." Zhu Ming looked at Meng Hang with fearful eyes. Having lived for countless years, he had never thought that he would reach such a point. He wanted to beg for mercy, but at this moment, he didn't even have the strength to open his mouth. Chapter 287. Miserable. Meng Hang saw the meaning in Zhu Ming's eyes and shook his head with a chilling gaze, saying, "Don't you dare beg for mercy. It'll only excite me more, and I'll make you wish you were dead." Then, without looking at Zhu Ming's expression any longer, he stomped his foot towards Zhu Ming's head. With a splat, Zhu Ming's head exploded, like a watermelon dropped on the ground, spraying countless red and white pieces. The area in front of Starry Sky City was silent, everyone staring at Meng Hang's figure with immense horror. The power that could pierce through planets filled them with terror. They couldn't believe what they had witnessed. Since the appearance of the Starry Sky Ancient Road, there had never been a case of a challenger torturing and killing the city lord of a Starry Sky giant city. The armored soldiers and residents of the planetary city wore looks of grief and fear. They never dreamed that their invincible city lord would end up in such a miserable state. On the side, the two individuals who had been forgotten, still diligently devouring their own flesh, finally regained clarity in their eyes. The burly guard abruptly stopped cutting his own body. He stared blankly at his skeletal frame, now just a skull with nothing but clean white bones. Feeling the remaining warmth and flesh in his mouth, he suddenly realized that he had been eating himself alive. A violent wave of nausea and indescribable fear washed over him. Shinping also came to his senses at this moment. He was not much better than the burly guard. His flesh and blood were long gone, only some sticky bits of meat remaining on his stark white bones. How could this happen? With pieces of flesh still in his mouth, Shinping roared in horror like a vengeful ghost. Then, two unutterable, shrill screams echoed out, causing a chill to run down everyone's spines and goosebumps to rise on their skin. After the screams, the two men's hearts stopped beating, and they fell to the ground, dead. Until the very end, they didn't die because their flesh and blood were gone. Instead, they died of shock, unable to accept the fact that they had eaten themselves alive. Everyone's faces had been drained of all color, terrified by Meng Hang's power and the perversity of his methods. He's a madman, a monster, a complete and utter madman and a pervert. I'm not going to continue down this Starry Sky Ancient Road. I want to return to my planet. They all say that the Starry Sky Ancient Road is incredibly dangerous. We haven't even passed the first trial, and it's already this perilous. I really can't imagine how we'll continue down this road. Heh, what invincible road. It can't even guarantee our lives. How can we even talk about invincibility? Leave now. This madman killed the city lord of Starry Sky City. He might become demonic and try to keep us all here. The prodigies of various clans, after the initial shock, quickly reacted and tried to escape from this place. However, as they said, Meng Hang, stimulated by blood, had already become bloodthirsty. He grinned and stared excitedly at the crowd trying to escape. Hee. You know I'm from Blue Star, and you still want to leave? Today, all of you will stay here and perish along with this city. The reason why Meng Hang had openly admitted that he was from Blue Star was because he had no intention of letting anyone go. These were all people from the 108 divine clans, and their aim was to invade Blue Star. Therefore, he had no psychological burden in killing them. Hee. Die. All of you. Chapter 288. The Revenge Begins. The expression on Meng Hang's face was morbidly excited, and a black sphere flew from his hand. 6 paths, planetary devastation. The black sphere released an irresistible suction force into the universe, attracting all the surrounding meteorites. Even the remnants of the planet that Zhu Ming had crashed into were not spared and were pulled toward the black sphere. In the blink of an eye, an immense meteorite appeared above Meng Hang. It could no longer be called a meteorite, but a planet that was much larger than Starry Sky City, comparable to the size of the moon. The huge sphere blocked the light shining on Starry Sky City, plunging it into darkness like a lunar eclipse. What the hell is that? Creating a planet with his bare hands? Isn't that something only gods can do? Everyone stared at the enormous planet created by planetary devastation, their eyes wide with disbelief. What are you staring at, you idiots? Don't you want to run? Or do you want to wait here to get crushed to death? Someone shouted as they fled into the void. Hee. Run. Do you think you can escape? Do your best to please me, and maybe you'll have a sliver of hope. An extremely eerie and terrifying voice echoed in everyone's ears. Who? Who is speaking? Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, looking around in an attempt to find the source of the voice. The next moment, their eyes froze. They saw Meng Hang in white, emerging from the Kamui dimension like a vengeful ghost. His previously delicate and enchanting face was twisted into a sinister smile, causing everyone to feel a cold shiver run from their feet to their heads. Everyone looked at the Meng Hang in front of them, and then at the Meng Hang standing in the void with the giant planet above his head. Despair filled their hearts. How? How is it possible there are 2 of this monster? We can't even beat one of him. How can we fight 2? Some people stood rooted to the spot, muttering in a daze. Why are you still talking, you idiots? Run in separate directions, and hope that at least one of us can escape. Everyone moved at this moment, using every ounce of their strength to escape Meng Hang's clutches. Almighty pull. Just like the black sphere, this clone of Meng Hang activated his Rinnegan, casting Almighty Pull. In an instant, a massive pulling force emanated from Meng Hang. Those who were already escaping and those who were preparing to escape felt an irresistible force pulling them back towards the entrance of Starry Sky City. At the same time, the giant planet created by 6 paths, planetary devastation started moving, breaking the sound barrier as it sped towards Starry Sky City. No! Countless people cried out in despair, desperately struggling, trying to break free of the control. But no matter how much they struggled, no one could escape from Almighty Pull. The next moment, the enormous sphere crashed down, causing the entire Starry Sky City to shake. In an instant, dense and profound runes surged out of Starry Sky City, then stuck to the buildings inside like paper scraps. The originally shaking Starry Sky City suddenly stopped moving, floating steadily in the starry sky. There's hope. There's hope. The Starry Sky City's formation appeared to block the giant rock's attack. Everyone who was desperately struggling seemed to see hope and shouted excitedly. However, the next second, their newly brightened eyes dimmed once again. It turned out that those runes only protected the city itself and did not care about the people inside. The giant stone fell directly onto everyone in Starry Sky City. Chapter 289. Confrontation. Wherever the 6 paths planetary devastation passed, except for the buildings, no one was spared. Under the pull of Almighty Pull, everyone struggled desperately, but it was all in vain. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as the enormous meteorite crashed down on them, powerless to do anything. Countless shrill screams rang out, filled with resentment, anger, fear, and despair. But in the end, all those screams were drowned out by the apocalyptic explosions. The massive meteorite rolled over Starry Sky City, creating deafening roars. The countless giant cities, enveloped in runes, acted like a sharp drill, piercing through the meteorite and shattering it into pieces. But this could not protect the people within the city. Like a huge millstone grinding soybeans, flesh and blood were crushed into pulp, and blood oozed out under the relentless pressure. After an unknown amount of time, the once lively starry sky giant city became completely silent, as if no living person had ever existed there. The planet-sized meteorite once again turned into thousands of fragments, floating in the boundless universe. Meng Hang, who had annihilated an entire city, showed no change in expression. Instead, he licked his lips excitedly and returned to Starry Sky City. With a splat, as soon as his feet touched the ground, black and red blood seeped out. The originally clean, white flagstone ground of Starry Sky City was gone, replaced by a thick layer of minced flesh. With every step, a little more blood oozed out, and the entire city was filled with a nauseating stench of blood. It was truly a scene of skeletons like mountains and bones like forests. Hair was shredded into felt, and skin and flesh were mashed into mud. It was a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a truly rancid and foul-smelling, a scene straight out of the depths of hell. Meng Hang's unsoiled, elegant white robe stood in stark contrast to the terrifying surroundings. It was like a pure white lotus blossoming in a sea of corpses and blood. Indeed, Meng Hang was untainted by the filth, standing pure and noble. No matter what, he was still that same, complete pervert. Meng Hang took a deep breath. The strong smell of blood filled him with excitement. Splish splosh. The sound of footsteps in the blood echoed, and Meng Hang walked towards the inner city. There wasn't a single soul left alive in the city. He would have to find the path to the next stage himself. Entering the city, Meng Hang found that the environment was extremely similar to ancient cities on Blue Star. On both sides of the street were tall buildings and houses, there were restaurants and inns, and he even saw a gambling den. But there was a distinct lack of any sign of life. Meng Hang strolled leisurely through the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. When he reached the other side of Starry Sky City, a teleportation array appeared before him. It was no different from the array he had seen when he first left Blue Star, with dense, incomprehensible runes engraved upon it. The only difference was that this teleportation array was heading to Blue Star. I suppose stepping into this is the first trial of the Starry Sky Ancient Road, Meng Hang said to himself, before stepping into the array without hesitation. The spatial tearing force of such a long-distance teleportation was incredibly terrifying. If it weren't for someone with a powerful body, they would be torn apart by this spatial force. This could be considered a form of trial for those who embarked on the Starry Sky Ancient Road. Fortunately, Meng Hang's current physique was extremely powerful, and this spatial force posed no threat to him at all. Chapter 290. Psychological Warfare. A familiar feeling of dizziness washed over him, and his vision went completely black. When he came to his senses again, he found himself on a mysterious planet. This planet was extremely strange. The entire surface was covered in thick fog. Even with Meng Hang's current vision, he could only see within 100 meters. Beyond that, everything was just a vast expanse of white. Meng Hang directly floated into the sky, looking down upon the planet from a godlike perspective. The surrounding environment was silent, as if there wasn't a single sign of life. Meng Hang frowned. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Not believing it, he flew towards the distance, trying to survey the entire planet. This fog-shrouded world seemed endless. Although Meng Hang had been cautious and had not used his full strength, he had been flying at his current terrifying speed for nearly an hour and still hadn't reached the edge of the world. Just when Meng Hang thought that something was wrong with the teleportation array, a colossal monster suddenly appeared before his eyes. The monster looked like an oyster, as big as a mountain, and Meng Hang could clearly see the endless fog, like a constant tide, gushing out of the monster's mouth. He suddenly had a horrifying thought. Could it be that the dense fog on this planet is all coming from this monster's mouth, formed through years of accumulation? Just as Meng Hang was about to get closer to investigate, his head suddenly started to spin violently, and then he fell into an endless darkness. Meng Hang, wake up. Class is about to start. Meng Hang could feel his body being shaken violently, and several unfamiliar male voices reached his ears. How could anyone get so close to me without me noticing? Meng Hang, whose consciousness was still a little hazy, suddenly felt every pore on his body open up, and he sat up abruptly. A ray of sunlight shone into his eyes, causing him to squint subconsciously. When Meng Hang opened his eyes again, he saw a sparsely decorated four-person dormitory. In front of him stood three guys he didn't recognize. Suddenly, countless memories came crashing in like a tidal wave. Meng Hang felt a sharp pain in his head, but the pain came and went quickly, disappearing in no time. After a moment of confusion, Meng Hang subconsciously felt that these were his real memories. He was just like any other ordinary person, having taken the college entrance exam and been successfully accepted into a university. The 3 people before him were his roommates. I told you last night not to play on your phone so late, but you didn't believe me. Look at you now, it's almost 8 o'clock, and you still can't get up. Class is about to start. Hurry up and get ready. We're going to head out. After saying this to Meng Hang, the 3 roommates quickly ran out of the dorm, leaving Meng Hang sitting blankly on the bed. He, disbelieving, tried to mobilize his spiritual power, but to no avail. He couldn't feel any spiritual energy at all. At that moment, Meng Hang felt that the decisive and merciless self he knew was so far away. Is it really just a dream? But why does that dream feel so real? Meng Hang shook his head helplessly, smiled bitterly, and muttered to himself. There was no decisive and merciless evil emperor, just the dream of a frustrated young man. Chapter 291. Brutal Killing. Using both hands, he slapped his face hard, forcing himself to calm down. Meng Hang quickly washed up and rushed towards the teaching building. The university in the early morning was full of vitality, and on the tree-lined paths, groups of students could be seen heading towards the teaching buildings. Out of sync with his surroundings, Meng Hang walked forward as if he were a walking corpse, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Suddenly, when Meng Hang saw a familiar figure walking toward him, his originally dull eyes suddenly burst with excitement. Walking towards him was a tall girl, whose face still looked a little immature, but it could not conceal her breathtaking beauty. Meng Hang quickened his pace, quickly reaching the girl and grabbing her hand. Luoxue, did you also travel back? That's right. The girl in front of him was Lin Luoxue. Ah, pervert! Startled by Meng Hang's sudden assault, Lin Luoxue's face paled, and she screamed in terror. It was the time students went to school, and the entrance of the teaching building was packed with students. Lin Luoxue's scream immediately drew all the students' attention. What's going on? In broad daylight, in a peaceful world, someone is actually yelling pervert at the school gate. Someone said angrily, immediately looking towards the direction of the sound, wanting to see which shameless person would do something like that. When everyone's eyes turned to the pale-faced Lin Luoxue and Meng Hang, who was holding her hand, everyone gasped. Lin Luoxue was one of the 4 most beautiful girls in the school, with countless admirers, the white moonlight in everyone's hearts. Someone was actually harassing her in broad daylight, which immediately sparked the fury of all the male students. Kid, quickly let go of your dirty hands. How could the hands of a goddess like Lin be touched by someone as despicable as you? What do you think you are doing? This is the school. Have you gone mad, daring to harass someone on the street? Everyone was righteously indignant, loudly condemning Meng Hang, a tall and burly man, who had secretly been in love with Lin Luoxue for many years, stepped forward and kicked Meng Hang away without hesitation. If this were the Meng Hang from the other world, the force of this kick would be like Meng Hang being tickled, not causing him any damage. He would even twist the head off of the guy in front of him without any hesitation. But he was no longer that demon who had destroyed Blue Star. He was just a weak young boy. The kick landed squarely, without any mercy, hurting Meng Hang so badly that he almost passed out. The man stood in front of Lin Luoxue, staring fiercely at Meng Hang, who was on the ground unable to get up, and said viciously, Kid, you have some nerve, daring to harass Luoxue? I warn you, if I ever see you try anything with Luoxue again, I'll break that thing of yours so that you won't ever be able to touch a woman in your next life. Iron Bull, you did great. That pervert deserves a lesson. To think someone would dare harass a girl at the school entrance in broad daylight. I can't even imagine what would happen at night. People like this should be killed. Our harmonious society is saving him. The onlookers all cheered and applauded the man, and none of them showed any sympathy for Meng Hang on the ground. Meng Hang took a long time to recover, ignoring the condemnation around him, and just looked at Lin Luoxue blankly, saying, Luoxue, I'm Meng Hang. During the conflict between the Dragon Kingdom and the Demon Race, I destroyed the entire Blue Star. Have you forgotten that? Hearing what Meng Hang said, the originally noisy school gate suddenly fell silent. Then after a while, all the students burst into laughter. Chapter 292. Epilogue. Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. The Dragon Kingdom and the Demon Race conflict? And this kid destroyed Blue Star? I can't. It's too much Chinibu. I really can't listen anymore. I thought he was a pervert, but it turns out he's just a lunatic. No wonder he harassed Lin Luoxue in broad daylight. Ha 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 ha. Some people were already bent over with laughter, tears streaming down their faces, looking at Meng Hang like he was a fool. Lin Luoxue, who had calmed down, didn't laugh. Instead, she looked at Meng Hang with a hint of pity and said, "This classmate, I really don't know you. You must have mistaken me for someone else." Like everyone else, she thought that Meng Hang was mentally unwell, so she didn't care about what had just happened. "Humph, kid, Luoxue is the school beauty of our school. Who do you think you are? How could she possibly know you?" The student who had kicked Meng Hang stood in front of Lin Luoxue like a knight in shining armor, saying with great disdain. The truth was just like he said, Meng Hang from the original world was just an ordinary student, with no presence at all. Not to mention the goddess Lin Luoxue. Not even any of the other girls had ever paid attention to this unremarkable boy. He was practically on the fringe of his class. The situation quickly drew the attention of the gym teacher, who was standing near the entrance of the teaching building. When Meng Hang saw the gym teacher, he was once again speechless, because the person who had come was someone he was incredibly familiar with. The man was burly, with a dignified look, and he was none other than Zhao Shanhe. But compared to the other world, Zhao Shanhe here didn't have that dominating and all-conquering aura. Meng Hang opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything to Zhao Shanhe. He had gradually come to terms with the reality that the other world was just a dream based on his own real life. The people in that world were all people he had met in his life. When Zhao Shanhe heard the whole story from the other students, his eyebrows furrowed. Seeing his expression, all the students knew that this was a serious situation, and that Meng Hang might receive a warning or a demerit. Lin Luoxue looked at Meng Hang, who was still on the ground and had not gotten up and couldn't bear it. So she said to Zhao Shanhe, "Teacher, this was just a misunderstanding. This classmate just mistook me for someone else." Hearing the explanation from the person involved, Zhao Shanhe's originally gloomy face looked a bit better. If Meng Hang had actually harassed a female student in the street, it would have been a disgrace for the entire third high school. "All right, everyone, stop crowding around here. Get going and go to class. Class is about to start. If I see anyone on the field after the bell rings, I'll make them run 20 laps around the field." Hearing this, the students fled to their classrooms. In the blink of an eye, the school gate, which was once bustling with activity, became completely empty. "All right, you should also hurry up and go back to class." Zhao Shanhe glanced coldly at Meng Hang and turned to leave, leaving the disheveled Meng Hang sitting alone on the ground. Meng Hang laughed bitterly, struggling to get up, patted the dust off his body, and walked despondently toward the classroom. The morning wind was a little chilly, and Meng Hang couldn't help but pull his clothes tighter. The cold wind blew into his heart, and his heart was ice cold. The dream was over, and he was just an ordinary boy again.